Fellas, I've been betrayed. I have placed my trust for the sake of getting my Hulk juice, but my trust, it's been betrayed. I went to the store on Friday. I went there in hopes of finding more Hulk juice. And when I got there, I went to the aisle. I went to see on the bottom shelves to see if there's any. But nay, it was all gone. There was none left. As to what the answer was there ever any juice in the first place, or was it all bought in front of my eyes before I even get the chance to? Maybe it was too late, even though I had been there every single other day to check on the store to see if there's any juice. But even then, I found nothing. I've been betrayed. My heart is aching from this lack of my lifeblood from being offered to me. And I am at an utter disbelief that I had to go through such withdrawal symptoms for not having Hulk juice. That's for the hydrate me go. But anyway, tomorrow, one last time. One last time. And if I do not find my Hulk juice in there, we're gonna have some trouble. And I'm not the one that's gonna be in trouble. I'm the one that's gonna be causing the trouble. And no, I'm not gonna burn any stores. I mean, at least yet. Don't look at me like that. I won't be burning any stores quite yet, but I will make my mutiny. I will order an absolute unit of Hulk juice from elsewhere. I'll buy so much, I won't have to get any more in the next half years if I don't get it. Guys, I need you to support me. I need you to understand that this is a matter of life and death. This is a matter of pride and honor. And if I don't get my Hulk juice from where I'm supposed to get it, I will fight. I will fight. Why? Why don't I just deal with my situation and just go for some other substitute? I have substitutes, but why do I not give up? Why? Because I'm freaking stubborn, alright? You guys should know that already, right? I could buy them for more expensive or take a longer trip to get to the store that sells it a little bit cheaper. But hey, that wouldn't be the appropriate way to go about it, right? If I am to be the person who is in control here, I will make my own rules. And if I have to abide by theirs, screw that. Or if they want me to abide by their own rules. Oh, no. They're having a wrong idea here. I'm the consumer. I'm the one that's buying this stuff. Which means my decisions have control. They have power. Maybe it's a minuscule in like the bigger scheme of things, but I can make a big order. I can be one of the best fucking customers in a whole month. Maybe in the whole year to buy so many of them at once. But it is only because I demand justice for my own fixation on this ambrosia of a drink. I must redeem myself. I must fight for what's right. So, tomorrow I'll find out. And I will tell you in advance. You'll find out on Monday what my decision is. But it's gonna be one or the other. And I really hope that they will not end up betraying me. Because if they do, they will regret it. Anyway, how's it going, guys? Enough with the depressive crap or like, that unnecessarily like grim situation, because honestly I'm not that bothered. I mean, I got this all under control, but I have my own story to make. And the story is only as good as the delivery. You understand, right? So you can have a pretty cool concept, you can have a cool idea, but if you don't deliver it the way you're supposed to, it doesn't just feel the same. So, you guys with me on this one? You guys feel like, you know, you want to support this cause now? Do you feel like this is a lot more compelling than you could ever think out of getting some juice from a store? You thought it couldn't be this compelling? Well, I hope I proved you wrong. Or if you just thought that just like silly and just stupid, then okay, that's fine too. That's fine too. At least you're honest about it. But I at least did my own piece. I tried my best. And I guess that's what matters the most, right? Right. So, today, once again, we are in for another 6-hour session on Final Fantasy Extravaganza. And that being said, hello there, cavemen. Welcome to another session of playing Final Fantasy, where you get to watch me play this game for 6 hours straight without having any idea what I'm doing, and just because you want to see me suffer. I mean, I think that's pretty established by now that you guys have a very strong fixation with that kind of stuff, right? So, you know, you're getting exactly what you wanted. I'm gonna be playing this game waywardly for 6 hours, and you're gonna most likely enjoy it. And that's good, because enjoyment is exactly what these streams are for. So, you know, whether it's you laughing at my own failures, seeing the story and enjoying it, or whatever the hell is the thing that swings your boat, you know, that's enough for me, okay? As long as you're having fun. That's what matters. And so, today we'll be continuing on Porum's story, because last time we finished Edges, and we made pretty good leaps into Porum's story, but I ended up on a pretty big cliffhanger there, because I honestly kind of like didn't realize that I had already like gone past my stream time limit, or like the time I usually have for these streams on Thursdays. And I ended up leaving it on a pretty rough spot, like, you know, wondering, why did Palom, back in his teenage years, want to go to Feymark, out of all places? There isn't really any strong indication as to why. It wasn't properly explained. Palom only wanted to just like ask Rydia to get him into Feymark, and Rydia accepted because, I mean, they had business there anyway, but why? Why would he want to go there? And also, why did Porum go with him? I can understand that, like, maybe Porum just wants to be like the good protective sister, but is that really it? I wonder about that. Or is there like some reason she believes that maybe Palom could be in severe danger? I don't know. You guys probably know, or some of you at least maybe know, but I don't. And that's why I am going to find out, okay? Okay, good. Now that we're on the same page, how about we get to the game? There we go. Now it shows, perfect. So, I hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday so far, and I hope you guys are gonna be having an even better one as you're watching me play this game. And, as usual, hope you can have a wonderful time watching the stream, and also enjoy where the game is gonna go, if this is the first time you're seeing this. And maybe like getting some new flavors to this game that even if you played it, just like see me play it, for some reason it's just like a lot more satisfying because I have the weirdest ways to like interpret and enjoy this game. And I mean, that's fine too, as long as it swings your boat. But without any further ado, we've spent enough of time on my own introductions as well as on my own random ramblings about my juice, my precious juice. Let's get to the game, okay? So, you guys remember this? We are in the underworld with Rydia, Palom, and Porum here. And the reason is because we just went to the underworld, because Feymark is located in this place. So, if you wanna go there first, before I go anywhere, I wanna go to the castle first. I mean, I guess that's the reason why they parked us here, not straight to the Feymark. And I wanna double check now if I have all the gear I need to, like, be using these characters appropriately. I could at least go for Flame Rod for more intellect. Or I could go for a crossbow for more physical damage, but I don't think I need that. I think we're fine for now. Especially now that the mana stats for every single person here is like maxed out finally. We are no longer stuck in that cave like fighting eternally, because that was causing me the biggest problems. But now that the problems are gone, you know, we don't have to worry about it so much. And now Palom's got like 200 mana in his pool, so he should be able to get through this just fine. At least I hope so. So with that being said, let's save it there. I guess I did before, but wanted to just make sure. And let's go see if we have to go to the Dwarven Castle and discuss some things. Because even though it doesn't show, we also do have Luca with us. Actually, no, we don't. Actually, yeah, we don't. Never mind. That was on Edge's Tale. But, I wonder if we're gonna find Luca in here now. In the Dwarven Castle. Do we need her for something? Princess Luca's doing fine. Been having a lot of fun lately. I wonder why. King Yachts is above there. Nally ho, it's a dwarven greeting. I'm aware. But let's actually get straight into the point here. Like, let's find out, like, why are we getting to Luca? If you're getting to Luca. Why do we have to discuss with the King Yacht in the first place? Maybe there was some discussion about it, but I forgot why. Sid. Well. I haven't seen you in a dog's age, King Yacht. How are you doing? I'm fit as a fiddle here. And who would this pair be? It's good to see you again, Your Highness. I am Porum of Mysidia. And I'm Palin. My, how could I not have known? You've grown so much, both of you. About time you remembered us. Are they here? Is it Luca? Yes, it is Luca. I figured. That's good to see. Are you gonna join us? Luca! Palom and Porum! Sid too! It's great to see you, Luca. Yo. You are so friendly, Palom. You're not even looking at her direction? How rude of you. You managed to become a stylish little lady since I last saw you. Do you like it? I was never a fan of dwarven fashion, really. So what brings all of you here? Well, we were hoping that Rydia could take us to the Feymark. Do you need to ask for permission? It's part of my sage training. Oh, so it is part of your sage training. I figured as much. Is it now? Well, I appreciate you paying us a visit then. Feel free to stop by anytime you please. You are family to every dwarf in the underworld. You mean we have dwarven blood in us? Okay, I know it's more about like their customaries, but I think it's just a funny thing to say in general that we are family to dwarves. I hope we're not gonna have dwarven babies in the future. We'd better get going. What? You're leaving already? How rude of you, Palom. We just came to say hello, Porum. We'll come back soon, Luca. I'll go with you. Hey now, let's not get carried away. You don't mind, do you, Father? I want to ride on Sid's airship. Luca, I don't want you getting in their way. Ah, interested in my airship, are you? I'd expect nothing less from the Dwarven Princess. So it's okay? Sure, but only as far as the passage of the Eidolons, okay? Wahoo! Well, that's wonderful, Luca. I tell you, all this child talks about is you guys. And you wouldn't believe how she goes on about hey, whoa! You don't know what you're talking about, Father. Wait, so... Wait. Luca's into Palom? What? Hey, settle down. I told you I don't want you causing any trouble. Well, Luca isn't joining us at least with permission, but... Oh, that was quite a revelation. I wasn't expecting Luca to be in the hots for Palom. In fact, I didn't expect anyone to ever have hots for Palom, like for real. Wait, we do have Luca with us? Okay, so I guess we did get her in the end. Well, cool. But before we do go, I do want to check around the places for any treasures. Because even though we've already been to the Dwarven Castle twice, across different stories, we still do get treasures, so I do want to check places out before we go. And let's see, we got 3k. Is there anything else we can buy in the Dwarven Kingdom side of things? Well, there's a Thunder Rod I could get for Rydia. We also got Holy Arrows. I don't think I have any. I guess I'll get those and I'll get a Thunder Rod. I don't think we need anything else. And then what about armor? It's the same stuff. Okay, so nothing too special, but glad we got this one out of the way too. Because, I mean, well, it increases my damage a bit and accuracy. Not sure if I really need it, but in case I need to go melee with this thing, I guess it would be better to have. I was hoping it would give more intellect too, but I didn't remember if it did or not. And I guess it didn't. It's fine though. Let's see, a high potion. Ah yes, the upper levels of the tower are accessible, it seems. Take good care of your equipment. Will do, will do. Now let's see. Right. Oh yeah, there's a chest in here. What's in there? An antidote. Nothing too impressive so far. And none of these pots seem to have anything in them. Well, that's okay too. But what about here? A tent. A bronze hourglass. That's a bit pointless, I'd say. A unicorn horn. Sorry about that. And what's the fourth item? Ether. Well, actually, that's a decent item to have. Not a bad start. But can we, like, get some unique little treasures? For, you know, going through that treasure rooms carefully. You know, I think I deserve it. I've been a good boy. At least I think I've been a good boy, so cough up the money. Right, and we can also go to the other side of the tower, like through this. Well, let's hope the other side is gonna have something decent in it too. Because if I could even get myself like a better helmet or something, that would be great. Or maybe even like something like a Sage Surplus or whatever the Black Mage variant for a better robe was. Because the Gaia vests are a little bit superficial, aside from defense. Okay, yeah, these... Oh, there's something in here. High potion. Nah. That's not too impressive. Was there any other pots or other things in this place? I guess not. Well, let's see. Treasure, treasure, treasure. Spider silk. Spider silk, I recalled it was something useful to have in general in the future. So that's good we got that. Although, I guess it won't be like for immediate use. Hermes sandals, haste item, that's cool. And this one has a cottage. Well, to be honest, since we have pretty high mana pools, I think I could even have use for cottages later on. And a dry ether. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Even though I avoid using these items like a plague because I'm just too crazy about this stuff. Like, I don't know, guys, like, I'm such a big hoarder. We've gotten so much ether along our journeys, but I haven't used a single piece. I feel like once all of these squads, like, gather together, I feel like the ether amount we have is gonna, like, go all the way to, like, you know, we have, like, 50 ethers and maybe, like, I don't know, 10 to 15 dry ethers. It's crazy. The bird of the gods is gone. Oh, where did you go, Fat Chocobo? Oh, me too. I really want to know where Chocobo is. You know, I love my Fat Chocobo too. Even though they were completely useless, I think they still had that, you know, certain charm to them. Okay, I'm gonna get a couple more 10s just in case. Antidotes, I could take these to 10. Gold needles, I guess 1 at least. Phoenix Downs, raise it up to 5. Maiden's Kisses are good enough. Eye drops may not be too important, but I'll get 4. And no Echo Herbs, of course. The most important consumable item, and it isn't there. Game, why do you do this to me, man? Why would you, like, take away this joy from me? Oh, crap. What's up with you? Dwarves are built to last. I bet he sleeps enough to fix anything. Lolly-ho. Oh, there you are, guys. Isn't cottage a cheese? I mean, MMC, actually, there is a thing called cottage cheese. It's actually a very prominent thing in Finland. Like, it's a very often used condiment. But, I mean, a cottage is also a building. like an actual building. I don't know why cottage cheese is called cottage cheese exactly, but yeah, cottage itself is in a cheese. It's kind of like a more robust building. That's why a tent and cottage are like, you know, in that order. Like, tent and cottage are way different. Tent is like, you know, the weaker one. That's basically just like a scrap of cloth. But like, a cottage is an actual building. So like, that's why it's like a stronger variant of a tent. So that makes sense. And also, yeah, also a summer house. Yes, that's what we also have in Finland. We have quite a bit of like cottages around. People often do go for cottages over summer. Another sacrifice for the blood god. Now, what are we gonna be sacrificing for the blood god now, Jordan? You wanna elaborate this to me? Go with many for skins. Jordan, you have quite the wild imagination there. I'm gonna need some more explanation to this. But also, welcome to the stream, everyone. Both to you, MC, you, Migo, as well as to Jordan here. How are you guys doing? You guys having a wonderful weekend so far? Or at least a wonderful Saturday? Hey, the guy with the drill. I haven't seen you in forever. You talking about Sid? You doing well, old man? Too bad I cannot actually have the old man invisibility. So even though it doesn't show in our party, we do have Luca and Sid with us, which is interesting. Oh, this area is under construction. No, I cannot use that thing. Oh, there could be some more treasures in there. Damn shame. Alright then, well that's okay too. Phoenix down. Echo herbs. Oh, we did find an echo herb. Oh, thank God. I might really need that when I get there. Get to the like the grinding spots. Oh yeah, like it's a very like it's like a very big tradition in Finland. Like honestly, like cottages along the lakeside are just like such a big Finnish thing. We even have like these areas that are like purposely kept like away from urban touch, because people wanna like have those cottages around that they can like relax in, and it's a pretty cool system. It's just not something I've ever really properly indulged in. We never had like an impressive cottage. There have been a couple times when we have been to another cottage, but honestly, I've never been much of an outdoor person, so it's never really been like my own passion. But I do understand the charm of it. It's just not for me. But yeah, glad to hear you guys are doing great. Also, like, well, at least for MC, but Jordan, come on. If you're saying that you're maybe having fun, cheer up a little. I at least wish that you're gonna be doing it a bit better at the end of the stream. I'm gonna ask you later how you're doing. If you're doing good, then I'm happy, okay? Okay. We have agreed on this. No take-backsies. I mean, perhaps, and definitely like cottage areas oftentimes are pretty like luscious in terms of fish population, because they are like around lakes and rivers that like oftentimes are like, you know, preserved in some way. So fishing is totally like possible, and there's also like often like swimming and just like, you know, grilling some stuff outside. Like usually they have like some like either actual grills that they have bought, or like they have like those kind of like those brick surrounded pits, which they just fill up with fire and put like some meat to like, you know, meat to like cook. But I mean, those are like the outdoor activities. Like I'm used to it in Finland. Like if you were new to Finland, it could be like a nice one-time experience, but I'm not really much of an outdoor person, so I don't really like indulge with that too much. It may be fun once every occasion, but I cannot say that I'm gonna be fully into it, most likely. But yeah, didn't expect you to be like the type to really like, you know, fantasize about outdoor stuff, MC. But then again, I guess, you know, in your culture you do kind of like value those outdoor things and simple things in life too. It just never been a thing for me. Like the one time I actually went to the cottage like many years ago, I was like mostly indoors. It wasn't really my thing, but maybe like nowadays I would be a little bit more proactive about it. But still cannot say that that would be like my #1 activity. Oh yeah, yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying here. Like, you know, it's not new stuff for me anymore. Like I've seen it, so it doesn't feel as special to me anymore. I guess it would be the same for me to like discover your things about your culture. But in any case, that's just, you know, that's just like as usual, just like some cases of exceptions and so on. Oh, yeah. We got some beach stuff too, but yeah, I haven't been like doing like outdoor swimming like in years. It hasn't been my thing at all. Like I did it as a younger kid, but I always thought that like even swimming like in like the so-called warm waters is too like, it's a little bit too cool or cold. Wasn't never my thing. Well, I mean, I guess we don't have anything to do right now with this airship because like, we went to the castle, we got some treasures. The area that would take us to the other side of the mountain is under construction, which means we cannot go through there. And I know that the northern portion of this mountain area is gonna be empty, and we cannot get anywhere else, so... I mean, I guess the only thing we can really do is, like, move on to Feymark. So let's go find out. Also, MC, I'm gonna ask you just in case, are you, like, actually, like, up to date with the story? Like, have you been following the synopsises of the stories, or, like, watching the VODs? Or are you just like here to like figure out where we're gonna go from here? Because if you are, then I'm of course willing to like give you some little like heads up as to what we're doing here right now, but I hope you won't be too confused. Oh yeah, that thing too. To be honest, it didn't bother me too much because we would often like rinse ourselves right away after we were done. But yeah, I was never really like into like being like wet in general. Like I always hate that feeling of like being damp after like a shower or something myself too. It's not really my favorite. It's like in general water has never been my strongest suit, but it's fine. At least I don't like, you know, go swimming nowadays anymore that much. It's fun every once in a while, but haven't really had a reason to go swimming as of late. I mean, yeah, fair. At least some beaches. I remember this beach that we had over at my old home place. And there was like a small beach with like a small little kiosk where you can buy some basic stuff. And that one, I don't think it had showers. Just a very small... Actually, maybe it did. Maybe I just never saw them. I'm not sure. It was like a bigger cottage. Like the kiosk was a small part of it. Maybe there would have been some showers, but I don't know about that. But like, it was mostly just like just the beach and a kiosk. And then people would just leave once they're done. So I don't know. Maybe the people would just go to the showers afterwards. Like at their own homes, but I'm not sure. I guess it depends on culture though. And like how big the beach is. The beach in question here was like not that big. In my opinion. I mean fair, but then again, like if you're like going with somebody like that isn't like exactly like hasn't been swimming, then they're not gonna be sticky. And also like you can like put some towels in the back or something to like make sure the car doesn't itself get sticky. So, you know, I think it kind of depends on how you prepare yourself for it. But yeah, I don't think we ever had big issues with that. I mean, we were living pretty close to the beach anyway, so we never even had to take cars. We would often walk back. At least I remember so. But yeah. So, have you been? Oh, Luca, you're really trying to hit it up with Palom, aren't you? I'm sorry, but Palom is reserved. Not in terms of, like, relationships, but just his mind is elsewhere. Okay. What are you being so shy for? Shut up! I'm not! So you're really trying to become a sage? We're almost there. Prepare for landing, everyone. Luca, you come and help me. Okay. Yes, distract them from Palom. Maybe that's for the best. Because in fact, I don't think Palom is exactly interested in, like, you know, dealing with Luca right now. Alright, Luca. Would you mind waiting here for us with Sid? Aw, how come? Don't you want me to come along for him? Palom? Wait, you're asking Palom? We are here for training, Luca. No, that's not all. Oh? Righto. We'll just run some maintenance on the Falcon while we're waiting. There's a few issues with the engine I gotta do something about. Okay. We'll be back soon. See you later. Sure thing. Good luck. Hang in there, Palom. Okay already. Yes, let the man do his stage training in peace. Although, this has nothing to do with Tela, does it? I mean, Tela never went to the actual underworld. So the question is, why is this pertinent for his stage training? I wonder. I've done currently 5 stories. I've done Theodore. Theodore. I don't remember what was the second one exactly. I'm trying to remember. At least Theodore, Yang, Palm, Edge. What was the second one? There's been so many already. Ridias, of course. Of course, Ridias. So, yeah. Theodore, Ridia, Yang, Palm, and Edge. Yes, the green-haired girl. Yeah. And now we are on the 6th story, which is Porum's story. Although, it's a pretty interesting thing that even though this is Porum's story, aka the girl's story right here, it seems to be pretty Palm-focused because this talks about the, or at least so far, has discussed this Palm's own desires to become a sage like Tela, who was the old man that died with Cecil, as they were trying to chase after Golbez. And like he succumbed to his own magic because he was trying to cast Meteor while his body was so frail. And so that like kinda got Tela down. And I guess Palm looked up to him a lot, so he wanted to really like, you know, become like him. But well, it's been a journey. But I wonder, like, what this has to do with, like, Tela in the first place. Like, this whole, like, you're going to the Feymark, aka the Land of Summons. Like, I don't know why. But, yeah, I mean, this is a pretty Palm-focused story. Like, we're talking about Palm. I guess the reason why it's, like, Porum's story is because Palm had their own thing going on after the... Like, after the fact. Like, after, like, you know, what's happening with Baron and such. And, well... I guess because of that, it wouldn't really fit for Palm's story, and I guess like Porum is gonna have a big deal with when it comes to like Palm's own story of like trying to become a sage. I mean, we know that in the present, Palm is still not a sage, so I guess it never really happened, so something must be happening in this story to like hinder Palm from becoming one. Or maybe Palm is like on the right path in the end, but Palm hasn't quite reached to that point yet, so... Well, I don't know what to do, how to like, you know, see it, but... I guess we're gonna find out as we go, right? If we don't have answers, the game is gonna eventually give them to us. Or leave us wondering. But I hope we're gonna find our answers. Let me actually get these guys a Libred. Do you guys not like ice? You guys don't like ice. Let's go with that. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been 17 years since the events of Final Fantasy IV. So, like, anything that happened with Cecil and, like, you know, their party is, like, a very long legend. And, like, most of these characters, like, were at some point a part of Cecil's party, obviously. I mean, we know, like Palom and Porum were, like, 5 when they were taking part in their story in Mount Ordeals, like the time when Cecil became a paladin. So, they have a pretty long history now with that. And it's just like, because like that's exactly the point of the story. Like after 17 years, things are like having some turbulence once again. Like suddenly things are just going wrong for some reason. And now like out of all things, like the one that's at the center of this, like the one that's causing the malice here is supposedly Cecil, out of all people. Even though Cecil was the one that saved the world in the first place. And it's like been causing lots of like uproar, like why Cecil would do something like this. But there's been like so many other signs here, like for example the mysterious girl that has been around just like doing things. And like, you know, they're working like kind of like for Cecil in that sense. But it still doesn't make sense, like why would Cecil want to do this? Like nobody believes it, but I mean it's their Red Wings, aka Cecil's own like air fleet that's coming after places, bombing them, destroying them, and you know, going for the crystals. So everyone is just like confused as to what's going on, but we just don't know what the answer is. Or at least the people in the present in these stories don't. And we're trying to like put the pieces together. It's a matter of time once we find out, but I wonder if you're gonna like the answers once we get there. Well, A fear, you say? I mean, I've been thinking about it for a while, like, as to, like, why this is all happening, but I mean, we have some pretty good, like, we already have some pretty good ideas here already. So, at the very first story, Theodore, like, you know, on Theodore's tale, there was a moment when we were playing with Cecil, and Cecil actually did face off against the mysterious girl. And at this time, Cecil was still in their sane selves. Cecil was still okay, and they were not in any way malicious, but after this fight, Cecil actually was taken down by the mysterious girl. And the end result is that afterwards, Cecil just started acting differently, weirdly. And they've been on the hunt ever since. The thing is though, Theodore never found this out because the hooded guy that he was with actually like prevented him from seeing his father, because he sensed at that point that there was something wrong with Cecil. So he prevented Theodore from like seeing that cruel fate. So I have this feeling that like why this all is happening, like, well, the mysterious girl is connected to like when the second moon appears. We know for a fact that like this happens directly after the second moon appears, because on the Edge's tale, the moon actually appears for the first time like directly. In any other story so far, it's been so that the moon has been out there already, but on Edge's tale it like just appeared. And it was right at this moment when the fallen star appeared, and also like the mysterious girl appeared. So I'm understanding that the second moon is the cause behind mysterious girl's appearance, as to like why they also came down on Earth. And also like I understand this must be the reason, like she must be the reason why Cecil is like completely confused, why Baron is in uproar, or like, you know, Baron is doing weird things. Like she must be at the centerpiece of it. But I wonder why. We still don't know anything about her. We only know that her goal is to collect crystals, which is like, you know, for immense power, and also like some peril to the world. But they have not really discussed themselves, and also because they don't really like, you know, speak much of themselves. And many of the encounters that she's had has just been like, you know, trying to take everyone down. She would like avoid fights or like trying to like deal with unnecessary fights. But whenever she considers something to be a threat or something important to her mission, she does go and like go very, she does go ballistic on them. The thing is though, nobody has been able to like fight them yet properly. Like, she's too powerful. But yeah, let me see about this. Yeah, Theodore. It's like a Theodore, like you said, the Theodore, but like with an E at the end. So that's like Theodore, so to speak. But it's Theodore. But you're close enough to that. It does feel bad for Theodore, but I mean, as long as he doesn't know about it, I guess it's for the better. He only thought that his father was just missing, but as to like why it's happening exactly, he's still like in the dark. And I guess that's for the better, because honestly, I don't know how Theodore would like react if he found out that his father was doing things that he wasn't supposed to do. I mean, there was the guards on the first tale that were telling them to not to go to Mist Village. But, I mean, they were saying that like the soldier was blockading the place because of Cecil's orders, which is a bit weird for Theodore. But they didn't go and discover or like go to discover anything further about this, because Theodore also assumed that like Cecil wasn't in the castle, so yeah. Yes, she's the exact same one. She's the one that's been causing all this malice so far. As to why though, we don't know yet. But I mean, that's exactly like what we're getting to right now. Like, we're only like finding out different pieces of the story, or like we're seeing like different perspectives to the exact same story. I don't think we're gonna find more about Mysterious Girl's motives, or like why she's doing all this stuff, before we get to all the other stories, or like once we're done with all the stories and like get to the deeper ones. Because there is still gonna be, after this, there's gonna be Kane's tale, and there's also Edward's tale. Actually, yeah, first Edward, then Kane's tale. Kane has also been a pretty big missing piece here, because Kane has been also like on the offensive here. Like, if I think it was on Yang's tale. Yeah, on Yang's tale, Kane went offensive and went to grab the crystal. So I feel like Kane in some way is in leagues with the mysterious girl. But as to why this is happening, I don't know. But the interesting part is that at the end of Palom's story, we found out that Porum and Kane were together. They were like actually in Mount Ordeals talking with each other. Or like not actually fighting, they were actually like in talking terms. As to why Porum was with him and what they were discussing, I hope we're gonna find it out on this story, but we don't know yet. And if there's nothing we can find out, then at the end, like by the end time, like by the time we get to Kane's story, we'll most likely find out. But that's still gonna be a couple tales away. It is. But I mean, they really went for the mystery gameplay route on this one. Like, they tried to, like, obviously, like, keep the mystery for a while. Okay, so the timeline is this so far. From what I've gathered. First, the second moon appears. Because there was originally one moon. And so a second one suddenly appears when Edge's pupils were training with him. Once the second moon appears, Mysterious Girl appears at the fallen star, and she starts collecting all the crystals around the world. And in many occasions, like for example in Iridia's tale and in Palom's tale, they come across Mysterious Girl as they were hunting for crystals, and they were defeated in the process. And also, like, Mysterious Girl grabs the crystals from them. And also, like the other timeline before Mysterious Girl goes for the crystals themselves. The moon appears, the girl appears, the girl goes to Baron. She goes and confronts Cecil. She takes down Cecil. She blocks off all the summons from Feymark. And then she goes looking for crystals. At the behest or a guise that it would be Cecil that's in charge of this. Like, Cecil is the one that's trying to gather the crystals. Many are at disbelief, but they are all actions made by the militia of Baron themselves. So people are really at disbelief, but they, you know, seeing is believing. It's all there, like everything is happening because like Baron soldiers are moving. It's just that people don't really know if it's like, you know, a hoax or if it's like, you know, they don't know if it's like something that's happening just out of you know, out of genuinity that just Cecil wants them back, or if there's something wrong. They don't know about that. Only one that really knows that something is wrong with Cecil is Hooded Man at the moment. But we don't know what's been happening with Hooded Man ever since Theodore's tale, so yeah, it's an interesting piece. There's also a chance that maybe even Kane himself is like, you know, mind-fucked. I don't know, but we gotta find out eventually. Until that point, we don't really have the answers. But yeah, I hope that gives you at least some kind of understanding, like where the timeline is. There is like obviously like still some, you know, open ends here. Like there are many things that we don't know yet, but I mean that's exactly what we had to find out. We'll get to the bottom of this eventually, but right now we are just completely out in the dark. So yeah. I hope that gives you some kind of like light to this. But I mean, trust me, I'm just about as confused as you are. I don't know anything as to like why this is all happening. I mean, there is obviously a purpose, there is obviously a reason, but what the reasons are beyond me for the time being. So all we can really do is hope that we're gonna come across those answers eventually. But that's gonna require us to get deep into the story. Which means we have to get more tales done. And I really wonder, like, how is this all connected to, like, the, story? Like, how is this, like, whole sage part? Like, Palom trying to become a sage. How is this all connected to the whole, like, you know, two moons appearing, or the second moon appearing, and to all of these events? Because we're now, like, basically, like, a few years into the past. We are not in the present time. We are just, like, a few years in the past, like, when Palom and Porom are in their teens. We don't know why we're here. Well, like, why Palom wants to go to Feymark, but I guess we're gonna find out as we're going, because, I mean, that's what we're here to find out today. So yeah, beats me. Yeah, it is, but I mean, I like that too. But I mean, they did design this in a way that this would be like a long-running mystery until like the game gets actually finished. Because this was usually like, this was like before, like, this was before just like releasing like chapters, one chapter at a time, that like were like super long chapters because you had to do a lot of grinding. So they did like keep the mystery alive for a long time. And don't worry, Timur, I'm not like, I don't think I'm that confused, but there just isn't really much to go on yet. Even though we've gone through like half the stories already, there isn't really much to go on at the minute. We just gotta wait until we get to like the big play stories here. And I mean, I can understand why they closed up like some certain stories. Like for example, if you want to get to Kane's story, we have to go through all the 7 other stories first. And then comes like the big ones. Then we start going to the stories like regarding the guys on the moon. And also the story that's like, I guess brings us all together. The last tale. Yeah. So, actually, in the present, Palom is actually frozen. Palom was defeated by Mysterious Girl, and Shiva attacked them with the Blizzard spell, or whatever the spell is called again. An ice spell that froze them to basically, like, you know... Well, I don't think to death, but they are frozen. And they had the crystals taken. As for Rydia, they were on an airship. And actually, Rydia and Edge's teams actually intertwined at the end of Edge's tale. Because Edge ended up falling down from the Tower of Babel along with his ninjas. And they just happened to land on Rydia's airship. So now they're together. But we're not gonna find out anything about like where they're gonna go from there until we get to the later stories, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's as bad, but hopefully it isn't like actual death. I don't know myself, honestly, but, you know... I don't think they would kill them off. Especially like we are giving so much emphasis to Palom, like right now, both in Palomus and Porum's tales. I don't think it would make sense for them to be completely dead. But I wonder how they're gonna get out of their stasis, assuming they are in one. Yes, Luca is with Rydia in general, but I mean, I just like call this to be like obvious because like Rydia, I mean, Luca was in Rydia's party to begin with. Rydia, Kalka, and Brina are all with, or like Luca, Kalka, and Brina are all with Rydia because they were to begin with. But now that coincided also with Edge's party, Edge and his other 4 ninjas, the Evelyn 4, they are all now together. As to where that's gonna go from there, I don't know. But other than that, all the other parties are still fragmented. Nobody is connected with any other people yet. But I guess those connections are gonna come eventually. Once we get to the deeper parts of the story. We'll see. I don't know what to think, honestly. Were these guys weak against nothing? Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I'll stick to Blizzard because I don't want to use fire here. I think fire would be a bad idea. Because I think it would cause combustion, at least in some Final Fantasies it does. Well, again, it's only the one party that's gotten together. Every other party so far haven't found each other yet. But I think the time is gonna come soon. Very soon. And I know that Porum is gonna coincide with Kain at some point, maybe towards the end of the story, but I don't know what the actual like end result of that is. Like, are Porum and Kain gonna be at odds? Are they actually like in talking terms? Are we gonna find more about Kain's side of things, like during Porum's tale? Or are we gonna have to wait until Kain's tale that happens as the 8th story in order? Yeah, I hope so too. Honestly, like the reason, like the... I think like Yang's story, for example, wasn't really like all that important. Like, it was more about like the saga of him and his daughter like coming to terms with each other. And well, Edge's tale is important because they got together. Palom's story is important too because it talked about Leonora, that was like the new addition to the party entirely. And also like their past connected to Palom and Porum in general. And that like all made sense in Porum's tale too. So, there are like some certain hints, but honestly, like some of the stories like have felt a little bit lackluster in terms of like actual progress in the story. But that's okay too. Wait, was there a tunnel I can go to the right before we go on? Hold on. Let me check that. I'll get the Ketchi first. But yeah, like... You know, MC, I explained this all in the best words and understanding I have right now, and even I am confused as to like why this is all happening. But I'm not confused as to like being desperate. I'm just confused because the game hasn't obviously been giving enough information yet. It's been giving like bits and pieces, but they haven't been intending on like giving me out the story yet. And that's okay. I'll patiently wait for that until we get to the point where the story is supposed to come to me. But at least like being in the setting, understanding that there's a lot of things going on simultaneously around the world, everyone is reacting to like this whole like uproar of things happening in Baron, as well as the sudden surgence of this weird mysterious girl that's causing havoc all across the globe. I am still like fascinated by this, and I really want to see where the story is gonna go from here. Yeah, it is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. I understand though, like, you know, this is only nice because I'm playing this game in the Steam revised version. Because if I was playing this like on the original version, I would be going through lots of grinding and lots of pain just to like get some bits of the story that, you know, are gonna take a long time to like converge with each other. Because there were many cases in this game too, like if I wasn't playing the Steam version, I would be like going through lots of grinding. Like for example in Rydia's story, there's the one point where Kalk and Brina are taken out of commission because they were attacked by the mysterious ghost lightning attack. They just malfunctioned. And we just kind of like beat it down into a pulp because they started like fighting against us. The thing is that if you were playing this on the original format, these characters would have been missable. Because the game designed it in a way where, that if you did not get some certain items, for example, for Kalk and Brina to be revived in the cave before we like stop Rydia's story, Kalk and Brina would just like, you know, be lost characters. They would be missable. And the same thing also in Edge's story, that your ninjas like the Evelyn 4 go on their own missions. But if they end up dying in those, you don't actually like, you know, get to try again. Or at least, you know, without like rolling back your save. But you straight up lose them. Like, if you have your ninja killed there, they're gone for good. So there was lots of like, you know, missable things about that game. And like, to get to like, you know, some of those better results, for example with Kalk and Brina, you have to do lots of grinding. And also like some better gear pieces also required quite a bit of grinding there too. Yeah. I mean, I understand why you feel that way. Whoopsie. I understand why that like feels a bit weird and why that feels so awkward. But then again, I can understand that. Like, I mean, it sucks, but it isn't something that's like, you know, utterly like missable or like something that is gonna break the story. It's like something that if you're really like desperate about keeping everything together, you're gonna have to like put an extra mile to it. But it isn't like the important characters like progress story is gonna go anywhere. The story is gonna still like remain still as is. There are just gonna be those side characters that are not gonna like stay with you if you don't do the things right. But Steam like made these things a lot easier. For example, with Kalk and Brina, like, you got the Mithril Springs you needed to, like, fix them. You got them as a, like, part of an obligationary fight, and it's a guaranteed drop. So you don't need to grind for that anymore. And many of the best items in this game, instead of grinding them, like, looking for strong enemies at the worst times of the day, like, on the worst phases of the moons, instead, you just get these pieces of adamantite. There's one in each region, or, like, in each story. We found all of them so far. And you can use those to exchange for items at the end chapter. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I understand that too, but I mean, for them being just optional characters that don't really like hold actually like that much weight in general, I can understand that they don't really like have that much more value than the, like the items themselves. But it still does suck for somebody like me because, like, you know, I like to like be as perfectionistic as possible. If I was playing this game in its original format that I was gonna lose these guys, I would not let that happen. I would just be like so specific about getting everything done perfectly. Yeah, it does, it does. But that is not a problem on this one. In this one, you don't lose the ninjas. You get the items for fixing Kalk and Brina by default, so they aren't there. But that also does make it so that like many of the people that have played this game in the past have very bad memories of this game. Because it's such a big grind. And I mean, I guess like with so much time and effort you had to put into it, with like so little actual benefits, I guess people were feeling a bit sappy about it, or like a little bit sad about it. And so like after years isn't exactly regarded as a very good game, or like known, like remembered as a good game. But I mean, now that I'm playing this like as the Steam version and strictly only for a Steam version, it's great. I actually do like it. There's lots to like about it. There is a lot of repetition, but I do like the idea that we get lots of variety with different characters. We have to learn to play with characters with different playstyles. Like, we have characters that are just pure magic. Some are like a mix of magic and like basic attacks. Sometimes you have to go alone. Sometimes you go in a bigger group. There's like lots of different things you have to like, you know, take into account here. Like, it has so much diversity and so many different characters. I do like it. But I do wonder how this is all gonna come together. Like, when we have so many party members to choose from, how do we, like, you know, get that all together? Are we gonna just have, like, a big hub we can just choose characters from, or something like that? And also, like, when it comes, like, the push comes to shove, how do I know which characters I want to go for? It's, an interesting thought, at the very least. I think Final Fantasy IV-2 after years came in. It was either 2007 or 2009, I think. Or maybe in 2008, but around those times, I think. But the original version of the game was pixelated. Like the, like, this is like a rework, basically, that, like, introduced some of their earlier, like, you know, early model polygons for, like, character designs. But the original game was also, like, a pixel 2D. Which is why the game doesn't have that much creativity, regardless of them having, like, a 3D world to interact with. Like, it still works on that certain, like, 2D grid, even though the game is 3D. Yeah, like, you can tell, like, there is a lot more potential, like, you could play this more like a 3D, but there are, like, very clear, like, some clear-cut hallways that are, like, very symmetrical and, like, very clunky in terms of, like, well, they are just, like, pixel grids, or, like, chunk grids, obviously. So it does show that this game was made to be a 2D. But it's not a bad thing. It's like, you know, you experience 2D in a different way, and I'm not against that. It's cool. It's fine. It doesn't, like, matter the gameplay too much, but it's just that these things are visible. Okay, my magic just got neutral. That's good. At least we didn't lose any effect on any of these. If I lose black magic effectiveness, that would suck. Yeah, the models are okay. I wouldn't say they're the best out there, but they are, like, tolerable. I don't find anything wrong with them. Are we gonna go to the secret room like this? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think, like, definitely, like, by 2009, I think these characters could have been a bit more pronounced. But, I mean, this was, like, made in, like, I think tandem with, like, lots of the other 3D releases that came out. Because you can see, like, the very similar character designs or, like, polygon uses on, like, something like, the remake for Final Fantasy 3 on DS platforms, for example. Like, they had, like, very similar, like, character models in there. So I think that's, like, connected to that. But even then, like, that's not like a bad design. I still like the fact that it's, like, an alternative to pixels if somebody doesn't really like them. And I mean, the 3D models are, like, you know, I'm not really that much, like, you know, critical about graphics in general as a person, as a player. So, like, even though the, you know, the 3D models aren't realistic or, like, high definition, they're still, like, adding more to the fantasy. And I don't, like, you know, I don't complain. It's okay. I see nothing wrong with this. Some may not like it too much, but I mean, that's their opinion in the end. Everyone can have theirs completely. There's nothing wrong with that. Right, I just realized that, I mean, I knew that Rydia had some summons, now that we're, like, in the past, but I just haven't, like, come to, like, realizing that I maybe should, like, try using some. Maybe I was thinking they're too expensive. Maybe that's why. Most likely. Yeah, Shiva, like, even Shiva is 30 MP. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'd rather stick to the black magic, honestly. So I think I'll go with that. But yeah, if you want to check out, like, when this game actually came out, like, just to be sure, you can go check it out by just searching up the game name, but I think it was about, it was, like, around the late 2000s. And the funny thing is that this was not even, like, released originally on some, like, big platform like, you know, PCs and such. This was originally released for Japanese phones. Like these elaborate land phones, I think they're, like, you could consider them to be. It's crazy. Like, it's kind of interesting that, you know, this game used to be a phone game, in a way. Like, a phone game before mobile games. This was actually never on PS, I think. This was on, this came on Nintendo Wii at some point. After, like, they got released on the phone. And after Nintendo Wii, it came on mobile phones. And then it came, like, on PC, basically. But it never actually had any, like, actual touch to dedicated consoles. This was a phone game. Yes. Yes, Japanese phones. Like, this is what, like, Migo told me. Japanese phones are, like, a different beast. Like, we don't know what those really are. There's nothing like it anywhere else. It's just a very Japanese thing. But I guess these Japanese phones had, like, this elaborate system that allowed them to run games and such. And that's, like, where the After Years was originally released in, which is pretty weird to me, but I don't know much about that. I mean, if you go look up the platforms for this game, when you, like, search this up on Google, you notice that there's, like, this, Hold on, let me actually search it up myself, out of curiosity, after this fight. Come on, guys, do it. Because there was a very specific platform name that I never have seen ever in my life before. But I need to, like, put it out there, okay? So, Final Fantasy IV, the After Years. Okay, this was released on PlayStation Portable, iOS, Microsoft Windows, Android, Wii, Java platform, Micro Edition. Like, these are, like, all the things that got added later. But then there were, like, other platforms released such as Brew and Doja. And these are not terms that are exactly known in the Western culture. I think these are two, like, different Japanese phone brands. As to, like, how this really played out, I don't know much about them. But these were actual platforms. Platforms I've never seen before. So, I think those are the phones that they originally were released in. Like, all the phones, like, the mobile platforms, like, obviously, like, mobile games didn't, like, become a thing until, like, well, I mean, max 10 years ago. There was no way there were mobile games back in 2007 and 2009, for example. And I don't think, like, mobile phones were, like, that big of a deal yet. And I don't think, like, mobile phones had the possibility to run something as intricate as this. So the Japanese phones were, like, the kind of like the break area of that time. And only something that happened in Japan, which is pretty interesting. But I mean, this is a Japanese game after all, so of course you're gonna, like, make use of Japanese technology, but it was certainly a piece of technology I wasn't expecting to, like, you know, people to put games in. It's quite the beast. And you know what? I just find it fascinating. Like, some might just find that weird, and I think it really is weird. But at the same time, I do find it fascinating that this was actually treated as a gaming console in some way. Honestly, yes, niche, I think is a good word for this, because, I mean, it is, well, I wouldn't say the game itself is niche, but, like, the platform used was pretty niche and very, like, regional. Like, a platform that's only in Japan and exclusively in Japan is, like, I think a pretty cool thing in general. Not that I would personally, like, play on it, because I'm not Japanese myself. And I still do not, like, feel like, you know, I'm missing anything. Even though I'm playing this game on its, like, more revised Steam version with all its changes. But I do feel like the idea of it in general is just very fascinating and interesting. But yeah, I hope you enjoy that little fun fact to this history lesson of some sorts. About the history of Final Fantasy, I guess. And I mean, I like the idea too. I like the idea too. It's just that I never thought I would ever hear, like, a phone game before mobile gaming. It's something else. Yeah. But I mean, in any case, I hope that really, like, cleared out everything for you, like both the origins of the game, as well as everything else about, like, where the story's going. But if you got any other questions anymore about what's happening now, what's happened before, if there's anything else that's, like, puzzling you, feel free to ask. I'm happy to, like, discuss about that even though I'm playing at the same time. What's this? The Eidolons. I can feel them. What's up, Rydia? What's wrong? The training ends here. What? But we come all the way down here and everything. Is there a problem, Rydia? The Eidolons are not fond of humans going into the Fey Mark. Plus, once into the Fey Mark, time starts to flow erratically. You mean... if you spend too long in the Feymark, you'll wind up out of sync with the human world and everyone you know. Are you willing to risk that? I am. Palom! If you go in and for just a little bit, that won't put us two out of sync with human time, will it? I can't say. The two of you should wait here. Let me go with you. No. I'll be right back. Promise me that you won't follow me inside, okay? Oh man, why do you have to make this decision for me? You know what, BRB, I'm gonna go grab a drink first before we continue. You guys just tell me what you want me to do. I mean, honestly, I do feel a little bit contested about this too. Like, Rydia was giving this like feeling of like accepting Palom getting into the Feymark this whole time. Like, they never say they were gonna turn them back at the last moment. So this is like really scummy for Palom, honestly. So I do feel bad for him too, because he was not aware of this at all. As you can see from his surprise, they didn't warn him at all. So why did they do this? You know what? I won't promise anything. You backstab me, I will not be giving you any kind of confidence about this. Come on! We are practically there already. You can't, Palom. Please, you got to promise me. No. Don't tell me how. No, 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 you actual bitch. No, no. You can't do this to me, man. You can't do this to me. You betray my trust, I betray yours. Okay? I will keep trying. I will keep trying. No. No. Illusion of choice. You can't do this to me, man. You can't just give me the illusion of choice. This is outrageous. Really, don't do this to me, man. Don't make... I mean, I wouldn't say that this was like something to like be expected, but... Come on. Oh, please, MC, that's just absolutely brutal. They just happened to be on the like the right place at the right time, or not at the like wrong place at the wrong time. They would have turned into stone like everybody else if they had been there. Fine. I'll promise. All right. We'll wait here for you. I'll be back as soon as I can. And so will Palom. Goodbye, Rydia. I'll be joining with you. Sheesh. Why'd she even bring us here if she was gonna do this at the very end? Just like MC said. Good question indeed. Well, that's fair, but she would also be equally as useless then, if she's gonna be turned into stone. Because even despite the fact that she's a bee right now, it's also the fact that she does have her combat capabilities that nobody else has. Palom. Why do you think Rydia brought us here in the first place? Why? Well, because... Good question, actually. Maybe she wanted to test our hearts. Maybe. Whoa! Rydia, Sorry to keep you. Keep us? It was just a few seconds. Time of flow of time indeed. That was quick. Rydia? It's alright. Everything's fine. But... Palom? No. I'm sorry. We better get back to the Falcon. Sid and Luke are waiting for us. Well, we don't know. She didn't exactly elaborate on that. And I mean, we're not talking about the stuff that was shown in Rydia's tale. Like, this would be different if this was like something that was like related to Rydia's tale's events. Because, I mean, we know that everyone was turned into stone in that tale. But this was like many years into the past, so it's not. There's no way that happened now. So I guess something else happened, but we don't know it. She's not willing to share it, so really beats me. We won't know. Because she's not willing to talk about it. So we'll just have to sit tightly and hope for us to find out eventually. If she's willing to speak up. Oh, Neff in an aim stream before GTA 6. Indeed, Neff. That is quite the feat for you. I hope you're gonna make more entrances than just like once over these before GTA 6 comes out. You got plenty of time, and there's plenty of streams to go through before that happens, so I'm hoping to like count you on that. But I mean, even if you don't, that's fine too. I mean, after all, I know that Final Fantasy may not be your kind of alley. But hey, welcome to the stream, buddy. It really has been a long time since I last saw you in here, but I'm glad you made it. How's it going? Having a great weekend, great Saturday so far? Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair, Neff. But I'm really glad that you actually like made the time to come in here. It's that little notion that does matter to me a lot too. I'm glad you still care. I know, Neff, I know. I know you don't care about the game. You're here to chat or here to like catch up on things. Don't worry about it. But I'm still glad because you spent your time to get all the way over here, so don't take it as like me expecting you to enjoy this stuff suddenly. I just appreciate that you're here, okay? Just shut. Shut. It's okay, man. It's okay. Also, guys, now I know Rydia is done, and they came back from Feymark and we're supposed to go away. But before we go, I do have to give this at least one more shot. What's gonna happen if I do decide to go back? What happens? Yeah, Neff's gonna have lots to enjoy if she wants to really enjoy these games. Oh yeah, that actually being said here, guys, now that we have a bunch of people in here in general, I just want to make sure that everyone that's been following this story for a while, like my gameplay here, I want to also make the announcement for those that are not on my Discord server. I have officially now released all the stuff that on my YouTube channel that were not actually before available on my YouTube, like all the VODs for Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, and 7. What happened here is because before I started streaming on YouTube, I was only streaming on Twitch, and this was the case with the first 4 Final Fantasies played, which is 1, 2, 3, and 7. And now I finally got them all archived properly, and you can now find them on my YouTube channel, not under the live section because they were like video re-uploads. And you cannot find the videos directly. You're gonna find them in my Final Fantasy playlist, so if you go on my YouTube channel, go to the playlist section and go for Final Fantasy streams, you're gonna find them all there in a chronological order. So go ahead and check from there if you're interested. But yeah, I'm sorry for taking so long with that, but at least it's now out there. And yeah, it took a long time for me to get that sorted out, but glad it's finally out of the way. I mean, true. I mean, like, the more the merrier, I guess. You know, there cannot... I would say that, you know, you can never have too much fun. So if she was to find something new to, like, be passionate about, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. But then again, I mean, Nevis, I know that they're pretty picky about things to enjoy, but if they do find something to enjoy, they'll enjoy it a lot. So, I guess there isn't really exactly a thing called, like, you know, unlimited happiness when it comes to Neff, if there's enough things to obsess over. Neff, why do you always forget about MC? I feel bad for this guy now. My man is always there to, like, welcome you and just, like, you know, have fun with you, but you always forget about them. Poor MC. What? You're actually writing fanfiction? Do you have like a big story in mind? Have you been writing it a lot already? And I mean, aside from that, Neff, like, everybody else should be, like, pretty obvious. Like, Timor is Timor, and, like, Migo is Migo, so not much else about that. Palm? I wanna go there. Girl, let me go. Sheesh, okay. Yeah, figures. Well, I guess we should go. We could teleport out, I guess. Actually, do we have teleports? We do have teleports. Do I want to use teleport? Yeah, whatever. I guess we're gonna end up, like, outside anyway. Doesn't matter much. I already checked everything. Are you talking about using teleport or the fact that, if Timor is Timor? I think Timor is Timor, but if you have any reason to believe against that, then Timor, you can correct yourself, okay? Oh, yeah, I understand that. Like, Nev, I understand you haven't seen them, like, on Twitch for a while, but I mean, you have seen them both before, but yeah, I guess it's been a while. I understand that, but I do feel bad for every single time you guys, like, catch up again. You just, like, you know, you just don't remember each other. It's so sad. But I mean, I know you don't mean anything bad about it. It just happens, you know. Oh, I see. I mean, that sounds pretty good regardless, Neff. Like, and the most important part here is that it's not about, like, having a big goal or a big story in mind that, you know, takes you off your boots. It's about you enjoying it. So if it's like a story you enjoy writing, no matter how big or small it is, that's good. As long as you're enjoying it, nothing else matters, right? So, hope you're gonna have fun with it. Both the art and the fanfiction itself. Oh, we had a jar here! Oh, that's nice. Cool. Well, I mean, I guess we're ready already, so... Actually, first, before we do anything else, let me save again, because in case we get into trouble here, I want to be full stats. Neff, for some reason, I feel like I can resonate with that comment of yours. Biggest brain in the human history, but at the same time the dumbest. Because I feel like I'm like, you know... I can make some pretty, like, you know... big decisions and, like, big conclusions, but at the same time I feel like I stumble at the most simplest of things. But I mean, I guess that's the vulnerability of human minds and, like, the error of things. Once every occasion. So it's okay. At least you're trying. That's what matters. Most people who don't, like, realize their faults aren't trying. No idea what I'm doing. I don't know how to write, but I must get this down. The power of a shape with zero count to be like. I mean, Neff. Everybody starts from somewhere. It doesn't matter if you've never done fanfiction before. As long as your heart is in it, and as long as you're enjoying it, that's what matters the most. You'll get there at some point. If you really like fanfiction, you'll get the hang of it eventually, and you'll get better. So that's cool. Yeah, I mean, exactly, like, I feel like, you know I make some stumbles, even though I fail at some things, even though I feel like I'm not working as well as I should, or I don't get same results as I'm expecting, the fact that I'm trying still, and I'm not, like, letting that go down against me, that's only, like, the seed for improvement, so I don't mind. At least I'm accepting the fact that I might have my faults, but I can live with them. Yeah. You hate these characters so much, but with affection. That's such an F thing to say, I swear. But I mean, that's the most important thing, dude. Like, you know, that you're enjoying it. Perfect. Keep on with it. Obsess as much as you want, because if that's what you want to do, then that's exactly what you should do. As your free time. Oh, you're back. Yes, I am. What about you, Sid? Are you done with the repairs? There you guys are. How'd it go? Rita doesn't want to talk about, most likely. Great. Everyone's doing well. You don't see it, but Rita is clearly not feeling so confident about the situation here. She's very bad with the poker face here. Get a lot of training done? Yes, definitely. Palm? Oh, he actually went with it. You bet we did. Well, guess what? I just made a big decision on my own. Huh? Luca is one talented girl, she is. She diagnosed an ancient problem that not even I could figure out. I gotta hand it to the dwarves. The way they approach technology is like nothing I've seen before. So we talked for a while, and we decided that I'm going to be Sid's apprentice. Oh, so that's when that happens. Oh, I see. Cool. Really? That's great, Luca. Will King Yacht let you? Way to spoil the mood, Palom. He's realistic. I admit, I agree with Palom here. Is it really gonna work out? Are you ready to go? At this point? Sure, let's go. I got nothing else to do here. Take up your position, Luca. Aye, aye. Oh, yes, Neff, I do. I mean, we are working on different things, but we are still like both like working on some sort of artistry. It kind of like goes hand in hand. And I mean, I talk with a lot of artists in general, so I kind of like use that mindset as like a thing of like speaking about it as a way of speech. Oh, now we're in present day. Finally. Are we gonna get to the important parts finally? Yes. Oh yeah, I mean, it's really hot in here too. Like, for the past couple of streams, it's been just a pain to stream sometimes because I'm just sweating like a freaking pig. And I cannot do anything about it than just like, wobble around here dancing basically and just like making it worse. And yeah. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to like, try to maintain myself with just like some cold or cool drinks. Max lukewarm. And maybe in the extreme cases, I do have ice cream, but I haven't had to go for that yet. And I really hate working on summertime because of the sweating. Because like when you are so warm, it's so warm. I feel like my attention span and focus like goes down to 25%, and it makes editing or any sort of like actual conscious work so difficult to perform. I like winter for its raspiness, but I know like not many people would agree with that. I just prefer summer. I prefer winter just for that, even if it's more costly to live, but that's not a big problem for me. My problem is that to not be able to be myself. But yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Mine is an either. And the fact that I cannot really use my window here, because otherwise it would really ruin my camera quality because of all the radiant light coming from the background. It's kind of like hard to ventilate this place too. And also, I don't want to just like be screaming into the window. Ah! I think they would enjoy that. I'm gonna start moaning outside, just because, I think people like that. People are gonna dare me to make some random noises to the outside, just because, like, people can hear me outside. And I know there's like, because I'm living in a pretty tight neighborhood, there's like an actual table outside right there, and for the past couple of days there have been a bunch of people just sitting around in there, so imagine me making this weird ass sounds when they're just like right outside, just enjoying their time, and then like, wondering like, what the fuck's wrong with that guy over there? And I can never tell them, and I hope they never figure out who it is. It's... Yeah, I think it's for the better that we don't put myself out there on a pedestal. I think it makes my life a bit easier too. But yeah, let's go. What's in the present day? And I will mind you now, the present day is gonna be very important because, like I said before, Porum and Kane meet at Mount Ordeals on the present day. And I think we're gonna have some intuition or touch into like what is Kane's purpose here with Porum's tale. But I don't know. We're gonna have to find out. And I know that Porum cannot be connected to, say, like the Palom's inauguration or like attempts to become a sage, because Palom is not here right now, or at least will not be soon enough. Like at some point they will depart because Palom is gonna go for a solo mission. So I wonder where the story is gonna go from here, and why all this sage hunting was important. The Porum's story. Palom, I guess you've arrived in Troya by now. Okay, so this is about like after Palom already left, so they had not even a chance to like say goodbyes here in this part of the story. And here I am, stuck in Mysidia all by myself. Oh yeah, the Elder did say that Porum does have a penchant for Adventure 2, even though she's not as zealous about it as Palm is. I guess she's gonna be a bit rebellious this time. Are you there, Porum? I figured it was the Elder. How are you feeling, Elder? Oh, no worries. I feel fine today. That's wonderful. What bothers you, my child? Man, he's got such good intuition. Nothing. You wanted to travel to Troya instead of Palm, am I right? What if I said that I wanted to go with Palm, Elder? I don't know anymore. I mean, these guys have been just like, basically just like, you know, two beans in a pod this whole time, so having them just separate like this just feels weird. I can understand why Palm or Porum would feel weird about that too. Are you worried about Palm? Well... Hey there, fun dog. Welcome to the stream, bro. I don't know if you've been around for longer, if you have been here before, but... Well, welcome to the stream regardless, and I hope you're gonna enjoy this one. How are you doing today? You having a good Saturday so far? MMORPG are long and obvious. I like saying obnoxious or obvious because you had some writing mistake there, I guess. Just to make sure. But I mean, yeah, MMORPGs are at least long, I admit it, and stories are pretty long wound, but, you know. Yeah, obnoxiously grindy. They have their own problems, I admit it. I do enjoy MMOs in some certain cases, like, but as a story game, certainly not the best choice, because they are just long. Yeah. But I mean, why did you bring this up, Fun Dog, anyway? I mean, we're not playing an MMORPG right now, we're playing Final Fantasy IV-2, and this is like more story-based. It used to be grindy, but at least the PC version on the like Steam isn't as bad. And it's like been a pretty interesting story experience. A pretty interesting story experience so far. You want to go off on your own, do you not? Just like Palm. Elder? Palm is a rare talent, there's little denying that. But he's still young. That's why I sent him on this business. Ah, I see, so you were playing FF14 before. Well, I mean, I understand that. FF14 or like any MMOs in general are not everyone's tastes. If you don't like those kinds of grinding games, because I mean, admittedly, MMOs are B-rate games. Like, straight up. MMOs are not meant to be highest quality gameplay. They are meant to be games that are fairly affordable in a long term. They're games that just don't exhaust themselves, and that comes with its compromises. That means there's gonna be lots of grinding, pointless grinding, very little story developments, but it's about having that commitment to that certain character or a certain game world. And for some people, that's the best game genre ever. I used to play MMOs a lot in my childhood, and I sometimes even do now, but there are some limitations. And there are times when I really feel like I wanna just like stave myself off from the MMO genre and just play something more simpler, something more straightforward. Because MMOs are something that can easily burn you out. Are you playing FF12? Interesting. Well, I don't know much about FF12 right now. I used to play it a little bit as a kid, but I don't know much about the actual, like, you know, the story, the gameplay. I don't think I ever got far with it as a kid in general. And I'm looking to rediscover it once I get there eventually, like once I get through all the first 10 other games. So, I don't know about that, but I'll trust your word on that, that is not fully voice acted. And, well, even then, like, I think that's a small problem. I mean, it's about the experience, right? I mean, all these other games I've been playing so far are not in voice acted at all, but I've been enjoying them regardless. I do my own voice acting, but that isn't exactly like serving me, and I cannot say that my voice acting is top quality, but it's something that, you know, I enjoy doing too. Like, I still don't think the voice acting, like, you know, being there is an important aspect. It's a, like, nice bonus, but the game enjoyment, I think, should still be pretty much the same. I see. How is it similar to FF4 3D? Ah, voice acting. you mean? So is there like a 3D version of this game that does have voice acting? Because this one at least doesn't. Is there like another version that's 3D that has voice acting? I see. Well, I mean, it's actually a pretty common thing to see, like, in many games, like, you know, even in modern days, like, let's say, gacha games. They have this thing, like, the main storyline is usually voice acted, but everything, like, side content-wise isn't. And that's pretty common. It's because voice acting is also, like, an unusually, like, high-expense thing to do. And they don't want to, like, put, like, voice acting on every single thing out there. Like, they think of it as a very premium resource. Now, you don't really see that, like, in any other MMOs either, like, you know... You only see voice acting in, like, the main storylines. Everything else just gets text, mostly. So in Final Fantasy 3... Final Fantasy 4 3D. Okay, I see. I didn't know that Final Fantasy 4 got a 3D remaster at some point, but I played the PR, which came out on Steam, like, a few years ago. Or is it more like a couple years ago? That's, like, okay, too. And, well... I don't really care about the graphics too much. Like, the pixels are okay too. I guess I was more into the content. Sad I missed, like, the PSP releases that, like, had more super buzzes and such. Would have been cool to, like, see that too. But, of course, those don't have voice acting either. But even then, like, at least for me, voice acting is, like, less important to me. As long as, like, the game is fun. Like, as long as I'm enjoying it from the pure gameplay perspective, like, voice acting can be a little nice bonus, but at least that doesn't, like, determine my enjoyment for it too much. Ah, yeah, so 4 got also a DS port. I figured as much. How many of them actually got a DS port? At least 3 and 4, but I don't think 1 and 2 did. What about 5 and 6? What? Okay, that's interesting. I see, Fun Dog. Well, honestly, if voice acting is a very important factor to you, like, I understand everyone's different, I think you should really, like, consider playing some, like, actually, I don't think, like, visual novels are, like, a good example. Like, there are some visual novels that can be very well voice acted. There are games that put more emphasis to it. But I think you should, like, play more, like, storytelling-based games, I suppose. Because voice acting is not usually something that's, like, fully used in any games. Very few games have that. Like, maybe some, like, super high-end games, like AAA titles and such, but not oftentimes, like, with any other games in general, because voice acting is just such an expensive thing to maintain. Oh yeah, I mean, 12 is 3D also, but the thing here is that, like, you know, 12 was 3D to begin with. Like, every, like, Final Fantasy after 7 is. But then, like, the Final Fantasy 4 originally was 2D, so them being called a 3D specifically makes the difference here. So there is no, like, FF12 3D because FF12 already is 3D. There's no reason to make another 3D game because it already exists. Like, I get what you're saying here. I know enough about Final Fantasy, like, get the basic idea, like, where the timeline is. Or, like, what their quality is. Oh, I see. And I suppose these skills and stat bonuses, like, carry between playthroughs. Or maybe, like, supposed to, like, give them to a certain order of fight. Like, certain characters are supposed to get certain, like, power-ups. And if you have the power-ups allocated to certain characters, then you're unable to do other bosses. So you have to do, like, a playthrough for each specific boss for you to beat them, or something like that. Which is pretty crazy. I see, okay. Well, they certainly did make FF4 3D pretty interesting. Too bad it isn't gonna be something that's fully clearable, though. On its own, like on a single playthrough. It's quite something. And yeah, I understand you don't like to read, Fun Dog. Like, everybody's different, but honestly, I don't think, like, RPG games are the type of games you wanna go for if you, like, really, like, prefer voice acting. And if you are, like, very story-driven, that you're not looking for games, like, for the sake of, like, hitting things or, like, action style. Like, you're looking more for stories that are, like, compelling. And you wanna just, like, get the voice acting. I think you should, like, focus on more on story-driven games and not RPG games, especially MMOs. You will not get much voice acting in MMOs. The games are too large for that. And also, like, not, like, being constant, like, you know, sales for, like, you know... They're not sold as individual products to, like, a big mass. They're just, like, trying to maintain that certain smaller smaller scale of retention of customers. So they don't like really like put too much effort into like all the new content they make. Oh yeah, Yakuza. Honestly, I haven't played them yet, but I have them all already owned. If I want to play them at some point, I'm looking forward to it a lot. I don't know much about their voice acting, but considering how high-end games they are, I suppose they are pretty voice acted. Yeah. But I mean, that's what I was saying. It's very hard to like see any kind of like game that doesn't like, you know, have voice acting, like that has voice acting everywhere. So honestly, if you really like voice acting, then honestly, I think gaming is like not the best choice for that in general. Like, you're either gonna have to look into some short games that have very high price tags, or you're gonna have to look into like just doing something outside gaming, like audiobooks, for example, if you really want to just have a good story unrelated to gaming, or if you want to just like well, you can also do podcasts, but of course those are not voice acted, but you know, at least audiobooks do have that sort of feeling like tied to it. I'm going to at some point, Neff. I just been focusing on getting my Secrets of Grindia series out of the way first. Don't worry about that. But yeah, Fun Dog, I don't have any other actual answers to your dilemma, but well, I don't think it's a problem with Final Fantasy though. I understand like Final Fantasy 14, like any MMO, they have those own certain faults and weaknesses, but these weaknesses are something that is appealing to certain niches. Because I do understand the feeling too, like having a game you pay for it and then just gone. Then you just like don't play it again because you already know what happens. Or you're gonna like take a long time before you play it again. And like MMO is gonna be like a very good way to kill time. But if you value your time, if you have some other things to do, and if you just wanna play like other games, like have something new happening all the time, then MMOs are not for you. There's a very specific use case for that. But yeah, regarding that though, I guess we can move on. Sorry for all this discussion here, but hey, thank you so much for like bringing this up, Fun Dog. It's a pretty interesting thing that you mentioned this too, and I think your opinion on this case too is very valid. MMOs are a very specific thing, and I do also think that there are many qualities in games that people may appreciate, but voice acting oftentimes in RPGs is not the biggest factor. Oh, hey there, Moonlight Elf. A little bit late on the party, but hey, I'm glad to see you regardless. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. And yeah, let's get back to the game then. And also, yeah, Neff. First the series, I was gonna like work on Outer Worlds afterwards, but I'm gonna have to also like work on other videos on the side too. So whenever my time allows here. But like I promised, I would do it this year. So I'll be doing it like at latest like by autumn. Like start on it at least. But I'm hoping to start during this summer once I get some other videos out. Oh yes, it can, Fun Dog, but honestly, that's up to every other person. You just gotta find the right thing for you. I guess that right thing for you simply is an MMOs. So it's really about like discovering different kinds of like games out there and seeing which one fits you the best. Oh, I see. Of the free pass just so I can go meet a character. I mean, why do you have to make a new character format every single time? Oh, actually, no. You're playing the same character, but you eventually want to get there, like, the max level so you can, like, meet a certain character. I really want to get to FFX IV again properly, too, but I don't have the time, and if I want to play it, I would like to do it with friends. Because, I mean, playing it solo has shown to me that it's not as fun. Because I feel like the substance comes from the company from playing MMOs. Also, like, if you do, like, you know, not enjoy MMOs too much because of the lack of voice acting, Fun Dog, you can also, like, consider, like, if you were having friends to play with, either you get your friends elsewhere, or you find friends in FFX IV, then maybe it can make the game different for you. Maybe you don't need the voice acting to enjoy it, but, well, that's something for you to discover. Oh, that's cool, Lady Moonlight Elf. Well, I hope you're gonna have a wonderful mealtime while you're watching this. Neff, do you dare to explain to me as to why you have an obsession with this character? There's much for Palom to learn through teaching others. I see. You're worried, aren't you? Worried that Palom will leave you behind someday. Two peas in a pod, indeed. Perhaps. You two have been together your entire lives, as siblings, as friends, and as rivals. But more importantly, when you look at each other, you see yourselves. Yes. You're right. I'm sure you will find your own path to walk sooner or later, Porum. The best thing to do now is to think about what the theft might be. Yeah, you cannot be siblings forever. Like, stuck together, like, to each other, like, in a womb or something like that. You're adults already. Yes, Elder. There is no need to rush yourself. Ah. What is it, Elder? The dragon. It's crying. The dragon? What? Which dragon? The Leviathan? Oh, it's the... Oh, that's the lunar whale. And it just leaves? Bye-bye. That's the first time I've seen that. I didn't remember somebody mentioning about lunar whale at some point. But this is the first time I actually see it with my own eyes on this game. The lunar whale. What's happening? I have called all of you here to discuss a dire matter. The lunar whale has risen, setting off in the direction of the moon. With Balam absent, I would like to call upon the powers of the Dragoon. What? Powers of the Dragoon? You mean Kane? Oh, literally like what Param said. The Dragoon. You mean Kane? The one and only. If the rumors are to be believed, we can find him on Mount Ordeals. But... Also, why is Kane connected to the lunar whale? That's so weird. But what? I heard that Kane had severed all ties with Baron. Seems like it. Elder, this is certainly a serious matter that requires swift response. But surely Mesidia's army of mages would be sufficient for its protection. Even if those dreadful events of the past were to visit us again? Oh yeah, this is the point where one of the ninjas of the Emblem 4 comes in here. I'm trying to remember what their name was again, but it was a green guy. They started with A, 9 letters. I just don't remember what the name actually was, but still. They come in as a frog. Black magic is not a panacea for all of our problems. Have you forgotten what the Aether taught us? But how else should we respond to the moon's return? Elder. You gonna go now, Porum? Yeah, this is the point where Porum goes because this is like where the ninja was actually following her around into the Mount Ordeals. So we're gonna have our connection with Kane now. I will travel to Mount Ordeals at once. But don't worry, I won't do anything rash. You'll need to find some way to fight though, Porum. You don't have any fighting spells. Be careful out there. Whatever you do, remember to stay out of harm's way. Yes, Elder. Please come in, Black Mages. I need you. We don't have Balam. Listen, everyone. We cannot afford to hurry ourselves into an ill-advised plan of action. Yes, Elder. I want you to go with Porum. Figures. An extra healer and an extra damage dealer. Perfect. Yes, Elder. Okay, that does, you know, make things out a bit. Okay, let me see, like, a lot was happening while I was gone. Oh my god. FFXIV sucked because the grinding and repetitive quest in the Gigalong is mentally draining. I mean, that's MMOs for you. If you don't like that, then MMOs might not be your thing in general. I do warn you. Because this is an honorable and noble knight who has a coolest design, and something tells me he falls under the nationalist with the Zweihander category. Basically, he's so damn pretty that I started the game just so I can go meet him. Too bad it's in the end game. Yeah. Honestly, Neff, your actual description reminds me so much of Algus, the character that Moonlight Elf made, because of like the noble knight with a cool design. It reminds me so much of that. And they had a pretty big sword, so... Call the Dragon is Crying, Bible Thump. How does the Bible Thump actually look like? I've never seen that one before. It's the Isaac thing. I see. Didn't know it was called that. I can never read a book. Reading is just mentally draining for me. I mean, yeah, I understand that. I'm not really much for a reader myself, but everyone to themselves. I guess it meant to say that you constantly want to wait for the movie for recently released books. I mean, yeah, I'm like, you know, if I watch anything or if I like see any fantasy, it's usually like in the movie or series format. But I do sometimes like delve into the book or source materials in general. It kind of depends on the situation, like how much I desire to like find out more about it. But yeah, reading isn't oftentimes or things I like actually get myself into. You're still reading Stormlight Archive. But honestly, if you're still in the last book, I'm assuming you're like on the second part. Actually, no, it wasn't split, right? But I suppose you got pretty far with it already, Neff. I mean, after all, you read through the rest of the books pretty quick, honestly. And also, what are you saying about the Cecil Prover? I know about Golbez, but why was that mentioned by you, Moonlight Elf? I mean, yes, fun dog, but I'm not a speedrunner, and I also do enjoy like making the voice acting in the meantime. It's like, okay, it's different. I'm playing this for the first time. I want to enjoy the story, as long as it takes. I'm like very meticulous and slow with these games, so don't expect any speedrunner gameplay from me, trust me. I don't think they even read the stuff in the first place. Black Mage and White Mage are back. I told you they were ending game potential. Well, they did level up 5 times from that previous journey, so I guess that's true. They are having some kind of potential. Are they gonna like not level up again? Oh, they do level up! Oh my god, they actually got into the... Well, into the zone, finally. Thank god. They better learn some cool stuff in here too, like some better spells. Also, Adamantitis in Mount Ordeals, well figures. I don't think that would be like... I don't think Porm's story is gonna go any further than Mount Ordeals. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense. Because it's like in the present time now. Oh yeah, I know of... I mean, Neff, if your obsession with Mordekaiser isn't anything to like point towards your obsession with knights and robots together, because like Mordekaiser is like a big ass knight that looks like they have robotic armor on them. You know, that's just like, you know, if you know anything about like your obsession with Mordekaiser, you would assume that you have a big heart for knights, obviously. I see. Over 1,000 pages. You mean you've read over 1,000 pages, or the book has over 1,000 pages? But I think you have most likely like dug in, and you're gonna dig in pretty deep once you like actually start like get into the obsession of reading there. I mean, I get tired, fun dog. I get tired of it in general. Like, my eyes get tired. I just don't feel like I'm able to follow it too long. And I mean, it's not about like trying to like find an explanation for that, like, you know, why you're feeling tired or like don't feel like reading. It's really just about a matter of preference. I do prefer myself like more, you know, filmographical entertainment. I just don't like reading too much. If it's a lighter read, I usually can do it like mangas or light novels maybe, depending on the situation, like how much I really want to see the source material, but oftentimes I do deal with like watching stuff. Although I do watch animes with subs, because I don't like listening too much. I prefer like seeing the reading, because I often like times feel like I miss things when they're spoken to me. Ah, yeah. I mean, that's true, Moonlight Elf. I mean, the reason I was confused about that is because, like, I know that Cecil's brother is actually Golbez, so you're saying, like, Cecil's brother, you know, out of context just felt weird. I thought you were talking about Golbez, but yes, Cecil and Kane are, like, you know, they're, like, well, also like the other two peas in a pod. They've been working forever, and in the game, they went through lots of trials and tribulations. But as to, like, why Kane has been on the offense, though... Oh, it all makes sense now! Cain doesn't know that Cecil's been possessed. So he's following Cecil's orders. So he blindly just follows his faith. I think that's it. Of course. So the reason why Cain is offensive is because Cecil told him to. I think that's it. But I don't know yet. We're gonna find out, I guess. Oh yeah, because you said you wanted to get this sword fighting too. Well, good luck with that, Nev. Dark Souls 1 cosplay out of all things? Not even Elden Ring or like later Dark Souls? Man, you're crazy. Well, I hope you're gonna have fun with it, Nev, and hope people are gonna like your cosplay. And I really hope that people can still recognize it, even though it's like the first Dark Souls. There was quite a commotion going on in the hall. What happened? Well, I'm just gonna go to my door deals and go talk with this wayward dragoon that, you know, may cause me some trouble at the end, may like get me killed, because, you know, they're blind faith for a guy that was possessed into like thinking everyone else is the tyrant piece of shit that wants to get us all killed, so let's hope it's gonna be fine. You see Mount Ordeals if you travel due east of town. Yes, in fact I've been there like 3 times. And also I remember the ninja was called Tsukinawa. That was it. I hope that Baron is doing alright. I heard they were attacked by monsters. Well, wouldn't you know? Also, let's see. Can I get some equipment upgrades in here? Sage's Miter, that's there. I want one for Porum. I already have Sage's Surplus. Rune Armlet could also be nice. And I think I'll stick to that because honestly, getting anything more than this, I feel like it's gonna be too expensive. Let me check weapons too, just in case, but I don't think I'm gonna find anything better for spirit bonuses. Other than the healing staff. Psycho Spiral! This is the first time I'm ever seen this thing. Oh. Wow. Never mind that. This game actually like took me out on a spin. Cool. 1 spirit and 6 attack, cool. With some accuracy. Sage's Miter for 2 more spirit, perfect. More defense too. And Rune Armlet for 3 intellect and spirit. Oh, you got some spirit for him. I love to see that, I love to see that. What about the others? A shitty ass rod, wizard's hat, Gaia gear, silver armlets. What about you? Well, if I just give them all, but if I give them all, then there's nothing gonna be left for White Mage, but it's okay. I mean, we got forums, we already got a healer. So might as well just like duke out this caster of ours as much as we can. Maybe if I got something better for the caster, that's okay, but I feel like this could be enough too, honestly. Oh, that was the guy that gave the Estus flask? Interesting. The unlucky ball guy. Man, it's been such a long time since I last saw videos or like played Dark Souls 1. Actually never played it, I think. But it's been a while since I last saw it. I don't remember exactly who Oscar is, but I can imagine like from that, like, you know, well, the guy hasn't exactly had the best way of life. If they've been just like under a rock and shit. Like as the, like, you know, their whole like story of their life in that game. Poor guy. I don't think he deserves it, even though I don't know him at all. It's pretty interesting because Dark Souls is like, you know, it's a very like thin game in terms of like character development. Like, it doesn't tell you much about the characters, but you can like glean so much about them in that short exchange. Like, for a little moment, you get a very good idea like what they're about, and it's pretty interesting. It's like, you know, well, if you do like keep your eyes open for like details, you will find them. It's a pretty cool design in that sense. It doesn't like, you know, get you stuck in some character development bullshit if you wanna just like keep playing the game, but if you do like those small details, the game certainly has them. It's pretty cool. Oh, a Subito Lapin. Where did you run off to? I guess it's gonna come back soon to remove the toad effect. After that, I don't know, man. Like, Tsukinawa was actually disguised as Lapin, which is the reason I was talking about that. Imagine, the lunar whale taking off once again. Perhaps the wars of the past are closer at hand than we thought. Hope not. Hope it's really not gonna happen. Wait, you've been obsessing about Knights from Dark Souls for years? How come I've never heard of this? You never told me, or have I just been blind? Or like, you know, taking that to my deaf ear. I didn't know you were this serious about Dark Souls. Wow, that's crazy. To be honest, the only like actual like the armor set from Dark Souls I feel like is iconic, or actually 2 armor sets. First one is the one of the like the Warriors of Sun outfit. I don't know what that guy's name is, but you know the guy that does praise the sun, of course. And then there's like the onion guy from Dark Souls 3, the onion armor. That just is so hilarious and I love it. I would always want to have it just for the sake of like, you know, having that silly outfit for myself. Yeah, you probably never told me. Maybe you thought that was unnecessary, but I mean, I have some connection to the Dark Souls series at least. It would have been more interesting than like at least any other games I've never played before. Although I will find myself at Warframe at some point, but... well, not yet. I got some other things to deal with first. What is happening to Mysidia? And to the world for that matter? I fear for the Elder's health, frankly. Right, he was actually like in a very bad constitution nowadays, wasn't he? Spell transcription, the foundation of all magic. I have to admit, I hate Balan's guts, but we need him here right now. Oh, we certainly do. This is... certainly no time to be dancing, is it? Go ahead. I won't stop you. If that's all you know to do. Yes, Solaire, that guy. Holding sunflowers? That's so cute. Nev, have you shared it already? If you haven't, I demand you to share this Solaire picture. I wanna see it. That's such a cute image in my head. At least you guys get to obsess over the exact same thing. I'm glad to hear that you guys have something in common. I just never thought that you either like were so obsessed with Dark Souls 1 MC. I never saw you like having such a strong quality with it, but I guess you never found it like worth sharing. Well, as you guys got some common ground in general. They say some really nasty monsters show up in the northeastern lands where the moon is showing its bottom half. If you're going outside during a waxing moon, you better be ready for the worst. Okay, MC, I'm gonna have to talk about this with you too. Like, you remember when I said earlier that this game involved lots of grinding for you to like do certain things and get like the best items before that game changes? This text right here is like indication of that. Like, you had to go to a certain area in this phase of the moon for you to find like the best loot items, for you to like get a chance of getting those best items in the game. Like, this was an important piece of detail. But in this particular version, this is irrelevant because we still get all the stuff we want regardless. And the enemies don't actually, I don't think they changed that much. So it's nothing to worry about. But it was a thing that was very important to pay attention to in the original game, because if you didn't, you would not get the best items. So, yeah, there are like still remnants of this game being like a very big grind fest. But luckily it doesn't concern us anymore. As long as we find our adamantite in the Mount Ordeals, nothing else we have to worry about. But right. Well, I mean, I understand that too, MC, but then again, like, if all the enemies, like, you know, were always, like, at their highest difficulty, it kind of, like, makes it so that grinding early levels before you, like, get to higher levels from a little bit more grinding would be a bit too tough. Like, I don't think they want to make it too easy right away, but also they don't want to make it too hard once you got this level. So I think the idea is that if you're too weak, you avoid that moon phase like a plague, but once you are strong enough and you feel like you can handle any challenge, then you go for that moon phase, start running in that, and you'll get your stuff eventually. So it's kind of like a kind of an incremental system on its own, but I don't know much about the details on that. That's just my guess. I mean, that's it. It's like that. There are the 2 levels of difficulty. There's the level where you have the certain moon phase, and that sucks because enemies are very strong, or then you just don't have the moon phase and they're in their normal state. So there is the easy difficulty, which doesn't involve like much secret drops, but then there's like the harder difficulty, which does involve the secret drops. And because it's only one of the moon phases, I think there are 5. Actually, no, there's 4 moon phases. Because there's the new moon, waning moon, full moon, and waxing moon, and then it goes back to like new moon. So when it's like in that specific phase, it's hard, but the other 3 phases are still okay. And I mean, the one phase does last quite a long time, and once like the phase passes, you can just like use tents until you get yourself like to the next phase again. So it's all like, you know, it's all controllable. It's not a bad thing. I think like considering like what the tools the game gave you, it's not that bad. But of course, each to their own, of course. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying here, MC. Like, the specific moon phase is harder than the others. And like, the other phases are easier. That's how it used to be. But now it's like, you know, it doesn't change at all, I think. Okay, let's try this Black Mage. How strong are you? You can do about 40 damage on 6 targets, so that's about 300 damage of potential with tier 1 spells. Not the strongest, but that'll do for now, especially since they're only level 15 and they got pretty rundown gear. But I mean, this is all the intellect I can give them. No other equipment is gonna give him intellect bonuses anymore, so that's all we're gonna get for firepower. But that should be enough for us to deal with the problems in the Mount Ordeal, so let's just go with that. Oh, that's alright, Neff. Thank you so much, Neff, for like dropping in and chatting, and I'm really glad that you have really been enjoying this. Good luck with your writing, good luck with your drawing, whatever you're gonna do, and thank you so much for dropping. Hope you're gonna also like get the chance to like come in some other time too. Even if you don't care about the game, at least I think others would be loved to see you here too. Even if it isn't just me, I think there are others here too that would sometimes like to see you also like in action. So, up to you of course, but no hard feelings if you don't. At your own ease. But yeah, good luck, Neff, with everything that you're gonna do. I mean, to be honest, that's a thing, MC. I don't know exactly how much harder it is, like, compared to the other stuff. They're giving you the warning, like, it's gonna be tougher than usual. We don't know exactly... I don't know exactly how much tougher it is. Like, it might be just slightly more difficult. It might be, like, very much more different. Like, very much more difficult. I don't know. It's just something that I don't have information on. But I guess that's okay. I mean, it's not like we're gonna go through struggles anymore because we are not playing on that version of the game. It's just that I just thought I should mention that as a general idea that that phase is harder than the other phases. I just don't know by how much. Either these are easier or the one is harder. But I guess the whole idea still is that there is like that comparative difference that phase is gonna be harder than the rest. It doesn't matter if it's like below average or above average, like in any of those cases. Because I mean the difference is still there that specific phase is harder than the most. They do, but I mean they're zombies, bro. They're zombies. Different variations of zombies. And I mean, let's be honest, MC. How often do you see a zombie not look like an idiot? I mean, they literally are brain dead. What are you expecting? Of course they look dumb. And they're dumb. They're quite drunk. At least, you know, mentally speaking. Because they don't have mentality at all. They're, like, reverted to the level of a purely instinct-based, like, 3-year-old child. Or, like, more like under 2-year-old child, I guess. Yeah, exactly what Migo here said. You know, I think it makes complete sense. You make these zombies feel so bad about themselves. You're just like ripping on them even though they have no reason to. Like, if you were in their situation, would it be any different? Have some more respect for the zombie bros. They did nothing wrong. They're just living their life just like the rest of us. There's no reason to rip on them like that. Justice for zombies, guys! Justice for zombies! They need more than this, man. They don't deserve this kind of mistreatment. I mean, Resident Evil's maybe, but I mean, Resident Evil is trying to be too professional. I just like how silly they look. And I mean, it's understandable that they look silly. And I mean, even like for most of these, honestly, like most of these, at least like, you know, oftentimes zombies are missing skin or like maybe like a part of their skull. Maybe there's like some limb, like bones showing and stuff. Like, even though they don't look derpy, zombies oftentimes do have their like very obvious physical defects. And you know, I think that's exactly the reason why I feel like you should respect them a bit more. They deserve the respect. They cannot really do anything about that. They were just born that way. Kind of. Okay, this is a bit awkward because I don't have anything that would work against all of these. I guess I could try Blizzara all of them out, but I would prefer to deal with the bones first. You know what? I'm just gonna go full Blizzara and hope it's gonna work. flying testicles on the back? Flying testicles? Bro, they're fire elementals. They're souls. They're like these soul creatures. What do you mean flying testicles? You're a flying testicle. I'm gonna smack you so fucking hard right now with the stick. I'm gonna bonk your flying testicles right out of this park. Bro, that's just unbelievable. Look at the gal that this guy has. He's just like, you know, making fun of every single creature in this place. Unacceptable. Unbelievable. How dare you? You need to be purified with healing yourself. I need to give you some holy power up your ass. That's just because Fun Dog that they designed this game to be this way. Like, this game was from 2009. I don't know, like, when the 3D releases came, but I guess it was not at the time when the graphics were at their best. And I mean, given that this game was based on a 2D game, I don't think there's, like, that much they can do about, like, the actual base design. Like, they cannot go too creative with this without ruining the actual, like, the base game in the process. So they're gonna have to, like, stick to, like, the simplicity of things to make it function in the same way. Yes, MC, but I mean, skeletons are like so like... There isn't much you can do about the skeletons to make them too derpy, I think. And I mean, you know... Skeletons are pretty generic. Why you make fun of everything else, though? There's nothing wrong with the zombies. Nothing wrong. I don't understand you, man. You need to give them some more slack. They never meant to hurt anyone. Look. MC, I think I know the reason why they're offensive. It's not because they're hungry for flesh. I think that's secondary. I think the real problem why they're like here right now trying to beat us our asses off is because you are being such a prick to the zombies. The zombies are trying to live their lives and you come over here and just go silly little things. You should go kill yourselves. And you know, I would feel that too. If I was a zombie and somebody came to me to laugh at how funny I look after losing my brains and losing most of my body composition, dude, you know, that is just, you know, way too much even for me. JoJo posing. I don't know about that, dude. They don't have that sort of like a JoJo posing thing going on. They're kind of like half T posing. Like they're trying to like have a pose, but they don't know how to do one. So they're just like, you know, just fumbling around. I mean, I think the reason is Play Dog is because, or Fun Dog, that this game was originally made to be like, it was originally made for PSP portable, like PlayStation Portable, and for like other like portable devices like mobile games, and it just got reported to PC. This is not a PC game, at least I think so. It's more like a port of a mobile game in general, which is why it's low poly. Because it wasn't designed for PCs, metrics or performance levels. Exactly. I was thinking of like when you were saying JoJo posing, I was thinking of Golden Wind, and that was like well, I don't have this tinge in my heart right now looking at these zombies that I might be going gay just looking at this any longer. So yeah, I kind of really like compare that to JoJo posing, but I see where you're going with that. If you really like, you know, oh wait, guys, I think MC is actually tsundere. I think MC is tsundere because, you know, he's complaining about the zombies. He's like saying they're ugly, disgusting. He just thinks they're silly, but at the same time he's like saying that they're JoJo posing. Isn't that the same way as he's saying that they're fucking sexy, but he doesn't, like, you know, want to say anything good about them because he would feel too bashful about it. He would feel too shy to say something complimenting because he would think that, you know, they would find out that this, like, he in fact loves the zombies. Like, he wants to, like, go, you know, maybe that zombie right there, right now. You know, guys, MC, tsundere, in or out? What do you guys think? Is it Tsunsun or is it not Tsunsun? I'm having my doubts if it isn't. I really seriously doubt that, you know, that could be the case. These are pretty tough, honestly. Silly enemies. And we don't have any holy spells either, sadly, yet. So we just gotta deal with this. You want Yeah. Most likely, yeah. I can see where you're coming with that. Demo sono Subito baka! Baka 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 baka! Gorozuzo. I mean, I don't think FF12 is low poly. Unless you played a very unhinged version of Final Fantasy XII I've never heard of, but I think the graphics of that one is pretty refined already. I mean, that was made for PCs, but then again, if your like graphical standards are pretty high, then, you know, I don't know, man. I don't think FF12 actually was that bad. But then again, I haven't seen FF12 like in many years. Like, I think it's been like a decade at this point at least. So maybe my memory of FF12 is a lot more refined than it actually is. So I'll find out later, but I don't think it's like as low poly as this is. They have like actual like human looking characters. In my memory, at least. Right, anyway, let me actually like do just Bizarro here. Get rid of the rest of them. Because I don't have any other way to like deal with this effectively. Yeah, not. FF12 PS2 version? Was FF12 on PS2 already? Or was it PS3? I don't remember. I don't know. Yes, exactly. Like, and even then, like, you know, if you think about it, like 2030 mobile games, like the game was like that was pretty early into like the mobile gaming industry. Like the games could not have been that much more like tougher. Otherwise, like the mobile games or mobile platforms couldn't run it. So it makes complete sense for the models for FF4-2 to be low poly, because they did not redesign it for PCs. They just reported it over on Steam. So I think that's okay. I think the polys are fine. And I mean, this is still a big step up from just like looking at a 2D pixel game, so I don't complain. And I mean, when you go into this journey of playing all the Final Fantasies like this, when you go into games that are like made even before 1990, you do expect there to be like those things that maybe games don't look the same way they did like in the present day. So you kind of like get prepared for it, just like I did. But if you're not like used to that yourself, then I can understand that they may not be the best polys. But I mean, if you don't like it, then that's okay too. I mean, it's not everyone's thing. I'm gonna be eventually getting myself into like the later Final Fantasies, but we're gonna have to play through these first. Now comes Final Fantasy 4-2, then comes Tactics, and then I go to 8. And 8 is gonna be like more in the better direction, but I think it's still gonna be pretty polygonic. But beats me. Never played the game myself. Only know that the main character has a gunblade, and that's pretty much it. I mean, yeah, I mean, the thing about FF, like even like the 2D version of this, I would say that, like, you know, I prefer the playstyle of this, but because this is just like a 3D model forced on a 2D platform, I gotta say that 2D would at least feel more crisp and like more like intended on its purpose. On this one, I feel like there's like, you know, lots of unnecessary traveling and like unnecessary like pivoting possible, but like with no real substance or purpose, because I mean, we're able to like make these maneuvers that are necessary for this game. Because I mean, you know, this is like still in the end made for that 2D grid. So there's no reason for us to like get into like these smooth corners and such. It's just pointless. There's like no like 3D implication to this game because it was designed to be on 2D. And they did not remake it in any way. So the 3D just like feels like, you know, an unnecessary addition. But it's still enjoyable though, regardless. Let's try this. I want to save some mana. I mean, yeah, Von Dog, I understand that too, but we also have to take the fact then that After Years wasn't exactly the most popular game out there. Even like though After Years on the mobile and PC platforms got revised to be more straightforward and not so like grind intensive, people still hold a pretty strong stigma that this game sucked on its original format. So people don't exactly have the best vision of this game, which also means that there's no reason for them to invest on like remaking this game for PCs to be like properly like graphically remastered, because that would just like, you know, not be so profitable to them. It isn't popular enough of a game to like deserve that. And I mean, the original game was made to be more like on a on-the-go format anyway, so, you know, for them to make it on like mobile platforms instead just made complete sense. Like, I don't like judge them against like, you know, what they did. At least we have it in the first place. Like, imagine like people wanted to play this game for a story, but then you had to go through all those freaking grinds, spend hundreds of hours playing this game just to get it right. And in the end, you just get like some extra bits about Final Fantasy IV like afterwards. So, you know, what they did is enough for me. I can't complain about this. And I will never judge them if they never like remake this. Of course it would be nice, but I can't complain to them. This is honestly like everything that's realistically possible for them. If you think from like the profitability / company perspective. Yeah. I don't think FF12 is low poly, but it certainly is like a lot more refined than what Final Fantasy IV-2 here now is, because it was made for an actual like actual stationary console rather than actual just, you know, mobile platforms. Like 2013 mobile platforms were so barren, or like were so like rudimentary. There's no way they could have made this any better than this. Like, honestly, I feel like it's pretty impressive that they can even run something like this on 2013 mobile games or like mobile phones. Something this big with even like these decent polygons. Like, they are certainly like pixels in the designs. Like, they are pixelated polygons. So there isn't like that much graphical intensity. But it's all okay, because I mean, I don't think they could do much better than this. It's better than expected from 2013 for a mobile platform. Yeah, that's like the thing. I mean, you may not think about it, but 2013 was very different from present days. Like, we got all those new phones coming in all the time nowadays, and like they have these very cool gadgets and like constant improvements, but 2013, that was pretty much like the advent of like mobile gaming, or like mobile phones in general. Like, if I think about it, like when I was, well, if I was 11 back then, that was in grade school. In grade school, I mean, I was still like, I think I was still using a half, at least from the early years, I was still using a half smartphone. So it didn't even have like full touchscreens yet. It had like that small button, and some certain things could be like used like as a certain things could be touchscreen, but not everything. And like it was like the time like there was my later years of like grade school when I got my first ever mobile phone. But I still wasn't able to like run any extremely like, you know, difficult games. Well, maybe nowadays, Fundog, like, you know, let's think about it this way. I think Final Fantasy XII is also pretty much like in the 2010s area. And that like that was like dedicated to a console that had to be stationary. It's a big rig. But if you were trying to like compare that to like if you were trying to compare that to portable technology of that time, they would not hold a candle even to PS2. Nowadays, like I would say that FF, you know, it makes sense for like modern phones to be able to run at least somewhat like FF12. And if it's like an emulator, also remind you that even though it emulates the device, also remember that if you're emulating it on a PC, it still uses your PC's components and processing powers. So how much processing power you give to that PC to like run on that emulator, as long as your PC can run it, the game can run too. So, you know, it doesn't really matter in that case, like, you know, how strong the phones are supposedly of that time, because you're using your PC's resources. But if you had like a phone of that time, I don't think it could run FF12, even if it's like a few years later, because I mean it's still a big difference compared to like it's still a big difference compared to like the mobile devices, like compared to like those big rigs. So I wouldn't go saying that, you know, it would be something easy to run with those older phones. Like, it's a very different deal. Your phone can handle FFXIE maybe like nowadays, because we were like gone a big leap from 2013 and like from the early stages of mobile gaming. Like mobile phones are made to be so high spec because mobile gaming has become such a big thing, especially for the Gen Z audiences. But it wasn't a big thing yet back then. So it makes sense that phones were not made to be extremely strong yet. And because it was like the advent of like, you know, of the smartphones in general, people were like mostly like focusing on like making them functional in the first place, like to do what they're supposed to do. So, yeah, they weren't exactly made to be like these gaming machines. And most of them are still using like handheld consoles. And we still do in some certain cases, but like, you know, it is not as necessary as now, like as before. So, I would say like if you consider the situation in that time, it makes sense that FF12 would likely not run on 2013 systems on mobiles. But what do I know? I never tried it. But I have my doubts. Because I think even PS2 is gonna be way stronger than that from 2013's. Like mobile platform with limited like storage space or like limited room for like components. Yeah, even if it's a later device, it certainly doesn't hold a candle to a big ass dedicated device that like weighs like multiple kilograms. Or at least a kilogram. Yeah. I don't think early mobiles had even like that much like capacity in general, so it's a very specific time period. Like, yes, nowadays we can do it, but even that few years difference is gonna make a huge deal here. And we have to keep that in mind. But I mean, in any case, this isn't about like trying to like, you know, give a good reason as to like, you know, why this game should be on like, why FF12 should be like also like, or like, better said, why FF4 should be higher poly. I don't think there's like any point for us to discuss that. It's because like at the time that was the best decision they could make at the time. The best they could do with the graphics. FF12 was not made for mobile platforms, it was made for solid PCs. It makes a big difference there. So you cannot complain about FF-2 for being, you know, low poly compared to FF12 because those are completely different things. Even though they're the same game series, they were developed for completely different purposes with machines and devices with completely different specs. And they were only doing the best to like maintain or like go with what the specs allowed at the time. So honestly, unless we're seeing another remaster of some sort for some reason, we are gonna be seeing any better version of this. And considering how not so popular F3 is by modern standards, we likely aren't gonna see any better version of it anyway. Yeah. I don't know, Fundog. Are you like making these claims just for the sake of like, you know, giving like some outrages in that regard? Like, I think these are pretty obvious comparisons to make, that obviously they're not gonna be the same things, but are you like gonna make those questions on purpose? Like, trying to ask questions that'll have obvious answers to them? Are you like trying to be aggravating on purpose about that? I mean, I understand like being genuinely curious, but I think you're like being awfully like, you know, tough about it, that you really think that this should really be the case. Like, absolutely we must have games from early mobile gaming to be at the same par as actual console games from similar time periods. I think it makes obvious sense that there wouldn't be like any connection to that. Yet you still wanna like debate that point. And I mean, come on, Game Boy Advance is like, you know, not even the 2000s. Why would that even compare to like... Well, what would it like, you know, why would it compare to like on consoles either? Because like consoles like, you know... GBA has its own sound systems, but the console is hooked onto an actual TV or speakers. GBA has very limited space for actual speaker quality. I mean, it's all about like, you know, space, and it's all about like the space you can give it to and like how advanced the technology is at the time. It's a combination of many. Like, I don't think it's like, you know, rocket science to understand where that comes from. If you cannot like have enough space to like put up proper speakers with like big elements in them, obviously the sound quality is not gonna be the same. Maybe if you hooked up your GBA to a television, like speakers, if you ever could do that, maybe it would work like better, like the sound quality would be better, but for GBA like dedicated, likely not, because you don't have like entire speakers, like home theater speakers on the GBA. It's made to be pocket sized. But yeah, don't try to debate about it too much. I mean, as long as you understand, Fundog, that there is a very big difference when, like, you know, oftentimes when devices are made, or like anything is made in general, oftentimes there are like some sacrifices that are made for the sake of like another convenience. Like, let's just say that audio quality isn't like the biggest concern that GB had. They were more focused on making it so that the console would be lightweight and it would run the games. They really like pushed their limits on the computational power on such a small thing, and they managed to do it. But that meant sacrificing also like sound quality in the process, because they had very little space for that, like very little space for those sound compartments. And they also had to like make some room for batteries too, or like, yeah, batteries. So, you know, if you think about the size of the thing, like how would you fit like a proper speaker in that thing? Unless you wanted to make it like into like a 2-kilogram brick, which would have completely killed its purpose. Like, it's all about like priorities, and well, GBA is like, you know, it is like iconic on its own way, like on its own special ways. Sound wasn't its most important thing, or like its most like recognizable thing, but it never meant to be. It was meant to be a convenient thing you can always play at any point. And I mean, even nowadays handheld consoles like have their own place. They have like good sound quality. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never really had a handheld console. But even those would allow you to like have some sort of like headphones probably plugged in if you don't want to deal with like the rudimentary like stereo sounds coming from them. Because we can do much more than stereo sounds nowadays, but it would require more specialized equipment. But that is an equipment that any like handheld console can like actually like function with. So like, you have those appendages that have the dedicated sound tools. And that's different because that is not like of the console's limitations. That isn't the console's fault. Or like the sound doesn't come from the console, it comes from the headphones. From what I've heard so far, yeah, I understand that too. But in any case though, guys, let's just understand the fact that, like, you know, it's a very different thing to be talking about like big consoles versus like handheld consoles, and also like say at the same time mobile versus like actual like big consoles. Like, you can like think about like mobile gaming to be the same way as like, you know, any handheld console was, but they had even less resources for actual games in there, because they also like tried to focus on the functionality of a phone being a phone. So there was even less compartments for actual like processing power of games. So a mobile phone, basically a 2013's handheld console, but kinda not. I think like them able to run like something like the After Years, the whole thing of it. A game that has like dozens of maps, characters, lots of data. I think it's pretty damn impressive that they managed to put this in a mobile game. I like, G fucking G, dude. I think it's impressive. And it's still fun to play on, like, they made a pretty good port too. Like, this is really playable on PC too, so no complaints at all. I like it. I mean, yeah, but that's also like because, again, laptops are also like, you know, people are making gaming laptops, but it's an obvious thing because you like, well, you have those big ass PC rigs, and then you like try to make the laptop to be like 10th of that size. You know, there's a reason why the big PC rigs are that size, right? You have to like leave room for air ventilation, for heat sinks and such. Like, of course, if you're gonna compact that, that's gonna cause sacrifices. You simply cannot have a laptop have the same processing power as an actual PC because they have, well, they have less space. And space is pretty important, you know? It's also the same trade we had before. We're trading processing power and sound quality for the sake of having a convenient device we can carry around. I wouldn't recommend gaming laptops unless you're playing something like more medium weight at max. Like, if you're really like trying to like get an actual like the best for gaming, you really want to go for a dedicated PC. These are not an option. Like, laptops aren't. And I know that for a fact because I have a gaming laptop at the back too. I had a gaming laptop when I was in high school or in secondary school. I needed it at the time because I was moving around all the time, but I gotta say, I do not regret getting myself an actual PC. And it's crazy to even think about that a gaming laptop would even like hold a candle against a gaming PC. Much less that like a handheld console would hold a candle against a gaming laptop or PC as a matter of fact. So let's just say that let's attribute the size to be something equivalent to its like maximum processing capacity, the less convenient it is, the more likely it is more better to use when it comes to actual like functionality. It's a big difference, alright? Also gotta go from this fight. I got no mana left on Black Mage. I gotta agree on that one, Migo, because like mobile games like, you know, made the lightweight games to be like accessible for mobile phones, and they're more accessible than laptops are. And gaming PCs are just a must for you to play like those actual like high defined games. There just isn't like a good medium for that, admittedly. Yeah, NF. I mean, I used to run DaVinci Resolve on my laptop before. It was complete pain. Like, I'm so happy I got this PC eventually for, like, editing and such. Like, it made a big difference. And even gaming-wise, even though, like, you know, this was only, like, not even double the price of my laptop at the time, this one just, like, runs games like a dream compared to my laptop. My laptop would, like, suck running Ark, Survival Evolved, even, like, on low graphics. But this one can run on high or ultra. At least high, most likely lagless. At least 7 dice to die, lagless and high resolution. It's crazy. Like, I could never go back if it comes to, like, actual gaming. But it's, again, like, you know, when I knew about the sacrifice at the time. It makes sense in certain cases, but don't expect the same processing power as, like, the actual dedicated devices that can hold, like, you know, 10 times more space in them. And therefore, full-size components. Wow, how... You actually have a good gaming laptop? Moonlight, how much did you spend on that gaming laptop? Wow. But yeah, I gotta say about the battery life in general though, I think like beyond just gaming laptops, I think like actually any like, you know, battery-based platform, both mobile phones and like laptops are both like suffering from like battery life nowadays. You can like get some new batteries and such, like that's okay, but I think like they sacrifice so much of like the actual like longevity for the sake of processing power. Like you remember like how like those old mobile phones before they got smart were able to like run for days without needing a reload, but nowadays you need to like charge your mobile phone like multiple times a day, assuming you use it consistently for all the things you can do. Well, yeah. They sacrifice a lot for the sake of like processing power. And if you keep playing like those high definition games with their max processing power, then obviously it's gonna run out of like energy at some point. Yeah, but I mean, that's again like the reason why, like, you know, that's why you don't bring yourself a gaming laptop if you want yourself something light to carry around. If you really want to play games properly, like in a like a very if you want games to run smoothly, then you don't get a laptop. You can do gaming laptops for the medium-sized games or like some medium effort games, but I wouldn't recommend it for like high-end gaming. And even then, it does require that you do sacrifice some lightweightness, because you're gonna have to carry a big-ass GPU in that. Do you even understand how heavy GPUs are? Trying to even hold one of those in the laptop is like, you know, gonna be half the weight. So it has to be if you wanna have a gaming laptop. It doesn't have the lightweight, but it's still carryable. You can still play it like off the PC, off the table. You can still play it on your lap or something if you want to. Just in general, like I said here, it's all about the sacrifice. Like, you're gonna have to like give up one or the other for the sake of convenience. And for laptops, it's also like, you know, the processing power, and even then, like, it's still gonna be pretty heavy because it's still gonna have to hold all the components somehow. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the more like, you know, well, I have an example here. This is the GPU I have. It's reversed, but it's a 4070 GeForce GTX. So this is not even the heaviest GPUs out there, but it's a dual fan thing. And I honestly say that if I had to make a guess, this thing is easily like a kilogram. There's not even the worst of it out there. But definitely like the fans made this incredibly heavy. I don't know if this had any specs visible on it about the weight, but it's a pretty heavy thing, alright. So, yeah. And exactly, that's what I'm saying about the space here, MC. The merit of PCs, like modern gaming PCs, is that if you use a bigger rig, that means you also have more space for ventilation. You can put more fans in it. You can also leave more space for like air to flow in. But because laptops are always crammed to like the limit to make sure that it's like remains as compact as possible, that also means that air ventilation is always gonna have troubles. There's gonna be too little holes to move around in. Like laptops, honestly, are such a technological marvel. I'm surprised they're even able to like run any air in the first place. So when they designed it to be that way, honestly, the fact that like laptops even work as laptops, tell the engineers thank you. But yeah, 1500 for like a actual like a light laptop. Honestly, if you can run Monster Hunter Wilds like pretty well with that, I'm impressed. Because honestly, like my gaming laptop for 1300 euros, it was from, if I was on around 6th or 7th grade back then. Well, it's been about 10 years, I'd say. Like a 1300 euro laptop from 10 years ago, a gaming laptop of similar price, was able to like run Arc maybe max and normal, and you can run like you can run Monster Hunter Wilds like smoothly with that thing. It must be very recent, I suppose, like the gaming laptop. Or how old is it? Well, get a laptop that isn't for gaming, fun dog. Get a laptop that is for school, and then you just like have a PC at home that you use for gaming. I wouldn't like try to like go for both at the same time, because it will obviously mean that you will have some problems with it. I don't think technology simply doesn't allow you to have yourself like the best running machine at its smallest size possible. You won't have pocket-sized PCs anywhere. You will have something that emulates to be a PC like Steam Deck, but it won't have the same processing power as an actual PC. That's a fact. So you can like alleviate some of it with price. Like I would say that if you're to compare prices, like I would say that a mid-end PC like something sub 1000 euros would be something equivalent to like a high-end gaming laptop like 1500 plus, like with Moonlight Elf here. But you will still not find the best performance with a laptop ever. You'll just have to pay enough for it to make up for that, like, you know, that handicap, to like have better components in it. So it's all about like the more money you have, the more likely you can get a better solution. But well, I don't think you can exactly get a gaming laptop that can run every single game smoothly with its perfect graphics. It's gonna be pretty hard to do. And even if it can for a while, give it a few years, then like the newest games with highest graphics are gonna be a struggle to like hold. Especially if the components start wearing down a bit over time. Oh, I see. Yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, when a gaming laptop tries to hold a candle to such high-end PCs, they're more prone to breaking because they're really just like, you know, they are pretty fragile machines. Laptops have very little air circulation, so anything heavier that requires a lot of, like, ventilation is just gonna, like, break those things. Like, my gaming laptop at some point got so scalding hot from, like, simpler games because it got so clogged at some point, even though I was, like, regularly, like, airing it out. Yeah, there are just some handicaps that you can never get rid of. It's just a fact. Oh, yeah. I think for that purpose, MC, that's perfect. Like, you know, if you need it for, like, video stuff, if you need, like, something that can process things at least a bit better than, like, your average, like, you know, work laptops, then yes, it's a great purchase. But if you want a best gaming rig for a laptop, nah, I would never buy a laptop solely for gaming. If I wanted to play some medium games while I'm traveling, sure, but never if I wanted to, like, play the best games. I would want an actual full PC for that. Really? Well, maybe the laptop quality has gotten better over time. I don't know myself, but I'm assuming it has. Because, I mean, honestly, I could never imagine, like, at the time, for, like, laptops to have any decent ventilation. But maybe they also become pretty big as a result. I don't know. But, well, like I said, All of that is a technical marvel thanks to all the engineers like doing such a good intricate work about like making every single placement of every single component to really matter. To like allow that air circulation while trying to still cram all the important bits in. So honestly, I'm glad to hear that like laptops are gone to a better direction. But I still won't hold a candle compared to like having actual like multiple fans around your PC and just like making sure your PC actually has like a very good air balance in it. And like ventilation is okay, but also like the heat sources and also like how long it remains like cool is a different thing too. So yeah, lots to consider. Yeah, they're not good, but also you shouldn't assume them to be good. If you want to have the best gaming experience, go for a PC. If you don't have any reason to stick to a laptop. But if you know, want a gaming laptop, then really badly, if you need it, then just don't keep your expectations high. Or then you're ready to pay a big premium for it. Anything medium, like any medium class laptop, like budget gaming laptop, it's not gonna hold a candle to anything, honestly. I did, Migo, don't worry. I got it earlier. I saw it on the... Like... Actually here, yeah. See that chest over there at the ridge? That's where the adamantite was. The chest. So I have it, don't worry. Let me double check here real quick. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, no worries. Let's get to the story though. We've had a pretty long discussion about PCs here, but at least like as long as we're on the same page about like things, like relations between size, compactness, and you know, how it like affects the performance of things, you know. We can all understand like why Final Fantasy IV-2 became the way it is, and why in contrast Final Fantasy XII is what it is. Made for different purposes, made for different specs, made for different performances. Oh, that's awesome. I also got my like fans actually like pretty carefully like set up. I got like one of the biggest heat sinks for my processor. And I also like, you know, got a bunch of fans all around. Like I think I got like 6 fans on the whole PC, maybe even 7. So like on the outside, there's also like the 2 fans on the actual like heatsink itself. So yeah, lots of air moving around. Oh, it's so cool. I can actually feel it getting like cooler with this air. Thank God. But I think it does still make my atmosphere a bit hotter than if it wasn't running. So it's all thanks to the air. Anyway, let's get moving. What's that? Again, isn't this like the grave of Cecil's father or something? The one Cecil interacted with to become a paladin. I wonder why it's so pedestal nowadays. I don't feel anything. Or do you? Ah! What's up? I can hear something. It's fading fast, like it could disappear at any moment. It's a voice. One I feel I've known before. Whose voice is it? Oh! Oh, so that's what happened. Yeah, this is the mirror chamber where Cecil's father was, or like where he actually became a paladin. This was like where he faced himself, but now the mirror room is broken. It wasn't broken before. What? Where are we? What a mess. Wait. Could this be the place where King Cecil of Baron became a paladin? I told you. And the place where Sage Tilla learned the forbidden meteor magic as well. Oh, gentle white mage. Oh no. I am about to fade. But my spirit will never be extinguished. My sons have always believed in you, and now that voice. Cecil's father. He's still here? Yeah, Borum knows about that because she heard it the first time, because that's like, you know, when she was accompanying Cecil back when he became a paladin, so she's heard it before. And father to all we who study magic. How lovely. Wait, that was it? Huh? What? What? That's so sudden. Do we have nothing else to do here? Huh? Nothing happens. Can I teleport out? Is something gonna happen? Yep, something's gonna happen. We cannot teleport. Yeah, absolutely fun, dog. That's what I'm saying here too. Like, if you want to have a gaming thing, get a gaming PC. If you want to just have a laptop for school, then get just a regular laptop. You won't get a lightweight laptop if you go for gaming. Try to compromise too much or try to get too many things and you get yourself like something that doesn't like serve your any purposes. Don't be too greedy. Get specialized items. Oh, hey. They're just skeletons, bro. Don't be so... Oh, back attack and so many of them. This could be dangerous, actually. Mages? I hope you're gonna be fine. Ooh, that was a heavy hit. Alright, I think I know what to do. Look at all of them. We are hopelessly outnumbered. Are we, though? We're fine, bro. Oh, there's Kane. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I mean, that's a thing, Moonlight Elf. Like, I was carrying a laptop like an eternity, and there wasn't even a time when I like brought my extra PC over to school every single week, or actually not every single week. I would like bring my actual like my whole PC along with my laptop to one time like to my school, and that was like lots of baggage. I'm used to like carrying heavy weights around, and because I always walk to the store, bring like over 10 kilos of like stuff from the store and go back walking like a couple kilometers. I'm used to like also like heavy baggage. Like I don't mind the weight of the laptop anymore, but like for others that want that, you know, that 500-gram little slip, you know, it's a different thing, but I don't need that convenience. I like the idea of like having more robust options. And if it doesn't inconvenience me, then it's fine. I'm used to carrying things. I don't really like, you know, tend to bitch about small things. I deal with it because it's like a problem of my own making. Kane! What? The Dragoon from Baron. The one that Cecil and his group trusted. Kane. You have lots to explain, Highwind. Lots to explain. Have I seen you before? I am Porum, White Mage of Mysidia. A White Mage? Do you remember me? I came here to find you, by order of our elder. To find me? What for? I see. At this rate, Baron could be in danger soon as well. But tell me, what reason do I have to help you? What? Baron ceased to be a part of my life a very long time ago. That can't be true. Pardon? You're lying. You lied to me and to yourself. Am I wrong? No. Then please. Let's go. Baron awaits. He actually just came in just like that? Really? Wow. Okay, my dude. My dude, Kane. And that's a perfect line up for the party too. Perfect. Well, this is the first time I see my man in action. My god. So he isn't actually completely intolerable. But this is the point where we're gonna find out why Kane is like on the offensive. I feel like, you know, this is what leads up to like why Kane attacks Yang. And that was the only attack we ever saw. So all of it's gonna make soon very much sense. We still can teleport? Interesting. Yeah, exactly. Fun dog. Like, the laptops are not exactly made to be long-lasting. I'm even surprised that after so many years my laptop still even runs. But I certainly would not trust it to, like, run any even, like, you know, rudimentary games anymore. Like, you know, anything more elaborate than just, like, some simple light games. Oh, yeah, like, you know, integrated graphics are not something to like take properly honest. Like, you know, that's why, well, you have the integrated graphics, but that's why you want to have a PC that actually does have like that extra GPU in it, because integrated is very rudimentary. You don't use that for gaming. And always, whenever you do run games, if you have both integrated as well as the actual like if you have like on top of the integrated, you also have like an actual GPU. Do make sure that whatever game you run, that you want to run better, make sure it is running on your GPU, because the games may not always like take that as a default. Many games will also like ask you like which GPU do you want to use, if there are multiple. And also like if you have something like Nvidia, oftentimes it will like, you know, have some locale like the GeForce control panel, Nvidia control panel. It will oftentimes ask you like which one you don't want to use as a dedicated GPU, and you should use the Nvidia one for gaming. But the HD graphics, like the integrated stuff, nobody should ever assume that it's gonna be good for gaming. It's only meant for like running things. And that's like what most like laptops have. That's the reason why like the lightweight laptops are lightweight, and also like the reason why they're cheap. Because they don't need the extra GPU. But it's certainly not for running games. Very different. Yeah, I mean, mine lasted for like 7 years too, but I mean, my laptop is still running, but I still wouldn't say that I would use it for like any like hard gaming. Not that it ever was like that good for hard gaming anyway, so I mean, I guess it depends on the situation. I think my laptop wasn't just like of that more modern times when like the modern PCs would have like, or modern games, like laptops did not exactly like catch up with the modern games yet properly, I think at the time, but maybe if I bought a laptop a few years later, maybe like with the 7 years, it would have still been good for like modern basic gaming. But I still wouldn't want to play any like tougher games anymore. I'm too used to like smooth running games now. I think I would hate to play with the lag now with my laptop. What? Pollen? Oh yeah, this is the part where Pollen gets frozen. We need to go. Please don't be worried, Pollen. I mean, Porum. It's gonna be fine. I know I heard his voice. Poor girl. Can we now go? No, we still get events? What? You for real? I mean, yeah, like my PC still exists for emergencies, like the laptop. I still have it just in case. But I don't use it for gaming anymore. Absolutely not. Even when I'm actually going to my friends over like for midsummers, I actually do intend to bring my PC with me. But of course I'll be careful with it. I got pretty good like structuring for it. I got like this weight support for the GPU. And I'm gonna carry it in the car while it's like, you know, on the sideways, so that the GPU is like, you know, resting on the PC, so it wouldn't like, you know, nudge itself on the sensitive parts. Yeah, integrated graphics were bad if you were using it by accident. But yeah, at least as long as you had like an actual dedicated GPU, it shouldn't run into problems if you knew how to configure it again. I see, so actually integrated graphics have gotten better lately. Interesting. I didn't think they would be good for anything at all in gaming-wise, but if they're actually gotten better, then that's actually good to hear. That they're actually good for like actual running smooth, decent games. I mean, I would actually like to see more about the... Yeah, I have an idea. I need to really, like, give some, like, benchmark testing. Like, or, like, check the benchmarks for, like, dedicated GPUs compared to, like, the integrated GPUs of the modern times. Just to see how, like, how much they can run. Because if they can run pretty well, then honestly, like, having, like, an actual, like, not-so-gaming dedicated PC... Like, even, like, for basic gaming, can actually be decent. I don't know, though. I'll have to check. That's cool, though. Okay, I'll do fire, and I'll use Kain to finish off this soul. I mean, Timor, Kain is cold, but, I mean... I guess we're used to it by now. We are used to him being tyrannic on this whole game. Seeing him actually being in, like, talking terms at the moment is actually a surprise to me. But I feel like what we're doing here at Porum right now is we're leading Kain to be the tyrant he is right now. The reason why Yang is having troubles with him. Why? He attacked one of Cecil's friends. Even though before they used to be comrades. Because I don't think they brainwashed Kain himself. I feel like Kain is just blindly faithful. Maybe like now, like, I'm guessing that Cecil himself... Maybe, like, you know, because Kain doesn't know about it, and because, like, you know, now that, like, you know, Cecil gave him purpose in a way, now that he finally got a mission from Cecil, maybe just wants to carry it out because he wants to, like, make Cecil proud. And then we find out, like, you know, he doesn't know about the idea that, like, Cecil is, like, brainwashed. So maybe just, like, carries out his mission with blind faith without knowing the consequences of it. But that's only guessing, of course. I don't know what you mean by that, fun dog. What relevant wings? And yeah, thanks for actually, like, thanks at least for reinforcing that, Migo. Glad to hear that. So once again, I guess we can thank Nvidia again for this. That's awesome. So wait, how do we get... Oh, are we gonna use the Devil's Throat again? I mean, I guess. There's really no other choice for us to get to Baron. Ooh, that's nice. These guys are weak against wind, right? Yeah. I think I'll just hope that this is gonna be enough damage to kill those off. IV-2. Interesting. You said that earlier, fun dog. I understand you, but I don't think that was exactly something they could, like, carry out at the time. What with this game being pretty intensive at the time already on, like, mobile platforms, so... Let's leave it at that. Really sucks that we don't have voice acting, but hey, that's what I'm here for. Even though I'm not a professional voice actor. But I don't really understand what this whole topic about the wings are, but I guess I'll find out once I actually get to Final Fantasy 12. I at least hope so. That would be amazing. But I really wonder why we're bringing out the FF12 wings out of context here. Like, we're talking about PCs. How does, like, FF12 wings have anything to do with this? Or is it actually relevant? I don't know. You guys know better than me. I'll have to look into it some other time. I just haven't, like, dealt with integrated graphics for a long time, so I had no idea. What? No! Kain! We're too late. We had to find the Elder! Quickly! Oh no. No! Mysidia, the crystal. They must be saved. Oh no. Let me help this bro. I feel like it's important. And I want my EXP. Okay, it's fine though. Goblin captains are fairly easy. They just hurt a lot. Libra, Goblin Captain. Let's do also healing on him right away. He's pretty weak on HP at the minute. And let me try to burn these guys to the ground. Yeah. I don't know if burning is gonna be enough, but I think it's worth a shot. Nope, not quite. Come on. Keep the Black Mage alive. Oof, made it. Barely made it. Nice. And okay, Kira was a bit too OP for that, but that's okay. Ay. That hurts, alright. I'm gonna have to heal after this fight, definitely. I mean, probably, yeah. Maybe not completely replaced, but maybe they're gonna be just, like, comparable. I don't know, man. But I do like to at least hear that if you can, like, push closer and closer off the edge of, like, GPUs getting overly beefy, then I think that could be, like, a very great development. But I feel like the GPUs are still gonna be, like, on the high end, still gonna be important. Because, I mean, they are beefy for a reason, most likely. And even then, I think we still would need lots of, like, air ventilation in a rig for, like, the GPUs, like, even integrated work properly. But I don't know. But then again, if you have the heatsink on the CPU itself, and that's gonna be, like, the one absorbing most of the heat coming from it, I guess it could be, like, managed with that. But I'm not sure. Advice, don't play FF2 at Relevant Wings ever. I mean... I guess we'll find out, okay? I won't make any promises. I mean, I said at first I would not play anything else but the base skins, but here we are. We played basically everything that has been offered to me so far. I'm way too manipulatable. Yeah. Like, everyone like has their own... Everyone has their own specs, own requirements, own things that they're looking for in their products. It's all about, like, finding the product that you feel the most comfortable with. The sad fact is, though, that you can't have everything. You'll have to, like, pick a side, basically. As rudimentary as that may seem, but that's just how it is. Sacrifices have to be made. Let's try liberating both of these Nagas here, actually. Okay, these ones were weak against Holy, but we don't have Holy Magic yet. Well, I guess I'll do Blizzara here. Just for decent damage. No weaknesses, but that's alright. We can get through this. That sounds like a good idea. I don't need any upgrades yet, so I won't worry about that. But maybe, like, in the next few years I'll have to get that eventually. Or if something happens to my GPU. I really hope nothing happens, though. I honestly thought at some point, like, when I was, like, delivering my PC last year to my friends, I thought I actually broke my PC, or, like, broke my GPU because my games were running slow. But then I realized that I had plugged my I had not plugged my, PC properly to my GPU, but to, like, I had instead plugged it, the GPU port into the port on the basic I/O of the PC, so I had, like, the very rudimentary graphics and such installed, and therefore, like, you know, I was not running the games as smoothly as I was supposed to, but that was completely my fault. Luckily, though, once I figured that out, my PC was running smoothly again, but it didn't scare me for a bit. Like, I thought traveling around with the PC when I was going to my friends really destroyed it, and it's a, like, realistic possibility, even with all the carefulness I'm taking here. So I was very worried, but luckily nothing actually happened. I see. Fair enough. I don't remember how much I had. I think I also had, like, 12 or something. I don't know. I mean, 2.3 kilograms compared to, like, the other, like, laptops, honestly, Moonlight Elf is pretty heavy. So it really depends on, like, what is the meaning of heavy to people. But certainly like 2.3 is something I could handle at least. But not maybe everyone's thing. But yeah, I actually don't remember exactly the details about that. I guess there was like some sort of like integrated graphics on my PC and I was using that by accident. I don't think I got an integrated graphics PC though, but I guess that's the case. But I never plugged in my PC again to my actual GPU, so that's like why my PC runs slowly. But hey, boy, did it give me a scare. Luckily, it's nothing to worry about though. Leave this to us, Porum. Get to the Hall of Prayer. Not yet, not yet. I want my XP. Monsters. Hordes of them. From the Devil's Road. The seal's been broken. Are they coming in from here? I guess we're gonna be told to go to Devil's Road after we're done with this, but let me deal with this first. I like my side tracking. Oh, this thing looks tough. Oh my god, that hurts a lot, that hurts a lot. Okay, it is tough, it is tough, it is tough, it is tough. All cures, all cures, all cures, all cures. What, again? Oh. Okay, it does a percentage damage, I think. I thought that would kill me, but I guess it's percentage. Like 75% damage, possibly. In that case, I think I won't worry about it for now, but my god, that scared the hell out of me. Let's... Oh. Didn't get to liberate, damn it. Well, I guess we can liberate later. I'm not too concerned about the bestiary for now. Unless that's really like the only encounter I'll have to do that again, but I hope that isn't the case. Oh, hey, Ogre. They couldn't be after the crystal, could they? Oh, no. Oh, trust me, they are. These are Baron's invasion forces, after all. Okay, liberate that and give this the biggest fire blast we can give it. And let me also do some curing here in the meantime. Because I don't want to be accidentally turned into mush by these ogres. And because they hurt a lot. Okay, so nobody's gonna die at least. That's good. Wait, they already have 5060s out there? Or like 5000 generation? Man, when like I made my PC, that was of course a couple of years ago, but when I made my PC, like 4090 was the best thing out there. They really developed those things very fast, huh? That's kind of sad, honestly. Too bad. Do I want to heal here? Maybe not actually like with Cura. I think Cura is gonna be enough. Let's try Thunder. And I wonder, like, I hope that the MP I have right now is gonna be enough for the rest of it. So if there's a boss fight, I'm gonna be surviving with this much in hand. Alright. Let's do some healing before we go anywhere else, because I'm a very low on this with Porum. There we go. Everybody else is basically maxed at the moment, so I think I'll go with this. Well, let's hope the... Oh! We have this thing. I mean, does... Oh, yep, that counts like as a boss, I guess. Ouch. That was a bit rough on the edges. Ouch. Well, since I'm faster with Porum, I think I'm gonna do that instead. Ooh, I don't really get a chance to, like, heal myself properly here. Ouch. I wanna also, like, labor this thing. Yeah, I know it's, like, from 60 to 90. Like, 60 is, like, the weakest and 90 is the best. But I didn't know that, like, the 5000 generation was out there already. They're really fast about those releases. I just wanna labor this thing, though. Please let me do that. There we go, we can actually liberate. So it isn't a boss, technically. But it does hurt a lot. So with that being said, Cura as soon as I can. And try to get this out of the way. It is weak to ice. Figures. This could still be dangerous. Thank God it went for Kane. Okay, that's safe then. I mean, I guess it isn't like meant for like the toughest games out there. Like, it's like just the current generation, but 5060 is basically like budget because it's the 61, not the 91. So, I guess it's up to the player to make that mistake if they, you know, want to cheap out, but yeah, it is pretty bad for modern standards. But at least that isn't like visible on the 70s and 80s, I suppose. Right? Right? I hope so, at least. Hold on. Hang in there. Borum. The Elder. Ugh. Are we gonna see Elder getting killed here right now? Please don't tell me. Please tell me that Elder is gonna be safe. We're okay on HP. Let's go. Where is the Elder? The crystal is still here. There's no secret pass around here. Wait, there's doors, right. The water crystal shone in the brims with light, so it's still there. Oh no. Elder, please be safe. Oh no. I didn't like the Borum's reaction there. And I guess it's for a good reason. Now, this is the boss. Let me guess, I can scan you. I think it's still worth a shot though. Yep, you hurt. No surprise. Let me try with Fundara. Let me also get the Cure Ross on the move right away. Also try to get a Libra on this thing if I can. I doubt it, but it's worth a shot. We could try jump for damage checking. Yeah, no analyzing. Thing is. Had to try though. So now everybody's in shape. Thunder is normal damage. Need to try something else too. Glad that missed. I don't know what that was, but I don't want to find out. I can finally see like how long the jump takes. Thank God. I've been waiting for that feature for a long time already. I'm gonna already prepare for another attack. Oh, that was actually weak to it. Perfect. I guess I'll get protect on like the black mages here, or like the weaker mages here, definitely. Blizzara. Well, that was a good time for to protect. I think that might have even saved the black mage there. Thank God. I'll get the protects for the mages, other mages too, and then I might get it for Kane if this boss still survives after this. We'll see. Oh, the gaze goes asleep. Oh man, that sucks. Well, I could Asuna you. I mean, I have plenty of mana for this. Why not? And Porum is tough enough for this. I have faith. No! Black Mage! Alright, I have an idea. Let's get a race right away. And then I'll try to heal it with Porum as soon as I can. Just please don't attack them again. Wait, does it retaliate when it does melee? Like, melee is being retaliated with gaze. I think that's the case. I need to try a bit more, but... No, it doesn't retaliate. Or maybe it's like only occasional. Like, it's not guaranteed to retaliate. But it felt like one. Protect... There we go. Mages are fine, although White Mage does need some more healing. But I think it'll be fine. I'll just get a cure on that thing before he's in trouble. There we go. That's perfect. Alright, Kane. I have faith in you. And in the meantime, I'll have to do something about that, confused that she has. Unlucky. Very unlucky, but at least the Black Mage isn't gonna be something we're gonna keep, so them dying doesn't matter for the XP. And bosses don't actually give that often any good XP anyway. It's very, like, minuscule, irrelevant. Well, Black Mage, enjoy resting for a bit. Bye-bye. No damage at all. Elder? Elder! Boren. You returned safely. Elder. The monsters. They appeared from the Devil's Road. The Baron's already been overrun. I fear it is already too late. No, it can't be. Where is Kane? Right here. You actually sit up? Bro, you got some constitution. We stand below the twin moons once more. As we speak, your homeland of Baron has fallen into the hands of monsters. And next, Mysidia. They're after the crystals. So it appears. Who could be sending them here? I cannot say. I need to see Baron for myself. Elder, I too will go to Baron. Don't. Kane? Where are you going? Baron is my homeland. And I just leave Black Mage dead. Poor guy. Our magical seal broken as if it were nothing. What on earth are we dealing with? You know, there's some otherworldly mysterious girl that has the power to destroy all of us in one shot. Nothing too, you know, diabolical about that. All good. Don't worry. I'll give the other the best care there is. Sure, I hope so. Wasn't this like something that, you know, happened during Theodore's visit? Or wait, not Theodore. There was somebody else that visited this place, and at the time, this guy was also resting, but we didn't know what happened. Was it in Theodore's time? Or was it some other tale? No. It couldn't have been Palom. Nobody else visited Mysidia, so it must have been during Theodore's visit. I guess... Wait, no. No, I don't think it would be Theodore when this happened. Which tale exactly had this happen? Was it Rydia's tale? Did they ever come to Mysidia? I don't think they did. You don't like this, Kane? Why, Timur? Why, Timur? Why must you hate everything so much? You don't need to worry about me, Porum. Just promise me you won't do anything rash. Poor guy. Poor old man. Ah! Who is it? Who is screaming? Who are you? Oh no. No, no, don't let it be. Fucking... Why must you be here? You piece of shit. Of course. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend it. Your existence is beyond my comprehension. You need to go actually, like, you know, kick a boot or something. Just, you know, go 6 feet under or something. That would be so much better. You're the one who unsealed the Devil's Road, aren't you? Yes. To retrieve the crystal. Retrieve? Yes. Hold it, you. Oh, it's the Elder. Man, you're limping and you're still moving. This old man has some stamina, alright. Elder! Yes, she is, but she's gone so much everywhere, I'm surprised about that. Those who lust for power must never lay hands on the crystal. Never again! She's sad. You made a small girl cry. I don't need your permission. Oh, never mind. Guys, you aren't serious about this. You're mages. You should understand how powerful she is. Even Gecko felt this girl was dangerous. Are you crazy? Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Let me pray for safety. I think that's gonna work. Do we have any bans here? Of course not. Prayers unanswered. Well, fuck. Well, we are messed up, guys. I think we're done for. You got so many spells, alright. I'll slow you down at least. Let me pray some more. Maybe there's hope. Thank you. There is some hope in this fight after all. Guys, we're gonna go for it. I have faith. I trust. No, Timor. When it's about, like, when you don't know what to do, if you're in a bind, praying, it always helps. And, if I can silence you, that would be great. I don't think I can, but I want to try this. Figures. So, how am I supposed to do damage? Did Elder have any white magic on them? I mean black magic. No? Am I just supposed to melee your ass down? With no spells? Wait, actually, Elder, you're holy, don't you? Really? Really? Oh, we have jaw spells in here. Oh. Wait. I'm gonna do reflex in here. I have nothing else to do here. I need to try though. And... well, I mean... and we don't have alter revives here either. I don't think so anyway. Let me see that. Flow, the Suna, Kuraga Cure. Yeah, we don't have any good races in here. In fact, does this Elder even have any sort of, like, protection spell in here? He does have a basic race, but he doesn't have, like, a rise or any re-race spell here. Okay, I see how it is. Can we analyze her? I need to do some examination for science. Yeah. No chance, I guess. Well, I guess I'll protect myself. Even though there's no real reason to. Also... I made a mistake by giving this Elder like the Reflect now, because I was thinking of giving them Shell too, but I guess we won't do that. But I mean, we don't have any sort of like offensive white magic spell here, sadly, so I guess we're gonna just like attack like it as is. Or maybe I can turn her into Meanie. Maybe that's gonna help. That would be cool. But I don't have faith, honestly. Yeah, let me just do this instead, actually. Or... I'd have to do... yeah, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna, like, dispel myself for now. Just to, like, get the fixed up. I know this is most likely pointless, but... oh. But that's fair, too. I protected her. Oh, well. Let's see how it's gonna go. Ramu! Why are you doing this? How do you want me to fight? You want to berserk or something? Are you crazy? There's no damage from white mages. Well, I mean, I can try, but... wow, 25. I'm impressed. Alright, so, I have an idea here. So how about we slow them down too? That would be perfect. And after that, the best idea I have in my mind is that maybe we could berserk Porum. No! Elder! Oh, we're now escaping. I see. No! You mad lad! Elder, no! And also, why aren't you not teleported away, Porum? You were literally just teleported. Did they just, like, teleport you, like, down, like, 5 centimeters and, you know, that just saved you barely? Wow. Yeah, bonking with stick isn't exactly effective on these white mages. I'm surprised they didn't even give me at least a one black mage to play with. Like, this was already a futile fight to begin with this setup. How meaningless? You! Wait. It's Kane! Oh. Morotaka. Kane! Is this what you're looking for? Kane! No! Don't do it! Kane! This is it! The real thing! It's yours. Betrayer! Wait! Kane? Now let's see if my theory is correct or if it's just trying to defend us. I don't know. A wise choice. On one condition, though. What? Yeah, I'll give it to you only after I finish what I set out to do. And what is that? An audience with the King of Baron. For what purpose? To take his life. I will kill Cecil with my own hands. Understood. Bring the crystal with you. Kane, you wouldn't. You bastard. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. Kane. Why? Kane! No, 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 no. This is way too much, bro. What the fuck? Dude, are you gonna now, like, cut out the story here, basically? And then just tell me to wait for Kane's tale? The more honest at this point, I might actually debate on the same idea that maybe we could get a new Kane. I don't know how we're gonna do that, though. Elder. Palom. Palom! That's really gonna be it. Staring at the moon. Man, fuck this shit. Man, fuck this shit. Fucky, fucky, fucky you. Of course it's gonna cliffhanger here. Ah! Something ain't right, something ain't right. I agree, there's something not right in my mind. I'm going crazy. Unfucking believable. I did drink. No, fuck the spoon. Okay, guys. We're at a dilemma. Are we gonna play with the wimpiest character in the game? The man, the spoon himself, the spoon man? Or are we gonna deal with this, the most depressing cliffhanger of all time? Well, I think the choice is obvious. I will swallow my pride for this, but man, I'm not excited about playing with Spoon. Because I mean, Spoon is Spoon. Spoons is Spoons. Edward. We still got 2.5 hours, so we have to go for Edward. No! Edward, why? No! Starcross donkey my ass. More like fucking constipated piece of shit. After spooning so long, being spooned. You got it. You're a bent ass spoon at this point, I swear. Now look at his freaking expression too. He's like really just like, you know, hungry at the moment. He's thirsty. His sub energy's like, you know, just like, you know, tingling. He's telling like he's wanting to be dominated. I see. Find and collect several bronze and silver tails to trade, and some of them can only be gotten by grinding mobs. So they brought some grinding into this. But at least it isn't as bad as it may have been on the actual, like, basic game. So, you're telling me I have to deal with Spoon, and out of all things, I have to actually tolerate Spoon as a character for grinding? Oh god, no. Oh well. Wolf it all down, and let's go. Edward's Tale. Aided by his neighbors, Edward has nursed the kingdom of Dumpkin back to health. Certainly not by his own, completely by his own efforts. I think he must have had lots of help. One night, he witnesses a meteor strike from within his castle's windows. After a barren emissary orders Edward not to touch the crash site, the king travels to Cecil's domain with his secretary, Harley, in search of an explanation. You're taking your secretary with you? I don't want to see the Spoonie. 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 Don't let me see the Spoonie. I have urgent business to discuss with the king. Is His Highness present? If you would lower your voice, sir. The king is currently occupied with matters of utmost importance. There's no time for that. There are serious financial matters that must be addressed at once. We were ordered not to let anyone through, sir. If you would kindly return at a later time. This is an insult. I have come to conduct official business. Just let the guy spoon in peace, I guess. What seems to be the matter? Ah, that's Harley. Well, hello. As a secretary can look. Honestly. Ah, Harley. Could you help me talk some sense into these people? What is the problem? Our ledgers have yet again fallen into the red this month. Dumpkin is facing a severe financial crisis. Allow me to consult with the king personally about this. But His Highness explicitly requested no visitors. Not even me? Well then, thank you very much for intervening on my behalf, Harley. Not at all. Oh god. Don't tell me there can actually be more uselessness in this game. I can't bear that. What's up? I believe I let specific word to turn away all callers. Damn it, Edward! It's a spoonie! Oh god, not the spoon, not the spoon! Ah! Edward Chris Van Moor. Even his name sounds wimpy. Even your own royal secretary, your highness? Is this an urgent matter? Doubtful, my lord. I trust it is the Chancellor worrying himself over trillion matters yet again. This is about our support pledge, I suppose. I thought I had left you in charge of that matter. I fear we can no longer keep it under wraps, Your Highness. Perhaps some reconsideration is in order. There is no reconsidering to be done. The recovery of Damkian was only made possible by our neighbors in Mist and Fabul. Certainly, my lord, but to extend ourselves now to Eblan as well. That's why I was counting on you to take care of it for me. Only you have the talent for this post. It is a great honor to hear such compliments, Your Highness. The affair is in your hands. Yes, Your Highness. In other words, Edward, as usual, is escaping his duties. Alice is honest about the fact that he doesn't know how to do shit, so that's good. If I may, my lord. Yes? I believe there are times when the head of a kingdom must act with a firm, calculated hand. This guy? Firm, calculated? Ha! Shitty-ass joke. True enough. This guy doesn't have anything firm about him. He's all a softy. He's the one getting pounded, not the one doing the pounding. That's why he's the sub. The head of a kingdom. Yes. I don't think it suits you, man. Even though I only played you I haven't even played you yet on this story, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't suit you. And yet, neither Damkian nor I would be here now were it not for their voyage to the moon. Well, you were the only one to take the throne, I guess. Okay, so in this story, the moon is already there, so this is in the earliest timeline. Star-crossed Damkian. More like Starstruck Damkian. The guy was so unlucky, like, when he was born, the moment he was born, a star literally landed on him, and that's why he lost like 75% of his brain capacity. A falling star? Yes. It appears to have landed in the vicinity of Fabul. Ah, so last night's earthquake. Indeed. The shockwave from the impact, no doubt. Have you considered that it might be related to that second moon? Yes. Then, that the horrors of the past have returned. Calm yourself, Chancellor. It is too early to make such conclusions. I think a full investigation of this object is in order, Your Highness. I would like to inform Baron about this first. Cecil's viewpoint would be very helpful to us right now. I will summon a messenger immediately. Your Highness, if I may presume to ask, please allow me to handle the investigation. Are you sure, Harley? I believe I have the requisite knowledge and experience for the position, my lord. It will be dangerous. More dangerous with you, Edward. You useless piece of shit. Then allow me to bring several members of your guard along for emergencies. I will join you. But Highness, who would guide our kingdoms should something happen in your absence? Still. So you don't have any plans? Please, my lord. You have nothing to worry about. Goes and dies in the first fight. Certainly. I mean, yeah, that's a thing, fun dog. Like, usually in games, like, any game you play, usually, like, they really grip you with the cutscenes in the beginning, but they, like, you know, once you're, like, dive deep into the game, they start doing it less because that's, like, less relevant to keep you hooked. You see that on MMOs, you see that on gachas, you see that basically on everything nowadays. Like, it's a common tactic. Like, they gripe you with the cinematics and all the cutscenes, but after the game actually begins, yeah, it's gonna get reduced bit by bit. My lord! Has Harley returned? Not yet, I'm afraid. Is there any word from the messenger we sent to Baron? Unfortunately, there is not, your highness. Too much time has passed. Something has happened. We could deploy a search party upon daybreak, my lord. A wise idea. We will wait until sunrise. Yes, your highness. I take my leave then. Your highness? I suppose you did not get a great deal of sleep last night either. Please try to get some rest. I will. Thank you, Chancellor. Good night, your highness. Yeah, I mean, that's like in general. I would say that fun dog. Anna. Tella. No music, huh? Well, I mean, there's no better time for us to be having a night exploration than right now. Is this my bed chambers? Or is it like secret treasure? Oh, it's a crystal! Ah. Is that the fire crystal? Yeah. Although, I gotta say, fire crystal doesn't fit Edward at all, because there is not a single shred of fire in his heart. What's your level? 5? Huh, level 8. Aside from Theodore, this is like one of the weakest starts ever for a character. I mean, yes, we had Leonora at like level 3, but we had Palom for level 10, so... Well, what did I expect from Edward? Of course it would be weak as hell. Not really, I would say. I mean, we're currently in chapter 7 out of 10, but I feel like the 10 is gonna be very long, because it's gonna be like that. Everything is gonna connect together, and we're gonna go for crazy stuff, so... I would say we're still gonna need a couple of weeks at least with this before we are gonna get close to conclusion, but we'll see about that. But that's my guess. Alright. Hello. Harley's room. Harley must be keeping you awake with worry, my lord. Indeed. The room is ready, sir. The sheets have been changed for her return. You had best get some sleep yourself as well. Thank you. Then I will take my leave, sir. Wait, we sleep in the same bed chambers? We're not on the same bed, but... Dude, that's awfully intimate. Or is it like just... Did we just like go to Harley's room in general just to check her out? Okay, so this is my end goal. I obviously like, I need to go read the book before we go, but I'm not gonna do that yet. I want to first do exploration. Wait, chapters? I thought this wasn't a book. I mean, I understand what you're talking about, but trust me, it's not that book chapters. It's about like being segmented into different tales. Please don't misunderstand. I mean, clearly this isn't a book. Unless you have reason to believe this is a book. I don't think it's a book. But convince me wrong otherwise. Reading is for nerds, admittedly, but I'm a nerd, so deal with it. All sleeping? All sleeping. Good kids. At least kids are having better sleep than I am. Poor Harley. I don't know what I'll do with myself. It would be wise to get some rest tonight, Your Highness. Well, you know, wisdom was never Edward's strongest suit, so what the hell do you expect from me? I work with my ass, not with my brains. Or my heart. I don't have a heart. I'm heartless. I'm just a void. I'm just devoid of emotion, anything like that. I'm just a nobody. Hey there. A potion. Cool. Why did Harley volunteer to investigate the fallen star? She should have just told us guards to handle it. Wait. Did she even take any guards with him? Or with her? It If she didn't, then I can understand why she got into trouble. Although Gecko did not catch Harley at any point, so either that happened way after, or then she actually like fell into the enemies before Mysterious Girl actually came around. Spider Silk and Bomb Core. Cool. That's a decent start on items. Well, I mean, in some cases, yes, but how do you call a video format chapter then? Like, you know, if you don't call it a chapter, then what are you supposed to call it? Wait. I already found the first bronze tail. Oh, man. Okay, I know from this already. This is gonna be quite the adventure, alright? Wow. Okay, so wall hugging it is. Wall hugging it is. Yeah, I mean, you think about, like, let's say, tell me why the game is split in chapters. They don't call it anything else. Chapters is chapters. Well, now you know. Any game that has any sort of, like, parts in it, or, like, segmented into different areas, then it's usually called chapters. I mean, I think that's at least the most common word of them all to be used. I don't want to go to sleep yet. No, we're not gonna sleep. Fuck you. We have other things to do here. But I mean, I was thinking in case Edward has some interesting literature in his bed, just like any other. But then again, I think Edward is not the type to be reading literature. I think it's gonna be turning to literature if anything is ever gonna happen. So, yeah, it would be very Edward to not have a Lust for Lolly-Ho in his bed chambers. What if Arlie has Lust for Lolly-Ho? Yes. Welcome to the world of less ignorance, which is a thing I keep getting constantly accustomed to because I'm ignorant as hell. I live on a rock, so people have to tell me about every single little thing because I don't follow pop media. And here we are. My problems are now yours to keep. Enjoy. When this was again, yeah, the crystal chamber. We don't need that. There's nothing in there. At least I don't think there was anything. I think I checked the walls already. And I don't know how many other tales there could be in the castle, but I don't think they're gonna put too many in here, even though this place is large. I think they're gonna try to like segment it around quite a bit, so I'm not gonna be too serious about this, but I still do wanna check around a bit because now that I know about how they hid that tail, I don't trust anything about this anymore. I'm just gonna like lick through the walls like dusty. I mean, a little bit crimey. Wait, did somebody piss in this corner? Ugh. My castle. How could they? Alright, we can also still go more south. I didn't actually check this one out yet. I was being too careful. Let me see also, is this like... Yeah. Actually, wait, no. What is this? What is this upstairs? Even today, I still regret not being able to protect Anna in her time of need. The Chancellor must be terribly depressed now that his favorite sparring partner is missing. Harley was the only one who could stand up to him. Really? Actual sword fighting? Interesting. Well, let's go in here, I guess. Yeah, this is the throne room. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not missing any other staircases in this place, because I know from Dwarven Castle do not trust everything on the map. Okay, we're now outside. The messenger should have returned by now. Something must have happened to him in Baron. Oh, I'm not surprised about that. I'm worried about Harley, my lord. You too? I'm glad I'm not the only one. Bronzetail? So there was a second Bronzetail in this castle. Good God. Game, I swear. You would do this to me? God, how many do I have to actually find in here? Oh, wait, that's just normal entrance. Okay. I won't go there yet. I'm gonna look around a bit. Make sure there's no other wall secrets in here. Alright. There is still actually a book, though. Or could be Lolly-Ho magazine with Anna's face plastered on all girls. To be honest, if Edward did that, wouldn't that kind of count for like... Okay, From what I understand from this, we don't have Anna's face plastered on any pictures because this wasn't in Edward's room. If that was the case, I think in that case, Edward would be kind of like in the realm of necrophilia. Even though it isn't like dead Anna's face, but like because the person is dead and you're still fantasizing about them, I think that's kind of necrophilia at that point. But now that we found a book in a flower bed, I'm thinking that whoever was reading this book was very into the sunflower from Conker's Bad Fur Day. Because that's one hell of a flower, alright? And this one, flower fetish, there isn't many out there, but I guess they exist even in this world. I'm quite surprised. What does you awake at this time of night, my lord? My nightmares. You want some too? I don't think I can help them alone. Please take them, please. Don't let me sleep alone today. Oh wait, I need to check Edward's bedroom properly, but I guess he has a double-sized bed just so he can like sleep with the guard every single night because he could not possibly get to sleep every single night without his favorite cuddly toy. And because Charlie probably doesn't accept to be in his bed. Poor guy. He's probably pretty desperate. Which one was Harley's bedroom again? Was it left or right? I think it was left. So I'm gonna go here first. Yeah, this was Edward's chambers. So do you have a king-size bed? Ah, you don't. You bastard. Fair point. But then again, was there actually a window on the castle's outlines at the flower bed? I need to go check this out. I need to we need to get the bottom of this. Who sleeps in this place at in that area? And when? And also, could it be there? Magazine. Well, it's really just a gate, guys. There is no window, although there is a walkway there. Maybe someone's... Well, there doesn't seem to be a route either, actually. There doesn't seem to be any way to, cross between these areas. Yeah. This is just a castle wall, so there's no, access to this place. Somebody was really fantasizing about flowers. Period. So, that theory is out of the window. Ironically saying. But, yeah, okay, well, you know what? I won't judge their tastes, but I do judge their tastes a little bit. That's a bit weird. You don't wanna loot the flowers, would you? Anyway, let's go see the diary. And also... this is not the best place to doze off like that. Yeah, please don't go falling asleep on her bed. Don't tell me you're just all into her smells everywhere. What's this? Harley's diary? Read the diary? Yes. I may be a coward, but I am a very insensitive man too, because I could not go and read any other's diary up front in front of them. That's fair. But then again, there is no walking paths on that part of the wall. It's only just a built gate with some, some parting like that. So it cannot be a place where people could go. So it must be, the flower bed must have been accessed manually. Must have been accessed directly next to the flower bed. So we can assume anyone else to be it. Any others that are patrolling this area. Suspicious. That moon has shown itself once more. Are those terrifying days of war about to stage a return? The peace we enjoy today is wholly a product of King Edward and his companions. Military might is not what will drive our kingdom in the future. Education and science are the true catalysts. I believe that so fervently that I traveled to Troya and devoted my younger days to study. This, and nothing else, allowed me to attain the position of royal secretary that I enjoy today. King Edward is too kind to me. My duties are stressful, but I find every day in this castle to be rewarding. If I could have it so, I would want this life for myself forever. A life free of war and strife. It may be my imagination, but ever since that moon returned to the sky, the soothing, reassuring notes from King Edward's harp have taken on a timbre of deep sadness. Oh, she's been that observative, huh? Harley. Oh yeah, fair point. I mean, it's not like Edward's gonna do the gardening. I think he would wilt the flowers by just, being next to them too long. But, okay, fair, fair. Although, why the hell would you carry that mag around while you're gardening? But I think this still doesn't, stay away the fact that they may have a flower fetish. So, a gardener doing that would be even more pointing to that direction, I think. Well, I mean, fair, but I didn't see any doors, and even, that section with, the castle gate, there was, no actual, moving space, between the castle wall and the actual, the gate part, so it was never meant to be traversed by human legs. At least they didn't design it to be that way. So either that's, a detail that, they just, did not pay attention to, or it's really just there for decoration, that it looks like there's pathways, but it's really just, some weird ass tunnel for design, I don't know. But anyway, let's see. I guess I should just try and go to sleep. I think that's everything we can do here right now, so actually wait, before we go, let me try now that I've suited myself with reading the diary, let me see if Edward wants to just sniff out on Harley on bed instead. Because, I mean, nobody's gonna be observing him now. So maybe he's gonna get into it. Nah. Of course, we all knew it. My man here is a coward. He would never sleep in the bed of a woman. Never. Even if it was a woman that he could potentially be interested in. Is it really just, positional love? Caring because they're a secretary of theirs, because of their important position? Or is Edward actually here bashfully, rash enough to think that it would be okay to like your own secretary? Yeah, let's go rest. We're done here. Yeah, I mean, fair, but I'm just looking at the design specifically. If they don't have it on design, then I don't believe there exists a pathway in the first place. Why? Why am I here? Anna. Anna. Edward. What is it, Anna? Why must you look so sad? She doesn't want to talk to me anymore. It seems that I'm already cheating. Subconsciously. Poor Edward. Anna? Bro, you ain't even having nightmares about something happening to Harley or this scout party that went to Baron. You're just dreaming about something entirely else. You're just piling all your problems to yourself, buddy. Anna is cute, admittedly, but they're past, bro. They're past. Okay, so no more resting for me. It seems to be a bit early, though, so... Is it okay for me to be awake at this time? I wonder. Is the crystal still safe? I'm just doing my kingly duties. And because I'm a coward, I need to monitor this thing 24/7. Yeah, nothing here. I mean, the crystal is, but nothing unusual has happened. Harley's bedroom? Has she come overnight? Perhaps? No. I'm donezo. Well, let me try reading this just in case if there's anything else in it. I don't think so, but maybe a second chapter is now open. Yeah, nah. That's all we're gonna find. Well, I gotta say, for a woman's diary, that is pretty brief. I guess even though Harley is the secretary, she doesn't really want to write much about herself. I guess she doesn't value her own worth as an actual person. Someone in any way remotely interesting. Children are still sleeping, so it does confirm the fact that we are a bit early on the walk here. Let's see. Yeah, all the pets are okay. All the guards are gone. Oh, the stores are open. Neat. There's also the inn, but I guess that's irrelevant for us now, right now. There they are. Yeah, the soldiers are still saying the exact same thing, so I guess I don't need to talk to the outside soldiers anymore. Let me see, you have 5,000. Edward, you have such a strong start with money. Good god. Let me actually get started with gear pieces then, because I suddenly feel like if Edward is not wearing the finest diamonds tried on him, like on person, I think he's gonna die from the slightest scratch. We could go for the Dream Harp, that would be good. Whips I cannot even wear, I can't even wear swords, so yes, a harp. Oh yeah, absolutely, like, you know, I understand, like, I, like, genuinely understand, like, what Edward is going through, like, not even joking about it, like, serious mode, but it's just that because, like, you know, I just have to go with, like, the spoon mode here, that I'm just gonna believe that everything that Edward, like, you know, fails to do is just, like, of his own, like, lack of drive and lack of a skill. Like, it just sucks, but don't take me too serious on that. I understand, like, you know, like, on a real note. Getting through something like that when you had to, like, experience the death of your loved one so upfront. I understand it's rough. Definitely would be. That's all I can wear. We're still left with 3k. That's enough. Since we are adventuring solo, at least for now, we don't need any Phoenix Downs, but I guess I'll buy a couple in case something happens. Potions... Actually, do you have any spells? No. I think you may be able to play a tune that lets you heal, but I'm not sure about that. Gold Needle, get one of these maybe. Maiden's Kisses. Let's go with the basic kit of 5 of each. For now. And a couple tents. I think that's enough, yeah. Exactly. Edward is just melodramatic, bro. Or he's just, like, so depressed that just, like, a single, like, blow of the wind is just gonna make him topple down. I just don't believe this guy to have any backbone for anything. Yes, I know. It's a tragedy. I mean, I remember that part with Anna and Edward so clearly, and the fact that, like, Tella is, like, their father and such, and, you know, Tella wasn't into the whole, like, engagement and such, and, like, you know, then Anna just has to die like that, you know. Edward just had, like, misfortune all over the place. But it's still Spoony, so Spoony gets Spoony's treatment. My lord, are you still having trouble sleeping? If you'll excuse me, your majesty, it is time for the changing of the guard. And that is a perfect time for me to run away from my own castle. Nice. The meteor likely landed in the area around Mount Hobbs. I'm sure of it now. Harley must have met some difficulty crossing the mountain passes. Or at the Falling Star. Like all those monks that perished in that place. Your Highness! Oh, it's the Chancellor. Your Highness, do you realize what time it is? Where are you going at this hour? I just thought I'd get some fresh air outside. Your Highness, we can hardly have the ruler of Damokins strolling around outside by himself. Please, at least take these guards with you. Much deserved. Edward doesn't hold a candle against anything on his own. And don't stray too far away from the castle. I'm on an adventure! I know. Well, if you know very well, Edward, then please, do stick to your boundaries. And it's the least durable of them all, figures. Every guard is level 10. They are capable of leveling, that's good. I could gear them up, but I don't think I should borrow with that. They're expensive to maintain, even with all the money we got. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, it's a good time for me to, like, get some starting levels up anyway, so it's okay. Besides, I don't even know exactly where the next dungeon is gonna be, but I guess it's gonna be to the south. I'll just like look around though. Well, already found some. Bard Song. What does it do? This guy's got no skills, just basic attacks. Bard Song is just healing. Very minor stuff though. Wow. Longest tail, not only because of all the running we had to do, but because everybody's so fucking weak. Even Edward, you're so wimpy. Okay, you know what? I changed my mind, guys. I changed my mind. We're gonna do some changes here. Immediately, we're gonna go back to the weapon store. I at least want any of these cards to do more than 30 damage. That's just freaking sad. I will not tolerate this kind of injustice. Yes, give me 3 of those longswords, thank you very much. Oh, 10 damage more, yes! Yes! Guys, am I desperate? Because I think I'm desperate. I don't mind being desperate, though. I think I have all the rights to be desperate. This is bullshit. Let me see. It seems that guard A is the spoon of our damage dealers here. Let's see. Guard C has the best... I mean, A has the best stamina. Then also guard B is the fastest. Alright, good to know. So I guess guard B is like the most balanced in a way. But yeah, minor changes, but they're still gonna be roughly the same power. It doesn't matter. Well, let's see if that's gonna change anything. My guess is though, not really. And so you said like 5 bronze tails. Are you like saying, Miko, that I need to get 5 bronze tails as drops? Or do you have to get equal to 5 bronze tails, aka 3 more? I just want to make sure I'm on the like the same I'm on the same page here. Wait, that's another dungeon too? There's 2 places I can go to. And also there's the falling star. Okay, yeah. I guess you're supposed to go to the star, but I don't think I'm gonna go for it yet. So let me get my grinds out of the way first. Oh yes, 50 damage. Hell yeah. I'm feeling so powerful right now. I think I'm gonna first get the tails, and after that, I might like check out the caves. Because I don't know if any of those caves have trigger points. Or if it's gonna be like, well, I know we had to go to the... We had to go to the Fallen Star, but I don't know if any other ones are gonna also have like some specific interactions. Of course, guys, if you think it's safe, then I can go for that, but... Well, we still have to stick to the desert anyway. So I guess it's like irrelevant anyway. But yeah, we have to get to 7 tails now. Before we can move on. If only this damn zoo wasn't so damned tanky. Guys, are my cards really gonna be this useless this whole time? And the sad part is that these cards are pretty wimpy too. Like, okay, they are tanky, but they're weak. They're so weak. Oh, I've never had such a slow fight with Zeus before, and I have never had such a big lack of skills. And like, Edward does no damage, his Bard Song is useless. Unless there's other uses than healing to it, but so far I haven't seen any. There's also Sal, but I guess that's for healing. Thank you, Edward. Very cool. I feel so invigorated right now. Okay, at least that fight is way better now. Thank God. Now let me get some levels. 48 EXP? This is painful. This is actually... Wow, ever kill a thing! Woo! Oh. And even has the better harp, I think. Did I actually switch his harp yet? I don't think I did. Did I do that? I hope I did. Actually, I hope I didn't, because then I feel bad about his damage. I didn't. Thank God. Okay. Maybe it's now gonna be a bit more useful. I hope so. I'm just getting like this desperate agony from this guy existing. I can't believe I can hate Edward like this much, but you know, I'm just rekindling that anger right now. I've never had such a slow team in this game yet. Even Zero was more compatible than this guy. Yes, I know. But then again, if I leveled up faster, I could kill these things faster too. Because, you know, speed stats. So can I enter any of those caves without causing any destroy triggers? Because I could use some distraction from this. Oh boy. At least this shouldn't be as bad as the Moon Flayers, right? Or Mind Flayers. Oh well, some things change with the spells, but that doesn't matter because none of these are spellcasters. Too bad. We could really use one. Pala, why couldn't you just like make your way over here and like, you know, make our life a lot easier by just like having AoE spells? That would be just like, you know, oh, so tasty. Just a sandworm. You got this, Edward. 20 damage. Oh. Edward. Why must a man so wimpy as you even exist? It just makes me feel disgusted. Wow, a crit that is even 100. I see. Salvo's just like put a potion with better effects, I guess. Wow. Edward was actually useful. Oh well. Yes, fun dog, welcome to the fun train. And we're all having so much fun. This is a great experience with Edward. Oh, you're talking about that. Never mind then. I thought you were understanding my pain that I'm going through right now, but I guess I was mistaken. Well, I remember a couple tunes from FFXII, but I don't say I know enough to like really like make that statement, but maybe I'll find out once I get to it myself. Yeah, I figured it could be the case, but most likely it seems to be healing. And you know what? I hate effects that have random effects. Because you never know when you're gonna get something nice out of it. It just sucks. Sucks. Oh well. Can I like have just a bunch of sandworms appear at once? But then again, I guess I wouldn't benefit from that since I have no AoE. At least not yet. Alright, let's see if I can do Bard Song. And if it's gonna be any use here. Hey, now that's decent. I just wish that happened more often. And now because I didn't attack with Edward, this ironically lasted longer. Okay, I'm not like desperate about this, but I just want to ask out of curiosity, like, what is the drop rate for these tails exactly? If anybody wants to share that with me. Because, yeah. This is something. I would have expected at least one tail by now. Common. Oh yeah, they only made those kinds of, right. They only made those connections. When an item drops. I see. Well, let's hope so. I guess I'm just gonna sit at the desert. So, honestly, like, you know, I don't mind this that much. Like, I can deal with this. At least the guards are doing enough damage to, like, handle the enemies, like, in a single cycle of turns. But I must admit that it is pretty unexpected that we have such a weak start with anything at this point. Like, I'm used to, like, many of the times, like, whenever we start with any team, they either have some very strong striking power, very strong healing power, or something like that. But Edward just feels kind of, like, common. They just feel unimpressive in some ways. Well, guards are guards, so they're not, like, meant to be anything impressive, but I was hoping Edward would do something more than just, like, you know, have some support buffs and, like, maybe some more damage, but yeah. He reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy IV with his skill sets. Oh, I see. Okay, so if I do find a Silvertail instead, that would be better. I see. So Bronze and Silvertails are the same thing, essentially. Like, they're on the same currency. We don't need an X amount of both tails. As long as we just have enough of that certain currency, we'll be fine. But, yeah, I see. And also, Mika, you said that we could find these tails in this desert with the best likelihood. But are you telling me that we can still find bronze tails everywhere else, even if it's with the lower drop chance? Because I would say honestly that if we have a chance to get back to the desert, unless we don't, then never mind. But if we do, then wouldn't it be better for us to just like go on our way and do our things? And if we end up needing any more tails than this after the fact, then maybe I can come back to grind here as a last resort to catch up. But if I really have to stay here, if I'm gonna get the tails, then that's okay too. I see, okay. Well, I'll take your word for that. I can deal with it. I just really hope that the drop rates were a bit better on this. Really having bad luck with it at the minute. Moonlight Elf. I don't see anybody else agreeing on this fact. And also, to be honest, I've only seen the Advent animation before I even, like, played Final Fantasy VII, so it didn't make much sense to me. And also, I've never seen any other Final Fantasy movie. I have seen a Final Fantasy anime, but it's like, you know, not even related to any of the games. It was kind of like a anime original that they just made. And yeah, there's no resemblance to any other Final Fantasy so far. Like, has anybody ever heard of the anime called Final Fantasy Unlimited? It's one of those things I watched as a kid, and let's just say that it's a great anime in its own ways. But it does have, like, of course, its own, like, you know, shortcomings. But it's still, you know, worth watching, I think. And also, what's so bad about Spirits Within? I just don't know since I've never seen it, but I wanna hear about this. What's so special about it? Oh, do sandworms. That sounds good. What? My bard song failed? I didn't know that was even possible. Wow. Just wow. Okay, that was a bit more healing at least. But even then, that's only 44. Oh, my first bronze tail, thank you. Okay, 4 more, guys, 4 more. Oh, you watched the anime too? Awesome. Honestly, I gotta say one thing about Final Fantasy Unlimited. I think the hype for, like, you know, the build-up for, like, something happening. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. It's the best thing I've ever seen in anime so far. Or maybe one of the best things at least. Because it's, like, so much build-up. And as a kid, I was so into it. And even nowadays, I look back into it, I'm still thinking that, wow, that's one way to build up when, like, something is about to happen. It's amazing. I love it. And it's such a Final Fantasy style of way of doing it, too. I love it for that. if there's any characteristic about that anime that just like, you know, is great. A funny fact though, Moonlight Elf. You know the guy in the black cloak? I know their name, but I don't want to spoil it. Actually, well, say the name is okay. Kaze. Like, you know Kaze, like, he has, like, those, like, you know, he has the, like, face painting stuff. As a kid, I thought the blue strip on his nose was actually his mouth, and I thought, like, it was just, like, a very, you know, he's got a very interesting face figure, but then I understood at some point, like, from watching closer that, oh, yeah, his mouth is actually way lower, it's just hidden. But I, for some reason, thought that the blue strip on his nose was actually his mouth. And as a thought, that just feels so silly. I'm checking on your message right now, Miko, about the spirits within. Oh, so they actually went almost bankrupt because of the movie? Interesting. Then, what flopped about it so hard about the movie? Was it just, like, nonsensical? Did it not have any good story? Like, what went wrong with it? I'm glad to hear, though, that Kingdom Hearts was really the thing that, like, saved it, though. Imagine if Kingdom Hearts never happened. Like, I mean, it happened, but, like, it didn't have continuation. We just had this final game that, you know, just doesn't have any, like, anything else happening with it. It just, you know, goes. And never any continuation for it. And we would never see any other Final Fantasy or other Square game ever again. Like, instead of, like, you know, as a final move, instead of like making some random ass game about Disney and some Final Fantasy-ish character, they could have just like made another Final Fantasy instead, but they didn't. Now we have another series that people really love. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it makes sense for like the FF7 Advent movie to come anywhere after FF7's release. It could have been like before, after, whenever. I guess like any like kind of like timing between FF7 Advent and FF12's release are just purely coincidental, not related to one another. Ah, I see. So it was really just because at the time the genre wasn't just it for like most people. That's kind of sad though. That's very sad. I mean, it's a niche, these games, but, you know, man, that's so sad because I would have enjoyed that a lot because I like RPG inspired stories or like stories that have like those RPG mechanics tied to it. Like I like those like RPG inspired anime series, for example. I like those a lot. Like I admit it, I liked SAO. You know, one of the very first animes I watched. I loved it because I'm an MMO player myself. There are so many references there. But, you know, I like RPG stuff a lot. So I would have enjoyed that movie most likely too. But I can understand that for masses that isn't really the thing. If they even understood what the JRPG meant at the time for people that didn't play those. I heard the same thing, that FF13 is also kind of cinematic, but it's not a really experience you would play more than just once. For it being the hallway simulator, so to speak. What is known as. Oh, I see. Miyako also dropped in. Figured out to find Moon here. Yes, Miyako. Actually, Moon has been here pretty frequently lately, and it's been pretty nice. Been getting a very good opportunity to catch up with her and, you know, getting to know her a bit better. It's been amazing. And she's get me just get me company in the hardest of times. Like the time I was grinding for Mind Flayer with Palom. Oh, you remember that part when I was grinding for that item? Yeah, I took 11 hours on that. 11 freaking hours. But I finally got it. Like, dude. She was a godsend at that time. Helped me a lot. But yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. I mean, at least that's what Final Fantasy 13, to my understanding, is like. I only actually had Final Fantasy 13 for a console. I think Xbox 360, like many years ago. But I didn't get far with it because at the time I wasn't really fancying the whole, like, you know, active time battle system yet. I was expecting it to be like a turn-based like FF10, but it wasn't. It was like one of my first touches on like the Final Fantasy X, like, or like our Final Fantasies not having like, you know, the turn-based system. But nowadays I'm okay with it. I'm used to it. Oh yes, I can say that much. She is quite the lady, alright. Let's just say that, she is robust. Like, we discussed lots of things about her, and she's so open about it too. And I really appreciate that, you know, she is. And I'm really happy to be, like, I'm happy to be in the position of a person that they're willing to entrust with, like, such information, like, with such information about them, you know. I'm just happy to hear that, and I'm really, like, happy to, like, see that, you know, they're doing really well nowadays. And really, like, Miyako, a lot of the thanks goes to you, too. Of course, like, Moonlight Elf, like, got through with some things with, like, with their own power, but also, I think your presence in there also made a big difference, so thank you for that. Thank you for keeping this shining starlight in our midst, among us. Wait, oh, there's 5 or so cutscenes in Final Fantasy 12? That's insane. And the fact that you can even skip them or control them? Wow. Well, I mean, I think in this, at least this Final Fantasy, for example, it has, like, you know, lots of cutscenes and, like, scenes of, like, written text. And you gotta skip them either. I think if you, like, depending on the reading you take, I think it will take from a couple hours to a few hours too. But the fact that it's all in video format on FF12 is just impressive. Also, Legend of the Crystals OVA. What is that about, actually? I feel like it would, like, stick more to, like, the original Final Fantasy stories, like Final Fantasy 1 to 4, basically, with the crystal system, but is it something else instead? Ah, I see. Interesting. Is the OVA just one episode, or is it actually longer than that? Because I could be interested in checking that out, like how they animated this stuff. And also, what do you mean by hero of your friend group? I understand you're trying to, like, compare to, like, some character from somewhere, but I don't know, like, who hero is and how they're like, so I think you might have to elaborate a bit further on that. Like, if you were to give me a comparison, I think you'd have to do some anime stereotype that I would know of, or maybe, like, some other game stereotype I would know of. Could you, like, compare it to, like, an SEO character, one of the more knowledgeable Sonic characters, or maybe some League character, I don't know. At least some of the older ones, because, yeah, I can't say that. I don't know how many games we share altogether, and how many references I would get in that regard, but yeah, at least Zero doesn't ring me a bell, sadly. And yeah, I understand, like you said that, Migo, like, yeah, I think I heard it from you. So you just, like, you know, verifying that, in fact, does, you know, make sense. So yeah, I think I'm gonna enjoy 13 the first time around, but after that, yeah, if it's like, you know, if there's not much else you can do there isn't, like, much variation, then it does certainly, like, take away from the replayability. Unless you want to speedrun it, but, you know, I don't think there's much speedrunning tactics you can do there. Aside from just, like, playing as fast as you can. I see. I thought the sequels were not that liked, but good to know. I might have to try to get the 13 sequels once they're on sale on summer, so I can, like, have them ready. Although, to be honest, I think even at this rate, I think 13 sequels might even be a thing for next year, and I'd still be able to get them out of summer sale next year as well. But I don't know. We'll have to see about that. If I'm to make a guess, honestly, Like, I've been playing this game for like, it's stream 10 now, so it's been like 3 weeks. And I'm this far. 8, 9 are gonna be long, and 10 especially. I know 10 is gonna be long. I think I'm gonna be able to get all the way to 10 by the end of this year. Not sure if I'm gonna finish it though. And then, like, assuming we use the same amount of hours every week. And then I might be able to get to like 13 or 15 by the end of next year, but we'll see about that. Yeah, I know about that. That's why I was expecting that then it's gonna be a very big roadblock there. I'm not sure about like 100%ing everything, but I do want to get as much done as possible. Everything that seems like reasonable to do, like has any substance to it. 250 hours. If you think we play 14 hours max a week, we can like extend it like on some 4-hour streams to be like a max 18 hours a week. But if you assume it's like 14 hours a week, that's gonna be just about that's gonna be 18 weeks, which is 4.5 months for just X. Actually, that's a bit less than I expected, honestly. Also, did you also include Final Fantasy X2 on this? Or is it just X? What do you mean by penance or bust? Oh no. You're telling me layman's terms I don't understand, guys. I think I'm gonna be in real trouble. Oh, yeah. That guy. Okay, I didn't remember them from Eero. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. I don't remember the name anymore. And I think I'm used to, like, you know, I don't actually know. I don't think I remember their name at all, but I know about the uncle. So you are the uncle. Yeah, I mean, Miyako, I'm not too surprised about that. I think it does fit your nature to be like Eero. The wise man and the calm and collected one. And also, let me see what Moonlight Elf here said. 4 episodes, was released in 1994. It is set 200 years after the hero Bart and his companions. 200 years? Is it like they already passed away? Or did the crystals give them like eternal life and they're still there? And I remember one thing vividly from those episodes because it was both funny and like OMG this era. Well, that's not very descriptive, honestly, without context. So I guess I'll have to find out myself at some point. Type 0 is the best of the 13 universe, though. Okay, good to know. Oh, I got a tail. Nice. Do I have 4 now? Yeah, 4. Only got the 2 tails so far. Damn it. Alright, fair enough then. Let's see. Nemesis is easy to archive. Whatever the hell that means. This sequel is not hard. I heard is not well received. Well, 13, like I said, is not well received. Unless you meant X2, which is also like mixed feelings too, I know that. But I mean, I'm assuming that you mean 13, and it is like, you know, not well received. There are some like, you know, there is some critic about it, but it's not a bad game for like a first experience. And if the sequels are better, then that's a pretty big claim already. So I have some hope for it then. I was thinking that 13 is gonna be a flop for me, but given from the comments that you guys gave me, I think it's gonna be fine. Lady lead of that anime gets the wind crystal absorbed. You know, actually, I'm gonna admit one thing here. I was supposed to say that this once I was done, but I've been watching Blue Seed that Migo suggested to me because I decided that I might as well get it out of the way while it's still in fresh memory. And my god, because it's an anime from 1995 too, I think, 1994, 1995. Dude, now that you say the humor of that time, I know exactly what you're talking about. I wasn't really like sure anymore because it's been a while since I last watched an anime from the 90s, but now that I've been like in very fresh contact with it, I know exactly what kind of humor you're talking about, and I'm just thinking that, oh boy, we're gonna have some panty flashing and butt flashing, I guess, with lots of that crystal flinging. Honestly, I was a bit confused at first about the whole story because like there was like the thing about like, you know, some wanted to kill the main character, and then there's like the one that was supposed to protect her. Never mind, she's also gonna want to kill her. Like, I wasn't really catching up on like what the actual like basis is. Like, what is the purpose of her? How does she make a difference, you know, with her existence and such? But once I like kind of like got more into the episodes, it started to make more sense. Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, or maybe like it was a little bit, you know, maybe because they tried to like get too much of the action at the beginning without explaining itself properly. Just like kind of like felt a little bit slow at first to like understand, but I did get it eventually. So now it makes sense to me. I gotta say, as you said, it definitely is a romance anime, but I gotta say the romance part of it is not as, you know, big as I expected. I mean, there is like the basic elements, but I gotta say they're not as nuanced as like in actual like romance-focused animes. But I mean, the main focus is, after all, the action in it, mostly. And I don't think like the characters are bad. I think like the base of it is pretty cool. But I cannot say that I'm like, let's say, particularly impressed. I think the animations are great for 1994, 1995. It's great. Like well, it's not a disappointment. It's like, you know, what I'd expect and something I wasn't disappointed about. It's just that, well, yeah, the story or like the actual romance plot isn't like anything, you know, to like write home about. The plot is unique and interesting, like the actual like what's actually happening in the anime, and it really like bases a lot on the Japanese folklore. I can say that. But yeah, wouldn't say that it's like the most impressive romance anime I've seen. But it's alright. I've been having fun watching it. But yeah, a PSP version of this game. Are you talking about Final Fantasy IV The After Years? Because yes, I was saying that earlier too. I don't know, Fun Dog. If you were, then yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. This is like, you know, not well received, but I think the 2Ds are exactly the ones that kind of like flop this game in general. Like the 3D game sucks because people have bad memories of 2D because of all the grinding people had to do. Like, people may not look into this game like being revised as well, because they just like connect the name and the game, like, you know, automatically to the fact that, oh yeah, this was that super grindy game that was a pain to get through, so I'm gonna hate this game automatically kind of deal. Oh yeah, actually I heard about that, Migo. I did see some reviews about Blue Seed 2, and I heard that they completely rewrote the story without any warning. So Blue Seed 2 is just like, you know, a complete throwing the, you know, the actual plot to the shit. So I guess I'm just gonna stick to the like the first season, and that's it. I've been watching the Omakes too, but they've been just, well, filler mostly. So been a bit silly, but well, at least I've seen it. But yeah, the Blue Seed 2, thanks for confirming that I don't need to watch it. At least I won't like go with any regrets on that. And I've already like gotten like through most of the episodes. I think at 17 now. Been watching while I'm like eating and doing some other things in the meantime, so it's been okay. Oh, I see. Well, that's even more disappointing. Just fan service. As if the anime didn't have enough of it for its time. And yeah, I can see now, Moonlight Elf. I did see your message earlier, but yeah, so the latest direct descendant of Bart. So I guess the heroes of the time don't exist anymore. They're not immortal, but their descendants still exist. That's very cool. So is there any like story excerpt as to like how these descendants came to be? Like who came with what? Did like Bart's... Actually, you know what? If I'm gonna watch the anime, don't like, you know, spoil me after all. But I mean... I was just thinking, like, did they all end up getting descendants and with whom? But I can make a guess with Bart's. It's just that I wanna make this... I wanna assert this for myself. And if like Faris got any offsprings, because like they didn't feel like the type to ever get in any kind of like relationship, but if they had a descendant too, then they had to, which would be interesting. But yeah, cool. Thanks for all the information about the Final Fantasy X though, guys. But guys, remember, this might be very well be the thing at the end of this year. I might not remember this stuff by the time we actually get there, so please remind me of this stuff once we actually play the game. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are looking forward to it too, but man, we just gotta first get that out of the way. We have many games to go through. We had to go through this game, we had to go to Tactics, we had to go through 8, we had to go through 9. And as long as nobody's gonna throw me any other extra balls to my way, then I will finally get to Final Fantasy X. And there's still quite a few games to go through, okay? And if you are to follow suit on the idea that the games keep getting progressively longer, the newer the games are, then I think 8 and 9 are gonna take quite a bit of time too. He was white or blonde, I think. Shut up. It's been a while since I stared at Theodore, okay? Give me a break. I see. That's a pretty early time to go to sleep though, Miyako. Do you like run some early morning shifts? Or do you just like, you know... Do you just like go to sleep early in general? Because, I'm... Wow. Or are you just like that dynamic with your sleep in general? But I mean, that's alright, Miyako. You go do what you do, man. Thank you so much for dropping on the stream, man. Hope you had a wonderful time joining in, even if it's just for a little bit. And hope you had a nice time reconciling with your partner here. I see. Well, to be honest, Bart's having a kid isn't too surprising. With a certain someone that may not have been in their party. May or may not have been in their party. Wink wonk, wonk wink. I feel like the, if I'm to make any like unobvious statements here, only to make them very obvious because I'm trying to like beat around the bush too much, but you know, the thing is, I think it's pretty obvious that there was a certain traction between the two characters in the party. So, I think I'm gonna assume that Bart's got laid with them. I see. So you're pretty dynamic about your sleep, eh? Do you ever run into like sleep troubles because like, you know, you go to sleep every now and then at like very random intervals? Or do you like usually have some sort of consistency with your sleep? Like, do you usually go to sleep around this time, or is it like something that you have a very, very dynamic sleep schedule that you can go anywhere between, let's say 8 to 2, for example, and there's like no consistency to it, like whenever you feel sleepy in that time period, and you somehow like still manage to like keep your sleep okay? Oh yeah, no worries, Miyako. Sorry to keep you for too long. You don't have to answer that if you're like feeling too sleepy. Don't let me bother you all the time. Alright. Well, thank you so much for dropping on the stream, buddy. Hope to see you next time. And yeah, sleep well, buddy. Guys, I guess we got an hour and 10 left, or hour and 50 more like, but do you guys think I'll get my tails by the end of this? I only got 2 so far. Thanks, Migo, I appreciate it. But also, since we're talking about like the game lengths, do you guys have anything you want to say about the game lengths in general? Like, if you had to compare to Final Fantasies we played so far, including 7, I know I spent about 80 to 90 hours on Final Fantasy 7. How long do you think, comparatively, Final Fantasy 8 and 9 are? Just so I have some idea, like, how long we'll be going through this journey. Oh yeah, Moonlight Elf, I'm the same, bro. I'm a heavy sleeper. And at the same time, I can fall asleep within 3 minutes. No exception. I'm just an insane sleeper. My friends are jealous of me. They're envious of my sleeping skills. But honestly, I am not so envious about my times when I do sleep past my alarms. It's crazy. Wow, so they do keep getting longer and longer. Oh, frick. Yeah. We're gonna be getting to X by winter. Or at winter. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just being realistic. Unless I somehow improve my stream times, which I'm having struggles to do right now. I think that's not gonna happen, guys. I think it's gonna be that. Wow. Such lack of faith. Ouch. That's sad. I mean, I know, like, you're not doing it for the lack of faith, but reality. But, I mean, that's just drops for you. Okay. I'll try. I hope so. I hope I love it, because then I'll just end up spending another stream just playing it entirely. Timor amigo, you don't even realize how similar you are in that regard. You both are freaking devils. I think you guys should both get banished into like the deepest levels of hell. You need to go to Dante's 9th floor for all the shit you're doing. But you know what? It's okay. I shall accept you with all your deficiencies. But I mean, you know... Yeah, you guys are both devils. Don't even try to hide it. You may not be identical in this regard, but you still are, you know, two peas in a pod in this part, in some ways. Oh, I see. Is it something that, like, I need to be logged on the game to do that? Or is it something that, like, time passes even if you're not playing the game actively, so I can, like, go back to it every day and do something and that's it? Because I could do that, like, with my other stuff easily, if it's important, or if it's, like, somehow relevant, but... I mean, if it's just, like, for the Chocobo world, I can, like, do that on the background, maybe. Well... Moonlight Elf, it depends on, like, how useful the speedrun sword is for someone that doesn't intend to speedrun the game. And secondly, knowing how I treat these games in general, I wonder if it's gonna be that easy for me to, like, get through this game, like, you know, quickly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Migo. Like, I can do that, but I just have to make sure that, like, so it doesn't, like, run automatically, even if I don't play the game. I have to run the game for Chocobo World to work. Also, what the fuck would they make a system that requires idling? I mean, come on. That's so... If you cannot actually idle it, that's the worst thing ever. Oh, I see. So it originally was a pocket game, but now it just, you know, it's part of that game now, and yeah. Yikes. Oh yeah, Timor, I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about the like the speedrun sword. Like, Moonlight Elf was talking about the Final Fantasy VIII, but on Final Fantasy IX, it's the one that, you know, you had to, like, play the game fast enough for to get the sword. I mean, not on that run, absolutely. My first run will not be a speed run. But maybe I'll get it at some point in the future on my own time. But no promises, obviously. Oh yeah, okay. I just thought when you said speedrun sword, I thought it was like a sword that was, like, used by speedrunners commonly to get through the game faster. Like, if it was something powerful like that, then sure. But if you're talking about the 9 one, then yeah, I was already discussed about that. But I mean, as great as that would be, I don't want that to be the thing that defines my Final Fantasy IX experience, so I'll just leave that there. Like, this is the same thing I did with Final Fantasy VI. Like, when it's, like, in the window of reasonability, I'll do it. But I swear to freaking God, I will not do every single rage on Gao in Final Fantasy VI, period. Not, at least not on stream. That was way too far for no real, like, substance. Just for, like, personal satisfaction. I'm not gonna go for that. I mean, I know Timor, but that was before you said anything, so... You know, I just had to, like, make sure. But thank you, Timur, at least for confirming. You see, this is exactly why I love to have all these experts around. They will know exactly how to fuck with me, and at the same time, they will know exactly how to help me. Like, it's kind of like a... It's kind of like a trade here that... that you give... That I give my autonomy on this regard, and you give me the invaluable information I need to get through the games efficiently, or like, you know, if I'm missing anything important. And boy, that lack of autonomy is very big deal here with you guys. You'll make sure I will suffer every step of the way. I know that. If there's anything for me to suffer about. And I'm only for you guys, so... Don't be feeling ever wrong about that. It's been a wonderful time. Like, to be honest, guys, if you were just like, you know, telling me, you know, you were just watching the game, you play it, and that's it, you know, it wouldn't be the same as, like, you know, you guys actually being there to, like, support me. It's amazing. Like, I think it's really thanks to you that I can enjoy Final Fantasies as much as I do, because I think if I had... never had the support or the people in the background to, like, you know, be there to, like, tell me where I'm going wrong, I don't think I would have adopted, like, the Final Fantasy gimmickness as easily as I did. Or, like, even, like, you know, learning about it in the first place. Like, maybe even now, there would be a side of me that doesn't, like, have the habit of, like, looking through walls and such, or, like, hugging walls. It just wouldn't come to me. And I would still be, like, losing many of the small features about the game because I didn't know better. Pupu? Is it a bunny? Because pupu means bunny in Finnish. I mean, I don't expect it to actually be a bunny, but if it actually is, then I feel like they made a Finnish reference. But you know what? I'm gonna get pupu. For the sake of that, it's called pupu. Because pupu is cute. I love the word pupu. So just for my own nationality, I must have pupu. And yes, I will call it pupu forever. Even though it's supposed to be poo-poo. Not like the poo and poo. Like, you know, excrement, feces. Poo-poo. But like, you know, I'll call it pupu. Because it fits me. Pupu is a FF8 staple. Interesting. Not that it really tells me anything, but I guess I'll find out. Well... I'll blindly listen to your words, guys, because I know certainly that you know only for my best. You only know to, like, only get me the best things. There would certainly be no, like, bad reason or some, you know, malevolent thoughts as to why you should suggest this thing to me. Obviously. You only have good intentions, right? Right? Or is this gonna be like one of those similar staples like the Phantom Train suplexing? Because, I mean, then I'm gonna be all in for it. I'll grind hours for that shit. No. I haven't said anything about all weapons and summons on FF8 yet. Not yet. But Pupu, I guess I have to get. So, assuming I would go for all that, how long do you think FF8 is gonna take me? Yeah, you guys really know how to temper me and scare me the shit out. Like, you guys know how terrifying this is to listen to, like, out of context? Like, guys, I'm the one that's in the victim's chair, and you're talking about, like, you know, trying to, like... It's kind of like you're trying to, like, get me, like, some sort of, training program, even though I have no actual prior training to this. And you're trying to, like, give me some training schedule that, like, is meant for, like, some sort of, like, experienced freaking fitness master or something like that. Like, you know... You're putting me on this pedestal, like, you know... You're selling about things beyond my comprehension, and then expecting me to look at it with glee, but instead I'm just looking at it with utter fear. You understand what this does to people, guys? You understand, right? Oh, what? So, Mika, you're gonna step down from your backseating role and make Timur do it? You know that Timur can do it as long as he's grinding an FWC, right? There's no way he's gonna do that. He won't do shit. He'll chat, but he won't bite. Nah, Miko just like knows that I like to play my games fair and square, but I mean, if the game does make it feel necessary, then we'll see about that. I won't make any promises yet, guys. I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't know anything about the game except the fact that the level system is dynamic. It levels with me, so I have no reason to level myself up to max like too quickly. But aside from that, I don't know anything else. So please, don't try to feed me things that, you know, I have nothing to know about. And scare the hell out of me. My man said earlier that you're not a 100% achievement hunter, but you are still a completionist. I think that's close enough to being a 100% achievement hunter. Of course, like to a limit, but yeah, completionism is one thing that I guess we both share in common. It seems that there are some mixes, or like there is some mixed opinions about this game, or this like feature in this game. I hope I'll enjoy it, because if I'm gonna have to grind this for hours, then I must freaking love it, or I better love it. Otherwise, I'm gonna have the most agonizing stream or two doing that shit. Well, we'll see. I hope it's not gonna be something for me to regret, because I would like to at least enjoy that. So basically when you start min-maxing things, it becomes hard. Well, to be honest, I guess it depends on like how much you like to play things casually, like how much you like to take things seriously. I do like to play my analytical things, but if it's gonna be like too finicky and like too perfectionistic, like if I mess up a single configuration, just a slightly, then maybe it's gonna be a bit too painful, but I don't mind myself the extra strategy or like, you know, thinking games. But we'll see about that. Once I know better, I think I'll give a better answer about that. I just hope it won't like turn into like an actual big business that I have to go with, even if I don't like it. I see. And let me guess, there's no freaking way you guys are ever gonna tell me about the easy way, right? Just checking. I see. So you're telling me that card mods or something you're gonna obtain in more places than just Triple Triad, but Triple Triad is the easiest way to get them because they're guaranteed or something? I mean, I guess, but... Guys, I don't know if you should spoil me too much about this. I just wanted to get the general idea. I see. So we're now like going in tangents now. Yeah, that's very explanatory. Very explanatory. Helps a lot. Guys, have you ever thought about like that maybe some things are better left said as to not like arouse any more confusion? Because I think this would be one of those moments. Oh, yes, but guys, you know what? I don't think you're helping the situation. I think that's the difference here, you know? You can at least do something to alleviate the confusion, but instead you just really imply on the idea that no, you're gonna make things worse. While it's in your power, you will make me suffer as much as you can. But to be honest, I was never expecting anything less from you guys, so thank you. You're the best assholes I've ever known in my life. And I appreciate that. Yes. You know, just like scramble the cards even further than they already were. Make things worse. Guys, my brains, they're jumbling. Please stop. I'm gonna have my mind intact by the end of this. This is already brainless enough. If I do this, if you keep at this for another hour, I think I'm gonna lose my mind officially. If I haven't lost it already. I mean, I know you guys do always question my mental sanity given all the things that I do, but you know, I'm telling you, if that you think is mental, if you think that's crazy, then you know, you don't want to see the actual crazy. Just saying. I warn you. Really? I said assholes lovingly. I didn't mean it in a bad way. You like the good kinds of assholes if you know what that means. If you don't, then, you know, that's not my problem. You don't understand the meaning of, like, you know, love-hate relationships. I mean, I don't think, like, even if you say all weapons and summons, I don't think that ever excluded poo-poo. Or poo-poo. Obviously, I will go for poo-poo even if I didn't go for summons and weapons, because I need to get poo-poo. I don't know anything about poo-poo. I don't know what it's about, but I want poo-poo because it's poo-poo. It's called poo-poo. I want poo-poo. Guys, I don't understand what you're saying. Please. For the love of God, save me. Guys. You ever heard of existential crisis? Yeah, I mean, what I want to say here is that, you're working on that really well. Then what about Final Fantasy 9? Or are you not ready with discussing Final Fantasy 8 yet? Is there still anything else you want me to know? Is there anything else you want on top of that, vanilla ice ball, vanilla ice cream ball, that pear flavored ice cream ball, the strawberry flavored ice cream ball, that chocolate flavored ice cream ball, that coffee flavored ice cream ball with some sprinkles on top on the vanilla ice cream ball? Not on the pear one, not on the strawberry one, but the chocolate one is gonna be a great one on that, and on the coffee, then also like on the coffee tasted one. And then also important thing to mention, I also want some chocolate syrup on top of my ice cream, but it should not touch the vanilla ice cream, it should not touch the, pear ice cream, but it should only touch the coffee ice cream as well as the strawberry ice cream, because if it was on the chocolate ice cream, that would be just weird, because why would you put chocolate on top of chocolates? And also, I want the top to be marinated. I want the top to be just grilled on the top a little bit. You know, just like add some like flamethrower heater on there for some reason. I don't know why, but it has to be there, okay? Good order. Yes. Anything else? Guys. I don't like where this is going, guys. If you dread it, then I'm gonna be seriously afraid of this. No, guys, let's talk about this for a bit, okay? Dude, Tonini, I don't think I can even go that fast, honestly. Like, dude, Tonini, you must understand. I am so bad with my stomach with my words nowadays. If you expect me to go on the rate of Eminem, then you gotta be crazy about that, because there's no way I'm gonna go on Eminem mode, because at that point I'm just gonna lose track of my words, and then I'm gonna be just like completely lost with my words, and then you won't be understanding what I'm saying, because I would lose the track of my own words too. I will lose the track of thoughts, and then I will be just completely lost with that, and then you won't be understanding anything I'm saying, and when you're not understanding what I'm saying, then there's no point in the speech at all. Got it. That enough for you? Did you understand anything? Good. You didn't understand? Perfect. That was exactly what I meant to do. The point is, you don't want me to do that, because if you don't understand what I'm saying, then if that ruins the whole point of speaking overall. Okay. Good enough for you, Tony? Good. No more? No more. Timor? Have you ever heard of PTSD or trauma in general? Because I think if you're gonna give me trauma like this, I think it's gonna be pretty hard to forget. But yeah, my biggest problem is that I'm stumbling on my words a lot lately, so I think it doesn't actually at least add up on that. So we're on FF9 right now, right? Okay, so FF9, all I say is que. Que! Kinda que? Are you talking? Kinda que? Kind of que? Or is there a different kind of que? I don't know any kind of other kind of que. Good enough? What? Okay, a que and a jump rope. Guys, you ever thought how vague you are with any of your explanations? Is this intentional? Are you trying to, like, you know, keep me out of the zone on this one? Are you even, like, trying to, like, tell me, like, what I'm supposed to do here? Like, I understand, like, with jump rope, I'm supposed to jump the rope, but what is so hard about jumping rope? It should be pretty easy, right? Just, like, a few skips here and there, and that's it, right? Shouldn't be too hard, right? You guys are an actual headache. If I was able to get headaches. Honestly, haven't had any in a long time, so I'm happy about that, but you get the point. You are metaphorically headaches. Oh! Per tail! Oh my god, I need 2 more. Yes! We might be able to do this by the end of the stream. That would be amazing. Okay, so now I deserve the treatment. There's no way escaping it now, huh? What makes you think that I have no right to refuse? By what law and by what governing? What instigates that I must do it? The laws of karma. I mean, come on, what's karma about that? I was only saying about the idea that it's just skipping rope, bro. Anyone would ever think, like, out of context, anyone would think that. What makes me now the bad guy? Now you're being the bad guy. Why does it have to be me? Why must I suffer? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you have a gill band. Oh shit, that's nice. You know what? I'll actually keep that. But I mean, are you really... Are you guys sure about this? Like, really sure? Am I not gonna really be spared? Am I gonna suffer? Don't ask, guys. I got too much money. Too much money. I could get some more shields later, but I don't have the money for it right now. But it's good enough for me to at least get this much. If I get the shields with another 1,000, then that's it. We don't need to buy any more gear. Perfect. At least they're prepared. But, okay, guys, if you say I will jump the rope because of that, then fine, I will, if I must, but given the heebie-jeebies you guys are giving me about this, I don't know if it's a good idea. Are you sure I cannot back down from this anymore? I don't think I can get the Destroyer Pop, sadly. Not with this character. And don't worry, if I need the money there again, I will handle it. I know that much. But I might as well get these guys fully geared if I had the money to do it. No backing out? You for real right now? Moonlight have helped me. What am I gonna do with these 2 tyrants? Is there anything I can do? Is there anything you can do to help me? Can you pamper me? I think I need some emotional support. I don't really have an emotional support animal or plushie, so, you know. I'm kind of, you know, I don't know what to do with myself. My neurodivergent brain wants to explode. Migo, I just mentioned earlier that do you know what trauma is? And the one characteristic about trauma is that no matter what, it just keeps haunting you for your life, perhaps the entire life. So, with you giving this to me in such a tense, I think I'm gonna have trouble forgetting anything about this. But you can ask me next month. You can ask me next Monday. Actually, even I will make promise. Punch Pikachu? Really? Why would you tell me to do that? I don't think that's gonna help me with any of my problems. I don't think that's gonna, like, you know, de-stress me. Wait, Moonlight Elf, do you hate the Pikachus too? Dude, what did the Pikachu do to you? He's done nothing wrong. He's been literally just sitting on there on the bench. Nothing else. Kiss Pikachu. Abso-fucking-lutely. BRB. Comfort Pikachu. You know what? I'll keep it. I need my Comfort Pikachu. You guys have done this to me. I will need my emotional support plushie now. So this Pikachu will have to do. This is your making. Timor, this is your fault. So this is your punishment. You will see Pikachu on the front screen as long as I like to. My Pikachu. I deserve this. Although the summer heat and me being close to the plushie do not help me at all. Okay, so we either go through the impulsive rage mode, or just like expressing our thoughts in a single action, or then the other idea is that you're gonna go completely logical on me and hope that that's gonna somehow work with me. You know what I could do with the logical explanation too? That would be very great. No, 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 no. My Pikachu was taken away from me. He did this to me. I have no comfort anymore. This was all just... This was all a lie, a mirage. I was given the comfort of a mother for a split moment there. And then Timur comes in and decides that no. This was all scripted. We know you would do it. So therefore, we'll take it away from you. So you'll never feel comfort again. You bastard. How could you? How in the world could you do this to someone like me? What did I do to deserve this? I don't know. But yeah, what I'm saying here though is that what I was trying to say here is that I may forget about like the mention of Final Fantasy 8 or 9 on next stream, but if someone, even once, mentions to me Final Fantasy 8 or 9, it's all gonna jump back to me. That's how my brains work. I may forget about something on surface, but as soon as I get a smallest connection to that event or that specific idea, I might get a big-ass surge of things just suddenly coming back to my mind. And so, if I feel like I'm desperate enough to, like, you know, get scared, I think I remember everything about FF8, all summons, all weapons. Also this, like, Chocobo World thing, this whole, yeah. Chocobo World, all this, like, grindy bullshit. It's gonna be great. I'll remember, if I'm reminded of it. And then there's also Poo-Poo, of course. Poo-Poo weapons and summons. I'm gonna remember this all. Pupu especially will stick with me. I know, Timor, but still, come on, man. What do you do with me, man? You know, Migo, I think you might be getting into something. I think you might be right about that. He wants to replace he wants to replace the Pikachu on the seat with himself. He gets too much attention. Overhyped rat? Bro, he doesn't even smile. What makes you think that they're overhyped? I don't understand your logic on this case. But yeah, anyway, then also, like, with Final Fantasy IX, there's the Quair. And then there's Jump Rope. I cannot forget these things if they are fully embedded into my mind. If you dig deep enough with this thing, I think I'll have trouble forgetting. So yeah, guys, if you really want me to forget, then don't mention it. Not until the game actually begins. Because otherwise, hell breaks loose. We're gonna have some real trauma in here. Oh, I'm so Team EV2 at this point, honestly. Like, Pikachu has always been my team as a kid, but Eevee is cute as hell, dude. I can't say no to Eevee. Wait, can you even get Eevee as a starter, though? Is there actually like a certain Pokemon game that does allow you to do that? I played Yellow. I think I played Red before. Not sure if there's any other Pokemon I played before, but I know about those. But is it like an actual... Ah, yeah, that one. Dude, Eevee is so freaking popular, I swear. Charmander episode. I mean... I like saying, Moonlight Elf, that you are a Charmander team. I mean, nothing wrong with Charmander, honestly. I love Charmander too. But Eevee is definitely like high on the cuteness factor. They did a good job on that. To be honest, actually talking about Pokemon, I have been wanting to watch Pokemon, like the original very first season, for so long. And I had struggles with that because I couldn't find all the episodes anywhere. All the episodes would be like fragmented. Like, he would find the first 4-ish episodes and then there would be like episode jumps. Like, that stuff has been hard to come across. But my recent studies have shown that I have found a place to find all the Pokemons properly. I call the actual, like, the first season episodes. At least I think so. And that one has me excited. And I've been planning to, like, start watching Pokemon together with my friend at some point. Just because we, like, both want to see it. Like, the proper thing. But the problem is, it's very hard to get my friend to watch anime. Like, when was the last time we were continuing on Tonikaku Kawaii? 3 months? At least, probably? So, trying to convince them to, like, continue on any anime in general is a bit hard. Especially when we got some other things I need to make him watch, for example, Initial D, Log Horizon, Danmachi, blah 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 blah. Many animes I'm gonna show him, but he just doesn't have the motivation ever. Even though we talk about watching something at some point, but it just isn't on his top of his mind ever. I'm gonna really have to push the envelope on him for us to get anywhere with anything. Ah, okay, you were playing as Charmander on the first game. I like on the blue version, I see. To be honest, what is actually the difference between red and blue, for example? I mean, I know, like, red is for Charmander and blue is for Squirtle, but if you can choose, like, them freely in both games, then what's the point? Like, I don't know much about, like, the Pokemon games in general, like how they, make these different game versions / colors, like, somehow differentiate from each other. And also, I need to ask the important question. I know there's 151 Pokemons in like the Gen 1, but how many Pokemons do we exactly have nowadays? Does anybody know? Like, I don't mean to like get dug deep into this, but I'm just like generally curious. Over 1,000. I figured as much. I think I remember like some mention some time ago that those were 900, but I guess I finally crossed the barrier. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, the trading cable. People were able to do trading back in the day too. How did it actually work? Was it like on only like certain platforms? Like, was it on GB then? Or like GBA? I don't know. I don't know what the original platform is. I guess GB. And so was it like only on GB platform that you could like, you know, have trading cables that allow you to trade Pokemons? And was it so like people would generally like actually trade with each other? Or was it more like people would actually like play both and then like trade Pokemons with each other like between those versions? Or something like that? Well, thank you for at least confirming that it's over 1,000 Pokemon. I'm glad that you also haven't kept counting. Yes, Pokemon Stadium. I was thinking of the same thing too. Like, I remember playing Pokemon Stadium as a kid. And I remember like playing those arenas, like those cups for like, you know, those, well, those cups. And I realized at some point as a kid that aside from the Pokemons that were in there on rental, I noticed that they were on the lowest level possible, and also that they were called rentals. So that meant that there was another way to get Pokemons. And I figured at some point that there's a way for you to like connect the Pokemon Stadium to like your other device that you had actually played Pokemon on. And I think that was like the coolest thing ever I've ever seen. Like actual like, you know, between game kind of connection. And if you had like been diligent enough on like the actual Pokemon games and then went to Pokemon Stadium with those, use them temporarily to like use them on like the Pokemon fights. Dude, that's awesome. Really awesome. And then also like the other like handicap of course being the fact that because rental Pokemon have random abilities out of the all things they've learned until up that point, then that did make it so that some abilities may not be the best choices. So if you had like grown your own Pokemon in the way you liked, then yeah. Oh, I see. Well, I guess that does also mean that you could easily like do the both yourself. Or, well, I mean, you would have to have 2 GBs, I guess. But then again, if your friend had a GB but they didn't play Pokemon, if you had just played them both yourself, then you can use that. But I mean, you only need 2 GBs and 2 Pokemons in there in general. I just wonder, like, if people were more commonly actually like trading between friends, or if they were like more completionists than just like doing both the games themselves and then just getting everything on their own. It sounds like something that Pokemon players would do. Because, I mean, from my understanding, the Pokemon culture is very grindy and also, like, very dedicated to the craft. But then again, I'm not, like... I haven't really, like, played Pokemon since from my childhood at all, so I don't know how the mentality is nowadays. Yeah. We had that emulated as well. We actually had that burned on a CD. Because, my brother... I guess, if I have to guess, like, if anyone on my family was interested in Pokemon, it must have been my younger elder brother. Because they are, like, the kind of a nerd that I am. Then again, my eldest brother is not so much into games. Much less something like Pokemon. And my sister was never really grindy type. So, I guess it makes sense that it would be my, like, well, middle elder sibling in that case. And that's pretty interesting, you know, that we had that burn on CD, so I could play it, like, on my PC even as a kid myself, but I never got far with it. Like, I think I had this basic cycle of me, like, getting to, like, you know, I would start a game, I would get myself either Pikachu or some other Pokemon, because I, like, know that we had both Yellow as well as some other Pokemon. I would play the game, I would get a Pidgey, I would level up that and maybe something else to, like, level 10, and then I would just quit. I never got far with it as a kid. Oh my god. Hey, sis. the hell are you doing here? Why are you invading my Final Fantasy stream? Get out. Nah, please stay here. I'm glad to see you, man. How's it going? You having a nice weekend? And also, what do you mean by TMS? Are you talking in Finnish? Or like saying you play Pokemon in general? Aw, what's up, man? Or what's up, sis? Sorry, I'm just used to saying man as a more gender-neutral term. Well, what's up? What happened? I see. Stat metrics that I don't understand nowadays. That's good to know, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna go down the loophole myself. I don't intend to like get competitive about Pokemon. And as long as I don't own any single Nintendo consoles of the current era, and I don't get any, I have no reason to delve into Pokemon, because as usual, Nintendo wants to keep everything exclusive to their own consoles, and it sucks. For a PC gamer like me, that cannot afford buying a new console every 3 years. Ah, I see. So... but what about it? I mean... is that like related to like why your Saturday is not so good? Or did you like not mean that with no? I will also mention, sister, that because there is a lot of stream latency and I do talk a lot, there's also the other thing you have to mention here, that I may not understand what you're like responding to if I say a lot of things that have like open-ended answers to it. Oh, cool. Do you have them like actually like as physical copies, so like with actual physical consoles? Or is it like just is it just like as emulated pieces? And honestly, sis, I didn't think you would be interested in like Zelda and Pokemon, honestly. Like I know we like used to play those as kids a little bit, but I didn't think you'd invest into those, honestly. And I mean, if they're the old ones, then I think they may have just been passed around in our family, and that's pretty much it. But I don't know if you've actually had any part in like, you know, getting all those Zeldas and Pokemons. Are those all just the keepsakes of our good old brother Pokemon? Also, sis, I don't know if you saw my stream title yet, but guess the game. I don't know if you have actually been following me, but I'm been streaming, so well, if you don't, then you can go and guess like what game genre this is, or like what game series this is. But also, talking about the thing about the the old OG Pokemons, like yeah, emulated was all I had, honestly. That like was all I had access to, and I would really like to like delve into those games at some point, but man, I just never really got into it myself too much. And since we didn't have like all the platforms to like really like make use of like that Nintendo. We didn't really have the platforms of the Nintendo games as I was growing up. I just kind of like was left behind with it. Like any like Nintendo stuff is like just like a remnant of my childhood. Anything that came after 2005, I'd say, just never happened to me. It's kind of sad, honestly. Wait, do you still have the same Nintendo DS that you like borrowed to me at some point? Or do you like have a Nintendo 3DS or something? Like the Nintendo DS Lite that I had at some point. Cool, interesting. Which Pokemons and Zeldas are we talking about? Are we like talking about the like very early gen games, or are we talking about like, you know, do you remember any specific titles? Because I mean, it matters a lot. There's lots of Pokemons out there nowadays, and honestly, even Zeldas. Like, I know a bunch of Zelda name titles if I just like start like digging through my head. So, it could be a lot. Oh, you have 2DS. When did you get one? How long have you had that? I never heard you getting a 2DS. Or unless I forgot that it was a 2DS and not a 3DS. But I think you had a 3DS at some point. Like a red one, if I'm not mistaken. You mean the GameCube? You got the GameCube with you? And also, don't call it stupid looking. GameCube was actually just fire. Straight up fire. No, not all the Zelda titles. I see. Why did you give the 3DS to them? Did you not have enough games for it? Or what? I see, yeah. Emulate all the games that are no longer available as well, yeah. I mean, if it's abandonware, I don't find emulating to be a bad thing. But if it's about, like, actually, like, you know, games that are present, it's a little bit, you know, gray area. No, actually, not even gray area. It's like, you know, you're avoiding the responsibility of buying an actual, like, marketed product. But if you have no other way to enjoy the game, then, you know, it's kind of harsh. But yeah, just let me know, sis. I would be interested in hearing more about that, because I would like to, like, also, like, delve into those games maybe at some point. Cool stuff, though. But yeah, you get to sleep, man. Thank you so much for dropping on the stream, man. Yeah. Sleep well. And also, Timor, I think, like, well, there was, like, the first Legend of Zelda, and then there was, like, the other game. I don't remember exactly, like, what was the, exact name, but there was, like, the Adventure of Link. That was, like, the second Zelda game that ever came out. Then there was, like, the Link to the Past that I remember seeing videos about. And I don't know if the fourth game was Link's Awakening or something like that. Like, I know a bunch, but, like, you know, I didn't, like, delve too much into, like, the old gen. And then there's, of course, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. Then there's, like, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, of course, and so on. Like, I know some titles, but I won't say, like, I know all of the games, obviously. But I know a few old, very old titles, and I know also, like, about, like, some of the more recent ones, or, like, more, like, the sort of modern ones. Oh, yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Since they're not collecting... Now that they're collecting pieces, and we're not talking about, like, legally buying it from the actual, like, provider of the product. We're talking about transfer of ownership of an already bought product. It's different from a game that is being actually manufactured and produced by the actual, company that made it. So it's still abandonware in a way. And, yeah, if you buy anything like collectible kind of deals, then, you know, it's very expensive nowadays because people hold those in very high regard. Like, for example, with the... I think there was, like, that one news in Finland at some point about someone buying, like, a very fresh, clean copy that was never opened of Super Mario Bros. And that was for, like, over 10k, I think. 10k euros. It's crazy. I mean, yeah, but it is still a Zelda game. It's like, you know, it's with Link, and it's the same character. Like, I think, like, you know, if you talk about, like, games that are made under the same brand, it is still considered to be, like, one of the Zelda games. But, of course, I know that it's not, like, the most, you know... It's not, like, the most, like, cut around, or, like, you know, cookie cutter Legend of Zelda game out there, obviously. But, just, you know, it was there. I saw videos about it. I watched the whole gameplay. I know, Timor. I'm not saying that I know all of them, but I know a few at least. Because I used to, like, watch videos of some. I played some. I know some exist. So, obviously, I don't know all of the titles. I never said I knew all of them. But I do have the confidence that I did know a few. And I did, actually, like, from the top of my head, which is pretty surprising. Maybe there's a couple more I could maybe think of if I was thinking more further. But, nah, not right now, at least. We also had Twilight Princess at some point, but that was on Wii, and I never got far with it. I was too young to really understand how the game worked for some reason. Or I never, like, really took it seriously. To be honest, A Link to the Past honestly was, like, the favorite of the four I watched. Like, I felt like A Link to the Past was such a, it felt like a very refined game for its time. And when it compared to like the first 2 games and the Link's Awakening afterwards, like Link to the Past was, I guess, was it like 16-bit graphics? While I think Awakening was 8-bit again, for some reason. Like, it felt like, you know, Link to the Past like was a completely refined experience, while Awakening just like take it to a downgrade, and I never finished watching that gameplay series. Yeah, that was honestly very good. I loved watching the whole series of that game. Don't remember who it was. Maybe I watched Nintendo Capri Sun after a long while, but don't exactly know if it was them or somebody else. I also had this like one moment's fixation of like watching like on different generations of Harry Potter games on different consoles. Like there was like first the Harry Potter games for PS1 and then for PS2. But that's like when I stopped. I didn't like watch any further than that, but I did have like those certain random fixations of watching some series. Then I had that small episode of like watching Link, like the Legend of Zelda games. And that's like why I know about those games in general. Ah, I see. Honestly, I didn't like check where the platforms were, but I guess it makes sense. So, I'm guessing, so Link to the Past was SNES, and then Awakening was Game Boy, I suppose, right? Oracle of Ages. Yeah, I never heard of that one, but I guess I'll come across it eventually, if I ever, like, get myself delved into Zelda. But yeah, the point here is, though, that, yeah, like, honestly, like, the only Nintendo consoles we really had were, in my childhood, we had Nintendo GameCube and Nintendo 64. I think they both are still alive. At least my bro has the Nintendo 64, and it still functions. Even my cousin has one. And like I said earlier, I did play Banjo-Kazooie very recently on my cousin's Nintendo 64. GameCube, honestly, I don't know, like maybe my sis now has it from what she said, but I'm not really sure about that. And well, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then we also had like the Nintendo DS, like I said earlier, that my sister had one. They gave it to me. We had that for some while. But that's like all the touch I've had with Nintendo consoles ever since. And of course Nintendo Wii, but that was a little bit, you know. Did even Nintendo Wii even have any like of the actual like staple trademark Nintendo games? Because I never had one. Maybe I just never went looking for them, but we just felt like it was something entirely different. Oh yeah, I can understand that too. Like, I can understand because Zeldas are like also puzzle games. I can imagine like as a kid, if you don't like really grasp all the mechanics, I can understand you needing help on them. But it's still cool regardless though, that you guys had access to that. Fun dog, you don't have to repeat yourself 3 times. And no, that isn't exactly the case because FF40 After Years is such a big difference to the story, and it does like apply straight after like the changes. Like it does apply like chronologically after the events of the first game. They're 2 completely different things, and they play very differently. So it's not like something you could consider to be a ROM hack, even jokingly. Like there's the moon system that didn't exist. There's a whole like tail system. Like many things about this game are different, and on top of that, the fact that the Final Fantasy IV I have is pixelated, and this one is like, you know, 3D. And I mean, of course, you can like, you know, maybe somehow hack that too, but obviously these 2 are very different from each other. Maybe you're just overthinking it, Fun Dog. We discussed this earlier, right? This was just like remastered and remastered for the usage of phones. And you know, there was no reason to stick to pixelated graphics anymore because our technology was advanced enough. Yet there was not enough technology for us to go for like some severely good 3D graphics here. So that's only like in your head, honestly. What feels like something and what actually is something are very different things. And I mean, again, like, you know, the story is like related to Final Fantasy IV after the fact. And the gameplay is so different that there's no way it would be just like a modified Final Fantasy IV. Yes, they did. they made 3D, they made DS versions too. That's okay, yes. But the thing was because Final Fantasy IV, the After Years, was not available on any other platform other than Japanese phones until they remastered it. They just, you know, did it. And because technology allowed it, then why not make the game more appealing for this present time? What are you doing in game right now? Well, before I answer that, why the hell is your name Vitun Mahtava Tuuletin, aka a fucking amazing fan? Well, seriously though, I'm grinding for bronze cells right now. I need this if I want to get myself this one item that I need to exchange for in this game. And it's apparently a very important thing I need to have for the final chapter, so... I'm just looking for these things until I get enough. I need 2 more. And it requires me to kill certain enemies in this desert, which have a limited drop chance. Fun Dog, did you ever play it? I think 2Ds are okay, man. I think I would play this also on 2D. I know, right, Diod? It's amazing. Yeah, the grind is actually real. I see, yeah, I understand that. So wait, you are a streamer yourself? What are you streaming yourself? Are you also like playing Final Fantasies, or do you play something else? I mean, Fun Dog, it's not about the graphics on this one. Like, I discussed this earlier. The reason why 2D After Years was considered to be bad was because it was a very grindy game. At the time, the game was released in chapters, and because of that, the game was like made to be very, very long-winding. Dungeons were made to be extremely grindy. If you wanted to get best endgame gear, you had to do lots of grinding. And also, like, because there were like other elements like missable characters, then it kind of like made the game very, well... It made it pretty stalling for many people. And after all the grind that people went through, people, I guess you could say that after the fact, people were not too fond of After Years. But it's not that the game itself is bad because of the graphics. It was about the execution. As for like the 3D version here, like I said earlier, Final Fantasy, the After Years 3D here, they modified it so that it removed most of the grinds. We have this grind here, but, you know, there is no longer, like, item grinding that we have to do, for the most part. And, the chapters are now all here, without waiting. We can play it at the pace we want to. I don't know how long After Years, like, used to develop back in the day, but I guess it took, like, months, maybe even years, so... People were, like, waiting a lot in that. So it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. And that's also like why people have also rated Final Fantasy IV, the After Years, horribly as well. Like even on PC, because I think people are just like way too strongly connected to like their previous experiences and not looking at this game as its own standalone thing. Because on its own, this game is honestly pretty nice. I like the pacing. You have been, I see. So you just like to, you know, just like go skulking around for streamers like that. How did you find me then? Like, if you're looking for, like, Finnish streamers, then how do you come across this when I'm like... Ah, right, because I also have the Finnish tag on my stream. Wasn't that the reason? Because I do have the Finnish tag on my stream because I am Finnish in origin, but I do stream in English, though, which is, like, why my language on the stream is also considered to be English. I just find it curious to find you out of all places in here. But... I honestly don't know much about Lappavica myself. I mean, I know they exist. I've known about them for a long time, but I didn't know anything about them being called Raw Moogle. But I guess that means that Lappavica also likes Final Fantasy. Because that's the first time I'm hearing about that. Yeah, basically, yeah. 3D has the better gameplay, but 2D may have arguably the better graphics, depending on which you like. I think both are good in their own regards, but I don't mind like the crisp 2D graphics on this too. I would play both. I'm used to like the pixel graphics after playing all the first 6 Final Fantasies. Like, you can check the previous streams about that. I played every single one of them so far. So, with that being said, I could play it still, but I think like also the 3D is a very nice change of pace. And I mean, since I've seen this kind of animation before when I played Final Fantasy III on my DS in the past, I like don't mind this graphical thing. It's cool. It's in like, you know, well, it's a nice change of pace in general, so I don't complain. I also know you, just not my nickname because of the absurdity of it. I see. Have I known you for a long time? Did you discover my stream because of my Discord friend list? I'm quick on the uptake here. I want to solve this mystery. This is all too interesting. No, I don't want to call the girl fucking. You know, I mean, I could do her a fucking, but I don't want to call her fucking because, you know, I think that would be just a little inappropriate and just rude. It's the action. It's not the name. I can call her a bitch, though. I think she deserves that. She's been an absolute bitch to us this whole time. Or do you demand, Mr. Amazing Fan, that you don't wanna give too much information lest I would discover who you are? I mean, if you want to keep your identity secret, that's okay too, but just if you don't mind, then I do like to solve a mystery here, if I can like figure out who you are. I mean, my first guess is that you're Shiroira, which is like one of my friends that have also been streaming Final Fantasy recently, and also because, well, I know them for a while, I just haven't been in touch with them in a long while. And you know, I guess you have the same funny energy that he has, but maybe I'm just overthinking it. If not, though, that's fine too. Like, maybe they have a secondary account that they use to, like, prank around with. I don't know. Aside from that, there is a couple other Finnish people that I could recognize. But I think, like, if you know Läppävika for a long time, I don't think that would be something that other Finnish people in my community would know. Also... We have never met in game. Okay, so you are a real friend of mine. Or we have met, at least. I mean, I understand that too, and if you don't want to give me the real answers, then, you know, you'll be comfortable with that. Did I meet you through somebody else? Like, was I friends with somebody else that you were friends with, and therefore I discovered you through them? We're gonna play the detective game now. And imagine if it was my landlord. That old fart. I don't think he even knows I stream, so I find that very unlikely for them to find me through their sources. Now that I think more of it... Is it Gulkuri? Because I know this guy because I have met them through my sister. So that wouldn't be my friend. But that would still mean that I met through them with someone. And if it's not a friend and it's somebody that I know directly, more closer, then I guess that would mean there aren't that many options in general. And since I don't think we ever actually met in game, because at least with Gulkuri, I know that they were playing the same game as I at some point, but we never actually met in game. I think so. And aside from that, I don't think, like, you know... I don't think there's any other people that I would consider to be other than friends for me. Oh, yes. Yeah, through my sister, yes. But you weren't Gulkuri. So it's somebody else. Wait. Is it JP? That would be very hilarious. Am I met with the person that has the exact same name as I? Those are my two guesses. Do you have anybody else? Wait. Wait, is it... If it's not JP or Gulkuri, then is it you, Samuli? Because honestly, I gotta admit, the convenience of my sister coming in and coming out, and the fact that you're here now feels way too convenient as well. And I mean, I do agree that if you are Samuli, then we have certainly not talked a lot, but... And I have met you through my sister, but you know how it is. Hey, so it is Samuli. Hey there, buddy. Meet somebody that is very close to my sister. You may elaborate a bit further if you want to, but I won't go too much into the details. But my sister and this guy are very well. Know each other very well. It's amazing. Well, I wasn't expecting you out of all people here, but welcome. Welcome to the stream. Although, sadly though, I'm actually about to end the stream. I've already been streaming for almost 6 hours with my imaginary pocket watch here, or wristwatch. So, I had to stop soon so that I go past quiet time. But anyway, how are you doing? You had a wonderful Saturday so far? Weekend going well? Are you looking forward to the party later this month? And yes, I also will mention here as a side mention that I do intend to come in. I just hope there won't be any problems with that. Or any other inconveniences getting in the way of things. Well, only if they are here to stay, but I doubt it. I don't even know if somebody knows much about if they know much about Final Fantasy. But then again, because they are somebody that has played similar games as me, including World of Warcraft, I feel like them liking Final Fantasy would not be too much of a far stretch. But I haven't heard it from them. Yeah, I can handle that because I made my arrangements to go to my friends for a week over midsummers. I'm gonna go there the same weekend, when Midsummer Day comes in. I'll be there for a week. And then I'll come back. There's one day in between that and the party. So I have prepared myself for this. There should be no obstacles. But of course, if anything else surprising happens, then well, anything can change. But I at least intend to come in. Although just don't expect me to don't expect me to actually come in absolutely amazing clothes, because let's just say that my wardrobe isn't the most expansive, and I'm not willing to buy a suit for this. And sorry, Seiko, I have stopped playing Flight Universe over a year ago already, or just about a year ago, and I did that for very obvious reasons. If you want to discuss that a bit further, if you want to find out more, I made a video about this called Why I Quit Flight Universe. If that's gonna help you understand a bit why I quit. And I had no intention to come back, so if this displeases you, Mr. Seiko, feel free to unsubscribe. I won't be making any more Flight content, I hope you understand. And I'm sorry that I cannot deliver your wishes. Oh, that's a great idea! That's an actually amazing idea. Yeah. Hold on. Somebody, just stay for a bit. I need to show this to you. I got the perfect outfit. Pikachu Pancho. Whole freaking Pikachu suit. Okay. Consider yourself warned. No, we're not gonna bring in the Picaraff. We're not gonna bring in the Picaraff. Miko, I have already burned the eyes and retinas of many people. I don't think I had to do that in an entire party. I think I will cause actual, you know, heart attacks in there. I mean, if I don't wear anything else underwear, then I should be very well ventilated. Especially with all these buttons just like, you know, giving some loose gaps. There's gonna be lots of air holes in here. Oh yes, perfect. Migo, I first T-pose, then I dab right on the stage, and then I go. That's, you know, that's my master plan. That sounds great. But yeah, anyway, before I quit the stream though, Samuli, I'm gonna ask you one more thing. So, have you ever played Final Fantasies yourself? Like, do you have any connection to these? Or is this the first time you're actually, like, coming across this and you just came here because, well, I just happen to exist? Let me put the suit back in the meantime. Hold on. This thing is actually hot to just have on me. Also, Dion, how hot is it in your place right now? Because I was just thinking about this. If you don't have like 30 degrees, then you don't even understand the pain that Timor has to go through. Germany's having it rough with the heat lately. Okay, so it goes similar to you. Well, the heat in here at least hasn't been that bad yet, but I guess there's possibilities later down in the summer, and I'm not looking forward to it. Like, I think it's been peaking around 20-ish right now lately, but even that's already making me like feel like it's scalding hot. Oh, like, not flight related. Not like... Okay, so, I was asking about Final Fantasy. FF, Final Fantasy. As for Flife, it's a standalone MMO that I used to make videos about, but I don't play that anymore. I was asking about Final Fantasy. But I'm assuming that, well, you meant that anyway. Because, yeah, Flife isn't a franchise. If that's what you say, then okay, that's cool. I just figured that would be something that you would maybe consider playing. Because I know you have like stuff like WoW before, so it felt like something you could also get into. It's very grindy, like in some cases, and it's got some very cool gimmicks, super bosses and such. Like I have only played Final Fantasy X before I started this journey, but now I've just gotten such a deep passion for Final Fantasies in general. This has been just an amazing journey. And with all these people here, like Migo and Timor here, telling me like what to do here, like making sure that like miss any of the important bits, like suplexing a freaking train. You know, I've been having a wonderful time. Don't regret any of it. Yeah, okay, so you didn't mean Final Fantasy. Fair enough. But hey, maybe you could consider giving it a shot sometime. It's a great game series, if you like grindy stuff and RPGs in general. And also, actually, Samoli, like, that being said, like, you are right about that. We haven't actually been discussing much at all in general, like, you know... And it's not because I don't want to, it's just like... I guess I just never came across to doing that. We've just been, like, in touch through my sister mostly, and that's it. But, is there, like, anything that you play nowadays, Samoli? Because if there's something that we both share, then maybe there's something we could play sometime. For us to, like, you know, get to know each other better. Because I do feel a bit bad about, because we have such similar tastes. I do feel bad about the idea that we exist, we know that we have similar tastes, yet we don't, like, you know, have any deeper connections. It kind of feels like a wasted opportunity, you know, so if there's something, then we could consider gathering up sometime whenever I have time, which is a very subjective term. Me having time? Nada. I'm always busy. Are you playing actually RuneScape right now? Dude, I was playing RuneScape earlier, like late last year, but I stopped because I was getting too busy with content creation and other things. I started like streaming just like Fun and Fantasy full time here, because there's so many games to go through, and if I try to focus on other things too, I would never get through these. So that's, yeah. Are you like saying you're playing RuneScape 3 or like the modern RuneScape, or are we talking old school RuneScape? I played OSRS like for a good half years, I think, on my channel. Maybe not half years, a few months at least. And then I quit. Not because I lack interest, but I just didn't have the time for it. It's very time consuming. Yeah, that's cool. Do you have anything else like more, you know, opportunistic to play? Something that isn't like so MMO grind heavy? Or is it like really MMOs you're mostly spending your time on nowadays? Because if there's like something more, you know, accessible, then I think we could like catch up sometime with that. That would be amazing. And yeah. Diod. We should like pass a new law. A new law has passed. Temperature should remain stable to ensure our survival. Although, then again, I don't think temperature ever like follows our own rules. It's not completely not up to us. Damn shame. But yeah, that's pretty crazy though, like with your case too, like, well, I can understand that like from given where you are from, Migo, that it's gonna be pretty strong fluctuations there. But it's regardless pretty sad to hear like that, you know, you have such strong fluctuations around. Like, that's crazy. How do you even survive that? Just like very well robust clothing. And also like, are you saying that you saw that in your country? Or are like seeing you saw it in general? I mean, he's from the north, but I think like, you know, yeah, I think you only saw them on news. But we're talking about in your area. I don't think that would have happened in your area though, Migo. I think you're joking. Oh, so really? So you've been playing OSRS, but you now started RuneScape 3. Interesting. Absolutely, absolutely. I've also been collecting like those free games on Epic Games. Like, we have a bot for that on our Discord server, where we actually like put all the games in. So whenever new games come across for free, we always know about that when we have the pinks. So I got a bunch there as well. And I certainly do have a pretty expansive Steam list. Maybe I could like catch up with you on Discord sometime, maybe after the stream. Because I remember your Discord account still. So I should be able to like catch up with you about that. So when we get a good time, maybe we could like gear up sometime. That would be amazing. But alright, that's good to know then. I don't know much about RuneScape now. Like, I don't really want to invest too much time into that, but anything less intensive I think I could definitely do sometime. And it could be also a great change of pace, because for you, I can imagine like RuneScape at least some point getting some burnouty from that. So yeah. Wait, what? In your country? All those fluctuations? Wow. I was expecting you to like compare like Africa versus Siberia, but that's insane. You've gone through a lot, Migo. I feel so bad for you. But hey guys, real talk though, I really hate to be this guy because we have so many people here watching the stream right now, and I'm very grateful for everyone that's been enjoying this so far, but I will have to go now. It's already 3 minutes past 10 p.m, which means it's quiet time for me, and if I stay any longer, I might awaken the wrath of my neighbors, so I don't want to push this any further, so I have to, sorry, also go. So guys, thank you so much for joining on the stream. Hope you had a wonderful time watching this, and also, yeah, let's catch up on that. Yeah, see you later, Samuli. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for joining on the stream. Hope you had a wonderful time with this. I'll make a reminder here again that for anyone that's been following my journey so far for a long time and want to see more, if you guys missed on my very beginning streams like 7, 1, and 2, and 3, those are all now finally available on my my YouTube channel. They are not displayed right now because they are very recently added. So if I like put them all in public now, they're just gonna like completely just scramble my video feed. So I don't want to do that until I have some more videos to bury them down under. So for now, if you do want to see these videos, catch up on the VODs that you have missed before and were not accessible before, there is a playlist link I can share here right now. I'll do that now before I forget. And it's this one over here. Yes. There we go. So if anyone wants to see all the videos that they missed before, again, they're only gonna be visible in this one. All the non-live stream versions, the Twitch stream VODs that were not on my YouTube live section, all the videos of those VODs are gonna be in that playlist. So if you want to see them and check them out, please set the playlist, or just remember, go to my channel, go to my playlist section, open up Final Fantasy streams, they're all gonna be there. 7, 1, 2, and 3, which I played before, that were not available before. So thank you so much for the patience for those that were looking forward to those. I'm sorry for all the wait, but gladly it's all out there finally. So with that being said though, thank you again so much for watching. If you guys want to catch up on my future streams, always remember that I'll be streaming every single Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, starting at 4 p.m. GMT +2 every single time. If you don't know when that is, look back into when the stream started about 6 hours ago. That's gonna be exactly when the stream is gonna start every single time. So you should not have any worries about forgetting when that is. Also, if you missed any of this stream, as like with the playlist, you can find all my streams that I make, both this one and the previous ones I did, on my live section on YouTube with the same name, Emenalus. So if you want to catch up on those, then absolutely, I implore you to. And yeah, hope this is going to help you to catch up on my future streams that I do with this. With that being said though, guys, I hope to see you guys again on Monday when I'll be continuing with this, hopefully getting forward with this Edward without like doing too much tail grind. We already spent a couple hours looking for his tails, so yeah, it's looking a bit grim. Hopefully we won't have to spend another 2 hours doing this, but we'll see about that. RNG is a bitch. But yeah, without further ado, thank you again so much for joining, and I hope to see you guys on the next stream. But until then, it's bye-bye.